Superman's legacy just soared higher than ever, and the moment has the world talking. Will Reeve, son of the late Christopher Reeve, the man who defined the role of Superman for generations, has officially stepped into his father's iconic universe with a surprise cameo in the brand new James Gunn-directed Superman film, and his reaction to the heartfelt tribute is nothing short of emotional. The buzz began when eagle-eyed fans spotted Will Reeve in a blink-and-you'll-miss-it cameo during an early screening of Superman, which premiered on 7 July, 2025, at the iconic TCL Chinese Theatre in Hollywood, the same venue where his father first graced the world as Clark Kent back in 1978. The full-circle symbolism wasn't lost on anyone, least of all Will himself, who later revealed he wore his father's cufflinks to the premiere. A private touch he didn't make public until he spoke to Good Morning America, sharing that this quiet gesture felt like a personal way to honor the man who once wore the cape. In the film, Will plays a journalist, a nod not only to Clark Kent's day job but to his own real-life career as an ABC News correspondent. He said yes to the cameo immediately when James Gunn reached out. In his words, it was an automatic yes. But despite his broadcast experience, Will admitted that saying a single line for the movie made him far more nervous than going live on television. He joked that acting is way harder than journalism, and unlike his day job, there were multiple takes, and he needed every one of them. Will filmed the cameo back in July 2024 in Cleveland, and while the appearance is brief, the emotional weight behind it is massive. Before filming began, the cast and crew took a moment to watch Superman, the Christopher Reeve story, the critically acclaimed documentary about Christopher Reeve's life and legacy. That moment of reflection helped the cast connect to the soul of the Superman legacy, something Will says deeply moved him. According to him, the atmosphere on set was reverent, respectful, and even spiritual, something rare for a big-budget superhero film. When asked about David Corenswet's performance as the new Superman, Will had only praise. He noted that the cast doesn't need his or his family's approval. "We are not gatekeepers," he said, but he couldn't help feeling touched when he heard cast members say Corenswet reminded them of his dad. That level of authenticity, that mixture of strength and warmth, is something Christopher Reeve once embodied effortlessly. Seeing someone else channel that energy with such sincerity clearly meant a lot to Will. And the fans? They've responded with overwhelming love. Social media erupted with tributes, quotes, and freeze frames of Will's cameo. Many viewers admitted they cried when they recognized him. It was a silent passing of the torch, a subtle reminder that the legacy of Superman isn't just fiction, it's family, memory, and resilience. Fans called it the most beautiful Easter egg ever, with one tweet reading, "Seeing Will Reeve in Superman made me believe in heroes again." This isn't the first time Will has honored his father's legacy. After Christopher Reeve's tragic horseback riding accident in 1995 left him paralyzed from the neck down, he became a powerful advocate for spinal cord injury research until his passing in 2004. Will was only 11 years old at the time. Since then, he has grown into a confident and compassionate journalist, as well as an ambassador for the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation. His life has been a constant thread of honoring his parents, his father, the ultimate Superman, and his mother, Dana Reeve, a talented actress and fierce caregiver who died just 17 months after Christopher. But stepping into the Superman cinematic universe, however briefly, was something new. It was personal. It was cinematic poetry. Will Reeve didn't just visit his father's world, he lived in it for a moment. And in doing so, he allowed millions of fans to feel like Christopher Reeve was back on screen, even if just in spirit. Will described the Superman premiere as the blockbusteriest event he's ever experienced. Hollywood Boulevard was lined with fans in Superman costumes, some of whom weren't even born when Christopher Reeve first flew across the big screen. It was a generational celebration, and Will was right in the center of it. James Gunn, the film's director, even gave Will a shout-out during the premiere, saying, "You're gonna see someone special in this movie." Will said he wanted to shrink into his seat at that moment. After all, he only had one line, but the gesture clearly meant the world to him. This wasn't about screen time. It was about legacy, healing, and acknowledgement. With Superman now in theaters as of July 11, 2025, the excitement continues to grow. David Corenswet is already earning praise for his layered portrayal of the Man of Steel, but it's Will Reeve's cameo that many fans are calling the heart of the film. A quiet moment that says so much. A reminder that heroes aren't just found in comic books, they live in memories, in family, in the people who keep telling the story. And that's exactly what Will Reeve has done. He's told his father's story through action, through advocacy, and now, through cinema. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Kanye West's wife, Bianca Censori, just shocked the internet with a dramatic new hair transformation that has everyone talking. On July 9, 2025, Bianca debuted a striking new look on her Instagram story, swapping out her signature slick-back blonde bob for long, jet-black locks with sharp, face-framing bangs. The transformation was instantly viral. Fans were stunned, critics were intrigued, and the internet went into full-blown speculation mode over what this bold move really means in the ever-evolving saga of Kanye and Bianca. This isn't just a hairstyle change, it's a full aesthetic shift. Known for pushing the boundaries of fashion and public perception, Bianca has turned herself into a living, breathing art piece, much like her husband's controversial career. But with this new hair, people are starting to ask, is Bianca stepping into her own power, or is this just the next phase in Kanye's carefully curated image of her? Let's rewind for a moment. Bianca Censori, born January 5, 1995, in Melbourne, Australia, studied architecture at the University of Melbourne and joined Kanye West's Yeezy brand as the head of architecture. Fast forward to December 2022, the pair held a private, non-legally binding ceremony, and ever since, Bianca has been by Ye's side, at fashion weeks, in music studios, and across global headlines. But it's her fashion choices, and now this hair transformation, that are setting off alarms across pop culture circles. Just a few days before the debut of her dark bangs, Bianca shocked fans by sharing a series of sultry, vintage-style Polaroids, shot by Kanye himself, where she wore a sheer, skin-tight nightgown and a platinum blonde wig. The resemblance to Sabrina Carpenter in those pics? Uncanny. In fact, social media erupted with side-by-side comparisons, with one viral tweet reading, "Wait, is that Bianca or Sabrina?" It didn't stop there. Others claimed she looked eerily similar to a young Kim Kardashian, adding fuel to the fire that Kanye might be trying to recreate his ex through Bianca's evolving appearance. But while those Polaroids were sexy, mysterious, and provocative, her latest hair transformation feels more grounded, more commanding. The long black locks with bangs frame her face with confidence. It's giving power. It's giving agency. And it has everyone asking, is this the beginning of Bianca's true self finally emerging? Of course, not everyone is convinced this. Evolution is entirely her own. According to page 6, Kanye has allegedly spent over $400,000 on custom, avant-garde looks for Bianca over the past year alone. These include everything from the candy bikini that made headlines, to the sheer bodysuit that drew gasps at the Grammys. Sources close to the couple claim Kanye is obsessed with curating her image and views Bianca as his living muse, a walking, talking extension of his creative genius. Fans are divided. Some admire the artistry. Others worry it borders on control. Still, Bianca has never appeared uncomfortable. In fact, she seems to embrace the chaos. She walks through crowds unfazed in see-through fabrics, skin-tight latex, and now, this powerful new hairstyle that seems to whisper, "I know exactly what I'm doing." Her latest posts show a confident woman staring straight into the camera, unbothered by the noise. There's no caption, no explanation. Just her, a brand new look, and millions of eyes watching. As the photos made their rounds online, public reactions poured in. One fan tweeted, "She looks amazing with black hair, this is her best look yet." Another wrote, "Kanye's definitely behind this. It's giving Kim 2016. But some came to her defense, saying, "Maybe she's just figuring herself out. Let her live." And it's true, since marrying Kanye, Bianca has undergone multiple transformations. From her edgy Tokyo streetwear phase, to the Barbie pink curls during Paris Fashion Week, to the almost nude net dresses she wore across Italy. Each look draws attention. Each moment sparks a conversation. But this hair, this change, feels more personal. Less like performance art and more like a statement. A shift. Could this be Bianca reclaiming her identity in the midst of constant public speculation? Or is it just another chapter in Kanye's ongoing campaign to shock the world through style, spectacle, and scandal? Whatever the truth is, one thing is undeniable: Bianca Censori has become one of the most talked about figures in celebrity culture today. She's no longer just Kanye's wife or Yeezy's architect. She's a fashion renegade, an internet mystery, and now, with those piercing dark bangs, a woman rewriting her own story, one transformation at a time. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Michael Douglas has just confirmed what many in Hollywood had long suspected: he has no real intentions of returning to acting anytime soon. Speaking candidly at the Karlovy Vary International Film Festival in the Czech Republic on July 5, 2025, the 80-year-old Oscar-winning legend revealed that he hasn't taken on a new acting role since 2022, and he's perfectly fine with that. In his own words, "I had to stop. I'd been working pretty hard for almost 60 years, and I did not want to be one of those people who dropped dead on the set." That stark but sobering admission has shocked fans, especially those who grew up watching Douglas dominate the screen across decades and genres. Now, to be clear, Michael Douglas didn't say the word retirement. In fact, he left a little crack in the door, saying if something really special came along, he might consider it. But from the way he framed his decision, deliberately stepping away, turning down roles, and prioritizing his health and personal life, it's evident that any return would be rare, if not unlikely. Douglas's last on-screen roles were as Benjamin Franklin in the miniseries Franklin, which was filmed in 2022 and released in 2024, and as Hank Pym in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania back in 2023. And while Marvel fans may still be clinging to hope, Douglas himself suggested during press rounds for Quantumania that he was ready for Hank Pym to be killed off. That, more than anything, signaled that his days in the MCU were coming to an end. So why now? Why walk away from a career that's not only legendary but still viable? Douglas explained it best himself. He talked about longevity, about pacing, and about perspective. After a terrifying stage 4 throat cancer diagnosis in 2010, he opted for chemotherapy and radiation rather than surgery, which would have damaged his ability to speak, and by extension, act. He's been in remission ever since, but he hasn't forgotten that wake-up call. At 80, he says, he wants to focus on living well, being present for his family, and, in his words, not working just to die on a set. Douglas also joked that he's enjoying his role now as the supportive husband to his wife of nearly 25 years, Catherine Zeta-Jones, saying, "I am happy to play the wife, in the spirit of maintaining a good marriage." The crowd laughed, but the message was clear: he's shifted into a new chapter of life, one where he's no longer chasing the next big role. And this wasn't just a random announcement. Douglas was honored at Karlovy Vary with a surprise Crystal Globe Award during a special 50th anniversary screening of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, the groundbreaking 1975 film that Douglas produced and which went on to win the Oscar for Best Picture. It was a full-circle moment, from young producer to living legend, being celebrated for a lifetime of achievement while announcing that he's ready to step away. Still, Douglas isn't stepping out of the entertainment world entirely. He continues to run his production company, Further Films, and he hinted at developing a little independent movie, though no further details have been released. There's also Looking Through Water, an upcoming film in post-production, which features Douglas alongside his son Cameron. That project is expected to be released later in 2025, and while it may be one of his final on-screen appearances, it also marks a symbolic passing of the torch. Social media has exploded with reactions since Douglas made his announcement. Fans and fellow celebrities have flooded comment sections with words like legend, icon, and thank you. Clips of his classic performances, Wall Street, Fatal Attraction, Basic Instinct, Romancing the Stone, are circulating widely, as fans relive the most electrifying moments of his career. Some are hopeful this is just a break, others are already mourning the end of an era. Beyond Hollywood, Douglas also used his time at the festival to reflect on broader issues. He voiced concern about the direction of American politics, specifically the growing threat of autocracy and the dangerous influence of money in political discourse. It's not the first time Douglas has used his platform to speak out. He's long been an advocate for gun control, education, and democracy, but the timing of these remarks made it feel like he's looking to leave more than just cinematic legacy behind. He's thinking about the world his grandchildren will inherit. So, what does this all mean? It means that as of now, July 2025, Michael Douglas has pressed pause, maybe permanently, on his acting career. He's not chasing scripts, he's not angling for a comeback, and he's definitely not trying to be the guy who burns out at the finish line. Instead, he's choosing to spend his 80s in peace, in health, and with family. And if the right project knocks on his door? Sure, maybe. But until then, Douglas is stepping away from the spotlight, not because he has to, but because he's earned the right to. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Hailey Bieber just sent the internet into a frenzy with a bold, strongly worded message tied directly to the explosive hype around Justin Bieber's brand new album, Swag. Just hours ahead of its official release at midnight on July 11, 2025, Hailey took to Instagram stories to post what fans are calling a public takedown of critics, trolls, and anyone questioning the strength of her marriage or Justin's comeback. With just a single line, "Is it finally clocking to you fucking losers?" Hailey delivered what may be the most direct and emotionally charged clapback we've seen from her in years. And it couldn't have come at a more strategic moment. The post wasn't just a standalone rant. It was layered. Hailey shared Justin's album trailer billboard, an image showing a shirtless, tattooed Justin looking defiant and fully in his element, alongside a rare personal snap of the two of them in matching white tank tops. This wasn't just album promo. This was a clear and defiant show of unity, one that sent a crystal-clear message to the world: Hailey's not going anywhere, and she's not letting anyone tear her family down. The album, Swag, marks Justin's first major project since 2021's Justice. And this time, he's coming back with a vengeance: 20 tracks, raw vulnerability, edgy swagger, and headline-making collabs with Ghana, Sexy Red, and Cash Cobain. The promo for the project has been on another level. From massive billboard takeovers in Los Angeles and Reykjavik, to a full tracklist display in the middle of Times Square, Justin has signaled that this isn't just a return, it's a rebirth. He's been quiet for years, mostly under the radar, except for public concern over his health and cryptic Instagram posts. But now, with this new era, he's taking full control of the narrative. And so is Hailey. Behind the glitz of the album release lies months of internet-fueled drama. Social media has been buzzing with rumors of divorce, of strain in their relationship, of Justin's struggles behind the scenes. Every detail of their lives has been dissected and judged. Hailey, especially, has faced waves of hate online. But in recent months, she's hit back harder than ever. Just weeks ago, she reposted multiple Instagram quotes aimed directly at her critics, including one that read, "Did all that hating and gossiping about me and still couldn't stop nothing. I'll be mad too," and another that declared, "Cry me a river, build me a bridge and get over it." It's been clear she's fed up, and now, with Swag, she's using her platform to defend her husband and their love in the most public way possible. The message hits even deeper when you consider their recent life changes. In May 2024, Hailey and Justin announced they were expecting. Just months later, in September, they quietly welcomed their son, Jack Blues Bieber. Since then, they've kept much of their private life under wraps, but that changed this week when Justin released never-before-seen intimate family portraits as part of the Swag promotional campaign. In both black and white and full-color images, Justin, Hailey, and baby Jack are seen posing in serene barn settings, laughing together, holding hands, and just being a family. The photos ooze authenticity and intentional vulnerability. It's clear Justin wants the world to see not just his evolution as an artist, but as a husband and father. And for Hailey, this moment feels deeply personal. She's spoken openly about the challenges of postpartum life, the overwhelming scrutiny of being a celebrity mom, and the emotional toll of being constantly judged. In one interview, she admitted that Justin's support has been everything, saying he taught her to block out the noise. "You're not going to win, you're just not going to win." Those words, paired with her recent posts, show a woman fiercely protective of her peace, her husband, and her family. As for Justin, he hasn't directly addressed the controversy. Instead, he's let the art do the talking. Early album reviews describe Swag as his most personal, emotional, and creatively experimental work yet. One track reportedly references the chaos of online hate. Another nods to the couple's decision to step away from the limelight for their son. And while fans wait eagerly for the full release, one thing is already clear: this album is about way more than music. It's about legacy, reinvention, and redemption. The public response? It's been massive. Fans are rallying behind Hailey, flooding her comments with praise for standing up for her husband. One fan wrote, "You don't mess with a mama bear." Another added, "That's how you support your man, loud and proud." Of course, not everyone is cheering. Some critics have accused the couple of using drama to promote the album. But Hailey's not here for approval. She's here for truth. And this time, the truth is louder than ever. So, to sum it all up, Hailey Bieber just made it crystal clear that she's standing tall beside Justin as he reclaims his musical throne. With one unapologetic message, she shut down months of speculation, silenced her haters, and reminded the world that love, real, raw, and loyal, doesn't need permission to shine. The album Swag drops tonight. And the Biebers? They're just getting started. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Khloe Kardashian has finally addressed one of the most bizarre and persistent rumors in Kardashian lore: whether she was ever a surrogate for her sister Kim Kardashian. And her answer? A loud, clear, and slightly stunned absolutely not. In a candid and slightly exasperated moment, Khloe shut down the speculation, saying, "I was a surrogate for Kim?" Where would that even start from? That's right. She's calling out the internet's strangest theory with both disbelief and frustration, putting an end to yet another wild Kardashian conspiracy. Now, let's get the facts straight. Kim Kardashian, as many fans already know, used surrogacy for her third and fourth children, Chicago and Psalm. She made this choice after experiencing serious pregnancy complications with her first two children, North and St. Kim suffered from preeclampsia and placenta accreta, life-threatening conditions that made carrying additional pregnancies dangerous. After her doctors advised against another natural birth, she opted for gestational surrogacy, where another woman carries the embryo created from Kim and Kanye's DNA. Kim's journey through surrogacy was public, calculated, and medically necessary, and at no point did Khloe's name ever come up in that process. But what about Khloe? Well, her own experience with surrogacy has been anything but smooth sailing. In 2022, Khloe welcomed her second child, Tatum Thompson, via surrogate. This decision came after a stormy relationship with Tristan Thompson, one riddled with betrayal and very public cheating scandals. What many fans may not know is that Khloe had already started the surrogacy process before the world found out about Tristan fathering another child with fitness model Marilee Nichols. The drama was intense, the timing was awful, and the emotional toll on Khloe was enormous. Khloe has since been open about how emotionally disconnected she felt during the surrogate pregnancy. In an episode of The Kardashians, she revealed how unnatural the process felt to her. She admitted to feeling a strange sense of detachment, saying, "I felt really guilty that this woman just had my baby and I take the baby and go to another room. It felt so transactional." She even confessed that she was in denial throughout the pregnancy, barely acknowledging it until her son was born. That's a far cry from the polished, stress-free version that some people assume surrogacy to be, and it was certainly nothing like Kim's situation. So when people started floating the idea that Khloe had been Kim's surrogate, it wasn't just wrong, it was offensive. Khloe's journey into surrogacy was deeply personal and emotionally raw. To have that twisted into some secret sister favor is not only absurd but deeply disrespectful to the real challenges she faced. And Khloe wasn't having it. By asking, where would that even start from, she's not just questioning the rumor, she's calling out the kind of gossip that reduces real-life experiences into clickbait. Social media exploded after Khloe's comment. Fans flooded the comments sections with support, defending her right to shut down harmful speculation. Some called the rumor insane, while others applauded her for standing up and speaking the truth. One user wrote, "People need to stop trying to create drama where there is none. Khloe's been through enough," while another added, "She's always the one taking the hits." Glad she clapped back. And honestly, Khloe has every right to be tired of the narrative. She's spent years being the subject of tabloid scrutiny, from cruel paternity rumors about her own father, to invasive commentary about her appearance, to relentless judgment over her personal life and parenting decisions. This latest rumor, that she was somehow carrying Kim's child in secret, is just another example of how celebrity culture can blur the line between fantasy and reality in ways that are downright damaging. It's also worth pointing out that this isn't just some casual gossip, it plays into larger issues. There's already so much misunderstanding and stigma around surrogacy, especially when it comes to emotional experience, maternal bonding, and female autonomy. By speaking openly, Khloe is helping dismantle some of those myths, showing that surrogacy isn't easy, glamorous, or free of emotional consequences. It's complex, it's deeply personal, and it's definitely not something to be twisted into a fan theory or internet joke. This moment is also another example of the Kardashian family's strange role in shaping public understanding of fertility, motherhood, and female health. Whether intentionally or not, Kim and Khloe's respective surrogacy journeys have made the topic part of mainstream conversation. And now, with Khloe firmly drawing a line, she's taking control of that narrative again, saying loud and clear, "I wasn't Kim's surrogate. I was just a woman trying to build her family through the best path available to her." At the end of the day, this rumor might have seemed harmless to some, but to Khloe, it was a line that shouldn't have been crossed. Her experience as a mother deserves to be understood on her own terms, not someone else's. And by putting this speculation to rest, she's reclaiming her story once again. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner were spotted together on July 11, 2025, enjoying a rare family outing that had everyone talking, not just because of the baseball game, but because of the undeniable chemistry they still share as co-parents. The former couple, who finalized their divorce in 2018, sat front row at Boston's iconic Fenway Park alongside their two youngest kids, 16-year-old Serafina and 13-year-old Samuel, during a high-energy Red Sox vs Tampa Bay Rays matchup. And yes, Ben was repping his hometown team in full force, baseball cap, grin, and all. In a moment that quickly went viral, cameras captured Affleck gently nudging Garner, prompting the two to smile at each other with a comfort and familiarity that sparked immediate reactions online. NESN broadcasters even commented on the pair, with one saying, "Great Red Sox family right there." And just like that, social media exploded with speculation. Some fans wondered aloud if this was a reconciliation in progress, with one tweet reading, "Did Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner reconcile?" While another added, "They are such a cute couple, they should totally date again." But insiders were quick to clarify, there's no romantic reunion on the horizon. This was about family, and family only. Still, that didn't stop the internet from diving deep into nostalgia mode. After all, Affleck and Garner's love story began in the early 2000s, culminating in a marriage in 2005 that lasted over a decade. They share 3 kids together, Violet, now 19, Serafina, and Samuel. Even after their split, both have remained fully committed to co-parenting in the healthiest, most grounded way possible. And this Red Sox appearance? It was yet another chapter in their ongoing story of unity and mutual respect. This latest outing comes on the heels of some major changes in both of their personal lives. Earlier this year, in January 2025, Affleck finalized his highly publicized divorce from Jennifer Lopez, just 2 years after rekindling their relationship and tying the knot in a lavish multi-ceremony affair. While the end of Bennifer 2.0 made global headlines, Affleck remained notably private, shifting focus to his kids and career. Meanwhile, Garner has been quietly going strong with businessman John Miller, whom she's been dating on and off since 2018. Just last month, she was seen kissing Miller at a charity event in Santa Monica, reaffirming that she's fully moved on romantically. But that hasn't stopped her from continuing to show up for her ex-husband and their children in a way that's rare in Hollywood, and frankly, inspiring. And this isn't the first time they've been seen looking genuinely happy in each other's company post-divorce. In March 2025, Affleck and Garner were photographed at Samuel's paintball-themed birthday party, where they were seen embracing and chatting warmly. Eyewitnesses described the atmosphere as lighthearted and full of love, and photos of the moment quickly made the rounds on fan pages and gossip sites alike. Affleck himself has praised Garner publicly for her parenting. In a March interview, he called her an amazing mother and said he was lucky to have her as a co-parent. Garner, in turn, has often spoken about putting their kids first, telling Vanity Fair years ago that their shared mission is making sure the children are happy, healthy, and loved. And it shows. Every rare public appearance they make together feels less like two exes being civil and more like two people committed to a lifelong family unit, no matter how that unit evolves. Adding to the full-circle vibes of the night, the Red Sox defeated the Rays 5-4, clinching their 8th consecutive win, a thrilling game that made this family outing all the more memorable. Fans in the stadium recognized Affleck instantly, and many were surprised to see Garner beside him, smiling and clapping like any other mom cheering on a good game. And for longtime fans of the couple, this wasn't just any baseball game. It was poetic. Their first public outing as a couple was also at a Red Sox game during the 2004 World Series. Talk about symmetry. In another nostalgic twist, it was reported this week that the Brentwood home Affleck and Garner once shared has just sold for a whopping $10.8 million, nearly $1 million more than its asking price. That house, once a symbol of their married life, now becomes a footnote in their separate futures. But what they've built together, a legacy of kindness, collaboration, and unconditional love for their kids, continues to shine. Fans can't help but admire how Affleck and Garner have handled the turbulence of fame, divorce, and new relationships with such grace. Where others crumble under the weight of tabloid drama, these two have stayed focused on what matters, their children. Their recent Fenway Park appearance is just the latest reminder that not all Hollywood endings end in flames. Sometimes, they evolve into something stronger. So whether you're Team Bennifer, Team Garner Miller, or just a Red Sox fan loving the energy at the game, one thing's for sure, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner just gave us a masterclass in co-parenting, maturity, and showing up for your family, no matter where life takes you. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
LiAngelo Ball's life has officially spiraled into chaos, and this time, there's no hiding behind basketball stats or rap beats. On July 3rd, just days after his wife Rashida Nicole announced to the world that she was pregnant with their first child together, LiAngelo filed for divorce. You heard that right. A pregnancy reveal on June 26th, a divorce petition filed the following week. This isn't just messy, it's community-level scandal. Their marriage, which began on March 24th, lasted barely 3 months. By mid-June, they were already separated. Rashida took to Instagram with a gushing, emotional pregnancy announcement, calling herself grateful, terrified, anxious, nauseous, hangry, and talking about the blessings and beauty of impending motherhood. But behind the scenes? LiAngelo was walking straight into court to end it all. And if that wasn't wild enough, let's rewind a little, because this isn't his first domestic disaster in 2025. LiAngelo already shares 2 kids with his ex, Nicki Mudaris, the reality TV star known for love and hip-hop, and their situation is far from settled. Their second child, a daughter, was born in December 2024. But barely weeks after the birth, Nicki went public with some of the ugliest claims yet. On The Jason Lee Show, she exposed Gallo for ghosting her, cheating with Rashida, and flat out walking away from their family. Even worse, she revealed he confessed via text that he had gotten another woman, Rashida, pregnant just weeks after their daughter was born. In a messy clapback, Rashida didn't hold back either. On Instagram, she accused Nicki of being obsessed, saying, "She's been harassing me for 2 years, pressuring me to terminate the pregnancy, wishing death on my unborn child." She added, "I'm so tired of this bish. Our baby is due in December and I'm not going anywhere." It's a full-blown war between the 2 women, and guess who's at the center of it all? LiAngelo. As fans dig into this toxic timeline, it's clear something bigger is happening here, because Gallo's not just making headlines for drama. He's also blowing up the charts. Back in January, he dropped Tweaker, a single that went viral and later gold certified. It climbed the Billboard Hot 100 to peak at number 29. That success landed him a massive deal with Def Jam/Universal, reportedly worth up to $13 million, with his own label, Born 2 Ball Music Group. He even took the stage at the BET Awards alongside his brother Lonzo Ball in June, performing with swagger and energy that had the crowd on their feet. But no amount of record deals or stage lights can outshine the mess at home. Gallo's personal life is a parade of broken homes and broken promises. 2 baby mamas, 2 custody battles, a divorce filed during a pregnancy, public harassment claims, Instagram beefs so raw, they read like reality TV scripts. And Gallo? He's saying almost nothing. In his only real response, he told Billboard that the backlash doesn't faze him. "When people conversate about my personal life, it don't bother me," he said. "Nobody really go through what I go through every day. You not me. I don't live for the public. I live for my family and my close circle." But that close circle seems to be falling apart. Now, fans are asking the hard questions. How does someone go from being the nice ball brother to the poster boy for baby mama drama? How do you go from dropping bangers to dodging court papers? How do you start 2 families and abandon both within the span of a year? On social media, the backlash is loud. One user called him a fake celebrity with real children and zero accountability. Another wrote, "This is what happens when men chase clout over commitment." And yet another tweet, now viral, says, "LiAngelo Ball went from hoop dreams to home-wrecking records." Let's not forget, Rashida is due this December. Nicki is raising 2 kids, one of them a newborn, largely without him. And LiAngelo Ball is right in the middle, filing for divorce while expecting a baby, all while ducking questions about why his name is trending for all the wrong reasons. What's next? Will there be more music? More drama? More damage? One thing's for sure, LiAngelo Ball's career may be rising, but his reputation is hanging on by a thread. And the internet never forgets. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Jennifer Aniston is dating hypnotist and transformational coach Jim Curtis, and it's not just a rumor anymore. After weeks of speculation, subtle clues, and private sightings, sources close to the couple have now confirmed that the former Friends star is indeed in a blossoming relationship with Curtis. The news broke after photos surfaced of the 2 looking extremely cozy during a star-studded 4th of July vacation in Mallorca, Spain. But this isn't just another summer fling. According to insiders, the connection between Aniston and Curtis runs deeper, spiritually, emotionally, and intellectually. It all began when Jennifer, now 55, publicly endorsed Curtis's self-help book The Stimulati Experience and later shared content from his Instagram page, which focuses on personal growth, emotional healing, and manifestation. Curtis, 49, is a respected figure in the wellness world, known for his work as a hypnotherapist and coach. He's also the Chief Experience Officer at the Institute for Integrative Nutrition and a passionate advocate for self-transformation, having overcome a debilitating spinal disease in his 20s. For someone like Aniston, who's been open about her personal wellness journey, including how hypnotherapy helped her conquer her fear of flying, Curtis seemed like more than just a casual acquaintance from the very beginning. Their connection strengthened behind the scenes, but it wasn't until June that things became more public. They were first spotted at Ventana Big Sur in California, where eyewitnesses described their interaction as sweetly intimate, noting how comfortable and natural they seemed together. And then came the game changer. Jennifer flew to Spain with her close friends Jason Bateman, Courtney Cox, Amanda Anka, Olivia Wilde, and Amy Schumer, with Curtis joining the group for a lavish yacht getaway. Paparazzi photos captured Jennifer and Jim in multiple affectionate moments, smiling, leaning into one another, even what appeared to be a kiss. According to reports, they shared a suite and spent most of their time side by side during the Mediterranean escape. Sources say that while the relationship is still relatively new, it's grounded in mutual respect and a shared outlook on life. Jennifer's inner circle is reportedly thrilled. One source close to Aniston shared that she's happy and centered with Curtis, adding that the relationship feels different from past ones and that he brings a peaceful energy into her life. They're not rushing anything, but they are seeing where it goes, and right now, it's going somewhere meaningful. Public response to the news has been overwhelmingly supportive. Social media users are cheering for Jennifer's new chapter, with one fan writing, "Finally, a man who's on her wavelength," and another adding, "Healing girl meets healing guy, this is the vibe." Curtis himself, although tight-lipped about his personal life, released a newsletter just days after the Spain trip reflecting on abundance, joy, and love that he's currently experiencing. The timing wasn't lost on fans, who took it as a clear nod to Jennifer and their blossoming connection. Curtis also recently listed his Manhattan apartment for rent at $11,500 a month, sparking speculation that he might be considering a bicoastal arrangement to spend more time in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, Jennifer continues to live in her stunning Bel Air estate, where she's been hosting small gatherings with close friends, and Curtis has reportedly become a regular guest. While they've both remained private about their romantic lives in the past, this time feels different. Aniston has always been known for her poise and grace, choosing to lead with authenticity rather than spectacle, and her relationship with Curtis seems to reflect that same grounded energy. This marks Jennifer's first public romance since her split from Justin Theroux in 2018. Prior to that, her marriage to Brad Pitt ended in 2005, leaving a lasting media frenzy that she's done her best to move beyond. In interviews over the years, Jennifer has expressed a desire for a relationship rooted in friendship, trust, and emotional safety, qualities that those close to her believe she's finally found in Jim Curtis. What makes this pairing especially captivating is how aligned their lives are right now. Both are in a place of emotional clarity, both have prioritized healing over chaos, and both understand the unique pressures of public attention. Curtis, with his background in helping people uncover and release emotional blockages, might just be the safe space Jennifer has been looking for, not a Hollywood prince, but a partner who listens, sees her, and helps her continue growing. So while it's early days, it looks like Jennifer Aniston is stepping into a new era, one filled with calm energy, emotional maturity, and perhaps, lasting love. As for Jim Curtis, he's gone from guiding celebrities toward personal breakthroughs to possibly sharing a life with one of the most beloved icons in the entertainment industry. And fans are here for it. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Zombies 4: Dawn of the Vampires has officially arrived, and while longtime fans are still reeling from the return of Zed and Addison, two new stars are rising fast, Freya Skye and Malachi Barton. With the movie premiering on July 10, 2025, on Disney Channel and streaming July 11 on Disney Plus and India's JioCinema, the fourth installment of the iconic Disney musical franchise marks a bold new chapter filled with vampires, daywalkers, and a surprising shift in tone. At the center of this evolution are Nova and Victor, played by Skye and Barton, whose fresh chemistry is lighting up the entire Zombies universe. Freya Skye, known previously as a powerhouse singer who represented the UK in Junior Eurovision, takes on her very first film role as Nova, a solar-powered, light-controlling daywalker who challenges the very boundaries of what's possible in Seabrook. In her own words, stepping into the Zombies universe was a dream come true. It's just crazy getting to join something that I've loved my whole life. It's big shoes to step into, but I feel super grateful. And she means it. Her portrayal of Nova brings a radiant strength to the franchise, as her character navigates acceptance, identity, and an unlikely love story in a town that has already dealt with zombies, werewolves, and aliens. On the other side is Victor, a vampire who controls the wind and carries the emotional weight of tradition versus transformation. Portrayed by Malachi Barton, Disney Channel veteran from shows like Henry Danger and The Villains of Valley View, Victor is layered, torn, and arguably one of the franchise's most mature additions yet. Barton spoke candidly in interviews about how intense the prep was, from flying to New Zealand to shoot, to weeks of musical and dance rehearsals. He said the opportunity was overwhelming, but in the best way, and credited original stars Milo Manheim and Meg Donnelly for helping him feel instantly part of the zombies family. Nova and Victor's story is a new kind of romance for Seabrook. Think Zed and Addison, but with a darker, more mystical twist. As Malachi described it, our characters are definitely Zed and Addison-like, but in a different font. And that different font is exactly what fans are loving. Their duet Dreams Come True, filmed over several days, has already gone viral for its intimate energy and magnetic performance. Freya revealed that working on that song helped the two actors bond off-camera as well, calling it one of her favorite moments from filming. But the real moment that got fans screaming was the Hollywood premiere on July 8th. Held at the El Capitan Theater, it wasn't just a red carpet, it was a franchise reunion. The entire Zombies 4 cast showed up in full glam, alongside original cast legends like Chandler Kinney, Kylie Russell, Trevor Torgman, Carla Jeffrey, and of course, Milo and Meg. Photos flooded social media with the caption "Passing the Torch," and it's clear that Freya and Malachi are more than ready to carry it. In an exclusive interview with Entertainment Tonight, both stars hinted at wanting even more from the franchise. Freya expressed interest in exploring Nova's backstory in future installments, while Malachi teased the idea of a Zombies 5 where all monster factions, zombies, werewolves, aliens, vampires, and humans, could come together in an epic showdown. Both agreed, this doesn't feel like the end. And fans clearly agree. Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube are blowing up with fan edits, ship theories, and even fan casts of who should join the next movie. Critics are already weighing in. While some say the plot treads familiar ground, others argue that the addition of vampires and daywalkers breathes fresh life into a formula that could have easily gone stale. Decider called the film predictable but enjoyable, praising its polished musical numbers and inclusive messaging. What stands out most is how the film continues the franchise's core theme, acceptance, while layering in new complexities. Victor's monologue about family expectations and Nova's struggle with being too bright for the darkness hit deeper emotional notes than previous films dared to explore. Meanwhile, the soundtrack, released July 11th via Walt Disney Records, is already charting. Featuring 13 songs, including the pre-released singles The Place to Be and Don't Mess With Us, the music leans into darker synths and more theatrical arrangements, matching the vampire vibe. The fan-favorite duet Dreams Come True between Nova and Victor is climbing Spotify charts and trending on TikTok, with fans begging for an acoustic version or behind-the-scenes featurette. And just when you thought the excitement might settle, Freya and Malachi are heading out on tour. The Descendants/Zombies, Worlds Collide Tour kicks off July 17th and runs through September 16th, hitting 43 cities across North America. It's their first live performance tour together, and given how beloved their on-screen chemistry already is, tickets are selling out fast. Beyond the screen and stage, both young stars are soaking in the impact. Freya's been vocal about representation, noting how important it is to see strong, powerful girls lead with kindness. Malachi echoed that sentiment, saying Victor's journey challenges viewers to think deeper about prejudice, expectations, and what it means to grow. Their performances are resonating for more than just dance moves, they're changing how young audiences see themselves and each other. With curveball endings, a bold new monster mythology, and a fanbase more hyped than ever, Zombies 4 has proven it's more than a sequel, it's a soft reboot and a love letter to what made this franchise special from the beginning. Nova and Victor aren't just new characters, they're the future of Seabrook. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
The Kardashian kids are officially all grown up, and fans can't stop talking about it. From glamorous 4th of July getaways to milestone birthdays and festive family portraits, the new generation of Kardashian-Jenner children are stealing the spotlight in the sweetest way. And the latest photos? They're sparking a wave of nostalgia, surprise, and pure admiration across social media. It all began when Kim Kardashian shared a set of new photos from a lakeside 4th of July celebration. Northwest, now 12, wasn't pictured, but the internet zeroed in on Saint, Chicago, and Psalm. Saint, with his freshly dyed pink curls, looked cool and confident. Chicago, in cowboy boots and a summer dress, radiated confidence. And little Psalm, now 6, melted hearts with his warm smile. Fans immediately took to the comments, stunned by how much the kids have grown. "They're not babies anymore," one user wrote. Another added, "Saint's curls are everything." Earlier this year, Kim posted their 2024 Christmas photos, and people couldn't believe how tall North had gotten, nearly matching Kim in height. Dressed to the nines in sleek black and silver holiday fashion, the kids looked more like a magazine spread than a family snapshot. Chicago posed like a seasoned model, Psalm brought his signature charm, and North stood with confidence, radiating a teen star aura. "She does not look 11, one fan commented at the time. "North is giving fashion icon already," another gushed. Back in September 2024, the back-to-school season gave fans another glimpse at just how fast the Kardashian kids are growing up. Kim shared a photo of all 4 kids before they headed out for their first day. North took the selfie, standing front and center, while Chicago, Saint, and Psalm smiled behind her. "School days are upon us," Kim captioned. Fans couldn't help but point out that the kids are starting to resemble their parents more and more with each passing year. Saint is a mini Kanye, and Chicago is looking more like Kim by the day. Meanwhile, Khloe Kardashian's kids have also been enjoying their moment in the spotlight. True Thompson, now 7, and her little brother Tatum, nearly 3, were featured in a joyful New Year's Eve post that Khloe captioned "Blessings only in 2025." Wearing sparkly party headbands and holding noisemakers, True and Tatum looked full of energy and excitement. The photos even included cousin Dream, and fans loved seeing the tight-knit bond these cousins share. "Khloe's kids always look so happy," a follower wrote. "True is so beautiful, just like her mama." As for Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker, their youngest son Rocky is already a scene stealer at just 1.5 years old. A recent underwater family snap during their Memorial Day weekend vacation showed Rocky swimming alongside his mom, making waves, literally and figuratively. Fans have loved seeing glimpses of their blended family, and it's clear that Rocky has already become a beloved part of the Barker Kardashian tribe. But the biggest headline of all came just days ago. Penelope Disick, daughter of Kourtney Kardashian and Scott Disick, officially turned 13. That's right, she's now a teenager. The family celebrated the milestone in Italy, complete with a dreamy lakeside getaway, rose gold balloons, fireworks, and a massive birthday cake. Kourtney even paid tribute to her parents, Kris and Robert Kardashian, revealing that they honeymooned in the same spot 47 years ago. "Sentimental and perfect," one fan wrote. Grandma Kris Jenner posted a heartfelt tribute on Instagram, calling Penelope so intelligent, so confident, so creative, so stylish, and added, "I can't believe you're officially a teenager." Fans were quick to say how much Penelope looked like her mom, and how grown-up she seemed. Public reaction across Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok has been non-stop. One tweet read, "Seeing Penelope turn 13 is making me feel ancient." Another popular post said, "The Kardashian kids are growing up in front of our eyes, and I love that they're still so close as cousins." Many pointed out the close bond these cousins share. From coordinated holiday photo shoots to regular family vacations, it's clear this new generation is growing up with the same tight-knit values the Kardashian-Jenner family is known for. And let's not forget the parenting side of things. Kim Kardashian has continued to co-parent her kids with ex-husband Kanye West, maintaining a focus on family despite their past differences. In a recent Instagram post, Kim addressed an old rumor that she once forgot North in a hotel in Paris, clarifying with a laugh, "I came back for her." It was a moment that reminded fans of the chaos and charm of parenting in the public eye. Khloe, who has been open about her on and off relationship with Tristan Thompson, has emphasized that her main focus is her children. In an interview, she said motherhood has changed her completely and even joked that she has a new level of respect for Kris Jenner now. She also recently hinted that Kourtney might not be done having babies just yet, sparking fan speculation that the family might keep growing. And then there's Kourtney, who's turned wellness into a family affair. She revealed that her kids, including Penelope, Rain, and Mason, have embraced wellness habits like red light therapy and acupuncture. They notice how it makes them feel, she said, emphasizing that healthy habits start young in her household. All in all, the latest wave of Kardashian kid updates has fans feeling nostalgic, emotional, and surprisingly proud. These kids may have grown up with cameras flashing, but they're still hitting every milestone with the same love, joy, and closeness that made the world fall in love with the Kardashian-Jenners in the first place. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Hailey Bieber just dropped what fans are calling a not-so-subtle clapback at Scooter Braun, and the internet is eating it up. Right after Scooter publicly praised Justin Bieber's brand new surprise album Swag, Hailey posted a shady Instagram story that seemed perfectly timed and perfectly targeted. On July 11, 2025, Justin Bieber released Swag, a deeply personal 21-track album filled with raw lyrics about love, marriage, fatherhood, and fame. And just a day later, Scooter Braun, Justin's former manager and longtime industry powerhouse, took to Instagram to praise the project. He called Swag the most authentically Justin Bieber album to date, saying it was beautiful, raw, and truly him. He even singled out the track Daisies as his personal favorite, adding, "It's really special. I'm so proud of him." Scooter urged fans to stream the entire album, noting how proud he was of Justin's growth after nearly 17 years of working together. Now, that would have just been a sweet moment between old collaborators, except Hailey Bieber had something to say, without actually saying a word. Moments after Scooter's story went live, Hailey posted her own to Instagram. It was a filtered selfie with cartoonishly large lips and eyes, set to Mariah Carey's iconic diss track Obsessed. She didn't name names. She didn't need to. The timing said it all. Fans instantly took it as shade. The lyric playing? "Why you so obsessed with me?" It was crystal clear. Hailey was sending a message. And with that one post, she managed to steal the spotlight from Scooter's glowing tribute and flip the narrative. Her followers flooded social media with reactions. One ex-user wrote, "She is that girl. Hailey doesn't miss," while another added, "Don't mess with Mrs. Bieber. She rides for her man." The post sparked headlines from Page 6 to Pink Villa, with gossip blogs declaring it a direct hit. To understand the heat behind Hailey's reaction, you need the context. Scooter Braun managed Justin Bieber from the time he was just a YouTube kid with a dream until their highly publicized split in 2023. Their fallout included financial tensions, canceled tours, and reports of behind-the-scenes disagreements. Earlier this year, Justin settled a legal dispute tied to his canceled Justice tour, paying back around $26 million in loans and commissions, many of which were linked to his former team, including Braun. So, when Scooter suddenly praised Swag, calling it Justin's most genuine work yet, Hailey, and a whole lot of fans, seemed skeptical. Was it heartfelt? Or was Scooter trying to smooth over his image now that Justin's thriving without him? Meanwhile, Hailey has been front and center supporting the album rollout. She shared massive billboards promoting Swag, including one in Times Square, and clapped back at Justin's critics with the caption, "Is it finally clocking to you f***ing losers?" She's been Justin's loudest supporter, posting photos from their private listening parties, behind-the-scenes clips, and throwbacks to their earliest days together. Her fierce loyalty hasn't gone unnoticed, and this obsessed moment only reinforced it. And let's talk about the music itself. Swag is unlike anything we've heard from Justin before. It's emotionally raw, with tracks like Walking Away diving deep into mental health struggles, trust issues, and even questioning whether fame was worth it. Another standout track, Little Hands, is a soft, acoustic tribute to his son Jack Blues, born earlier this year. Justin opens up about fatherhood, vulnerability, and the fear of repeating past mistakes. Features include Ghana, Sexy Red, Dijon, and Lil B, but it's Justin's solo moments that hit the hardest. Critics are already calling Swag a creative rebirth for the singer. It's his first full-length project made entirely without Braun's involvement, and that independence shows. The sound is more experimental, the lyrics cut deeper, and the emotional weight of the record is unmistakable. Fans say it feels like Justin finally took the mask off. So where does that leave Scooter? Some believe his post was genuine, a mentor proud of his former protege. Others think it was performative, maybe even a little desperate. And Hailey's obsessed post? That was the mic drop. Whether it was a petty swipe or a protective wife defending her man, Hailey's timing couldn't have been more perfect. She didn't need to go on a rant. Just a song, a filter. And a look. The message was loud and clear. Don't try to rewrite history, and don't pretend like you're still part of Justin's narrative. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Suki Waterhouse just dropped a bombshell that has fans reeling and the internet absolutely buzzing. On July 14, 2025, the 33-year-old actress, model, singer, and new mom revealed that she was hospitalized, and the reason? A hernia caused by wearing pants that were just way too tight. Yes, you heard that right. In a post that instantly went viral, Suki shared a selfie from a hospital bed, dressed in a medical gown with an .4 in her arm and, notably, what looks like a vape resting on her chest. The caption? Suki, you never tweet anymore. Have you ever considered I wore pants so tight 6 months ago it caused a hernia and I've been too scared to tell you. And just like that, fans were both shocked and laughing through their concern. Let's rewind for some context. Late last year, during the fall leg of her Sparkle Muffin tour, Suki was known for rocking ultra-tight, vintage-inspired looks, including a now infamous pair of forest green leather pants that had social media talking. Those pants may have made headlines on stage, but now they're making headlines for a very different reason. According to Suki, that outfit from 6 months ago was what ultimately led to an inguinal hernia, an extremely painful condition where tissue pushes through a weak spot in the muscles of the abdomen. These are usually caused by strain, pressure, or muscle weakness, and in Suki's case, it seems that fashion pushed it too far. The confession was equal parts hilarious and heartbreaking, and fans flooded the comments instantly. Some were genuinely worried, like one follower who wrote, "Please take care of yourself, that sounds so painful." Others responded with the kind of dry British humor Suki herself would probably appreciate, asking, "How tight are we talking here?" One fan summed up the moment perfectly by commenting, "On stage in leather trousers then attached to a drip in hospital later, like a true 70s rock star." And of course, the vape didn't go unnoticed. One user chimed in with, "Vape in the hospital is diabolical," to which Suki herself replied, "So true." Now, you might be thinking, how does this even happen? Is it really possible for tight pants to cause a medical emergency? Well, doctors have weighed in before on similar issues, and the answer is yes. Tight clothing, especially around the waist and abdomen, can cause significant pressure that contributes to hernias over time, particularly if combined with other physical stress. It's rare, but not unheard of, and Suki Waterhouse is now living proof. This moment comes just months after she gave birth to her first child with longtime partner Robert Pattinson. The couple, who've been together since 2018, welcomed their baby girl in March 2024, and they've been fiercely private about their new family life. Suki has kept most details under wraps but has occasionally shared candid glimpses into her life post-baby, and this hernia story is the latest chapter in that brutally honest timeline. Despite the health scare, Suki's not slowing down. She's already set to perform at the Up in the Sky Music Festival in Aspen on August 8th, and fans are hopeful she'll be back on her feet, and in slightly looser pants, by then. It's clear that her career momentum hasn't stopped. From headlining sold-out shows to scoring major acting roles and raising a child, Suki's juggling it all, hernia and all. But more than anything, this story highlights something fans have always loved about her unfiltered honesty. Most celebs wouldn't dare admit they landed in the ER because their pants were too tight, let alone post a selfie from the hospital bed. But that's Suki, candid, self-deprecating, and relatable in the most unexpected ways. Whether she's bearing her soul on stage or cracking jokes about vape etiquette from the ER, she's made it clear, she's not afraid to be real. And as the world watches her recover and return to the stage, one thing's certain, Suki Waterhouse has just turned a fashion faux pas into one of the most talked about celebrity health stories of the year. A hernia caused by a killer outfit? It's bizarre, it's painful, and somehow, it's so on brand. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Kim Kardashian is once again setting the record straight on one of the most infamous rumors to follow her for over a decade, the claim that she forgot her daughter Northwest at a hotel in Paris back in 2014. And now, with the latest update posted just days ago, Kim is finally clearing the air with a little humor, a lot of honesty, and a swipe at internet trolls who just won't let this moment go. It all started in October 2014, when paparazzi footage surfaced showing Kim exiting the luxurious Le Royal Monceau Hotel in Paris, walking confidently to her car in a sleek powder pink outfit, only to suddenly turn back inside, then re-emerge moments later carrying baby North. The clip went viral almost instantly, spawning headlines, think pieces, and endless memes claiming Kim had walked out and forgotten her own child in the hotel lobby. It became one of those moments the internet never let die. At the time, Kim quickly responded on Twitter, now X, with a bit of disbelief and sarcasm, writing, "Do you guys really think a 1-year-old would be inside the lobby by herself? Oh wait, she was waiting to check out LOL." She explained the situation clearly, saying she had walked ahead to make sure the car seat was installed properly because of an issue the day before. But of course, when it comes to celebrity moms, especially Kardashian moms, facts rarely stand a chance against gossip. Fast forward to July 2025, and the rumor made its way back into the spotlight yet again. This time, Kim took matters into her own hands by reposting the now iconic footage to her Instagram stories, adding her own narration and some much-needed context. With her usual blend of sass and style, Kim declared, "I didn't forget her." She clarified that the moment had nothing to do with forgetfulness. In fact, she had purposefully walked out first to check on the car and, cheekily, to show off her outfit. She added that she had North come out separately because their looks didn't match, throwing in a wink-worthy jab that only a fashion-forward Kardashian could make. It wasn't just a casual clarification, Kim brought receipts. She reminded fans that she had explained this years ago, and that the internet just ran with the wrong version because it made a better meme than the truth. And now, over a decade later, she's reclaiming the narrative with a smile and a knowing shrug, clearly tired of being painted as the mom who forgot her kid in a 5-star hotel lobby. Fans were quick to back her up. Social media flooded with comments praising Kim for finally putting the rumor to bed for good. Many pointed out how ridiculous it was to ever believe a high-profile celebrity, surrounded by security and staff, would just leave her toddler behind. Others applauded her humor and grace in revisiting the topic. "We always knew you didn't forget her," one follower wrote. The internet just ran wild like it always does. The timing of Kim's clarification also comes shortly after North celebrated her 12th birthday in June. In a heartfelt Instagram tribute, Kim gushed about her daughter, calling her, "my best friend, my sweet, smart, sassy girl." She shared a carousel of photos, including some from when North was just a baby, possibly as a nod to those early years that have become part of Kardashian lore. Kim reflected on how North has become such a strong, unique young woman who already understands the spotlight she was born into. And it's not just nostalgia. North West is already stepping into her own fame. She's been spotted regularly attending events with Kim, including the 2025 Met Gala, where she offered her own critiques of her mom's look. Kim revealed in an interview that North brought a positive, funny energy to the hectic red carpet prep. She's no longer the baby in the stroller the internet once debated, she's a mini-style icon in the making. So why does this old rumor still matter? Because for Kim, it represents a larger pattern, how motherhood in the spotlight means constantly being judged, second-guessed, and memed for even the smallest moments. And in this case, it's a moment that wasn't even real. With her 2025 post, Kim is rewriting the story herself, with her own voice, finally silencing a narrative that frankly never made sense. Now, with 4 kids, North, Saint, Chicago, and Psalm, Kim continues to balance her megabrand, her law studies, her public image, and her very private moments as a mom. And if there's one thing this latest update proves, it's that she hasn't forgotten a thing. Not in 2014, not now, and definitely not when it comes to protecting her family's truth. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Penelope DeSick just turned 13, and she did it in true Kardashian style, with a luxurious, emotionally charged Italian getaway that had fans swooning and family members reflecting on just how fast time flies. Born on July 8, 2012, to Kourtney Kardashian and Scott DeSick, Penelope has grown up in the public eye, but this birthday marked a major milestone, her official leap into teenagehood, and her family made sure it was unforgettable. From heartfelt tributes to a dreamy European escape filled with history, sentiment, and stunning scenery, Penelope's 13th was more than a birthday, it was a moment. Kourtney Kardashian Barker took to Instagram on July 13 to share the magic with her 224 million followers. "My little lady is 13. Being her mommy is one of the greatest things I have ever done. She inspires me to be a better person every day," she wrote, captioning a carousel of intimate photos from the trip. In the snaps, Penelope is seen smiling beside fruit-topped cakes, surrounded by pink balloons, and overlooking breathtaking Italian vistas. One cake featured pink lettering and sugar roses, while another sat elegantly adorned with fresh berries, every detail carefully curated. The vacation wasn't just a random European escape, it held deep personal meaning. Kourtney revealed that her parents, Robert Kardashian and Kris Jenner, spent their honeymoon in Italy exactly 47 years ago. Now, nearly 5 decades later, Kourtney was walking those same cobbled streets with her own daughter, creating full-circle family memories in the exact same country. It's the kind of poetic tribute that defines the Kardashian brand: luxurious, personal, and steeped in legacy. The guest list was tight and intimate. Penelope looked effortlessly chic in a yellow cardigan and matching shorts, accessorized with oversized glasses and a cowhide print handbag, a look that had fans declaring her mini Kourtney and the future style icon of the family. Even as the youngest generation, Penelope is already turning heads for her fashion sense, creative flair, and growing presence online. She recently drew praise for her photography on the Push account, with fans commenting on her perfect composition and natural eye for aesthetics. Her dad, Scott Disick, didn't hold back his emotions either. Sharing a heartfelt throwback of him and Penelope, he wrote, "I have no words to explain my love. You make my life a better place. I am truly one of the lucky few who gets to have such an amazing daughter like you." He signed off the post with "Happy birthday, my love," reminding followers that no matter how wild his reality TV persona may be, when it comes to his daughter, Scott is all heart. Travis Barker, Penelope's stepdad, kept his tribute short and sweet. In an Instagram story, he posted a candid photo of him lifting Penelope so she could stick a sticker on a street sign. The caption? "A simple but sweet happy birthday P." And in a moment of raw emotion, Kris Jenner herself gushed over her granddaughter in a touching post. "My beautiful granddaughter Penelope is officially a teenager. I can't believe you are 13 today. You are such a blessing, and you bring so much joy into our lives." Kourtney responded to her mom's message with a nostalgic "How is she 13 already?" loudly crying face, echoing the sentiment of every parent watching their child suddenly become a teen. Penelope has always been close to Kris, often seen in photos cuddling with her grandmother or hanging out in the kitchen, cooking and crafting together. This birthday was clearly a shift in tone from Penelope's previous celebrations. Last year, the festivities were full of balloons, beach scenes, and a Ferris wheel. But this time, the vibe was more elegant, more grounded. The celebration was held in Italy, likely around the scenic Lake Como or Portofino, and the images shared were a mix of scenic balconies, luxury hotel terraces, lakeside views, and a dash of family history. Fans couldn't get enough. Comments flooded in with "This is so classy," "Kourtney always makes it special," and "Penelope is growing up so fast." Earlier this year, Penelope also graduated from 6th grade, another big milestone for the Disick-Kardashian-Barker household. Kourtney, once again, got emotional. Photos from the graduation show her teary-eyed, hugging Penelope tightly, reminding everyone that while this family may live in the lap of luxury, their bonds and emotions are deeply human. From birthday cakes and fireworks to legacy locations and generational love, Penelope's Italian birthday was more than a trip, it was a passage. A moment that symbolized both how far she's come and how much she's stepping into her own. As the first Kardashian-Jenner granddaughter and the only daughter of Kourtney and Scott, Penelope has long been the quiet star of the next generation. And now, as she turns 13, she's ready to shine even brighter. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Bruno Mars just can't stop laughing off those wild rumors about his alleged $50 million gambling debt, and now, he's turning it into comedy gold. The latest buzz? On July 13, 2025, during Blackpink's electrifying Deadline World Tour stop at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, Bruno made a surprise appearance that left the crowd in shock. Joining Rose on stage to perform their hit collab APT, he didn't just steal the spotlight, he took the opportunity to drop a cheeky line that set the internet ablaze. The next day, Bruno posted a video of the performance to Instagram with a caption that read, "Almost out of debt, beh. Appreciate you, Rose. Partying face." A not-so-subtle jab at the months-long speculation that the singer is swimming in gambling debt. And yes, fans instantly caught the shade, and loved it. Now, if you're wondering where this all started, let's rewind to March 2024. That's when News Nation published a report claiming Bruno Mars owed a jaw-dropping $50 million to MGM Resorts due to an alleged gambling addiction. The report claimed he was financially controlled by MGM, who supposedly took most of his Las Vegas residency income to pay down his massive debts. It painted a picture of a pop icon trapped in the glitz and grind of the Vegas machine, more lounge act than global star. But the claims didn't hold up long. MGM Resorts clapped back fast and hard. In an official statement, they slammed the rumors, calling them completely false, and emphasized that their relationship with Bruno Mars was rooted in mutual respect. They said point-blank that Bruno has no debt with MGM and described him as a cherished partner with whom they've had a successful collaboration since 2016. That's nearly a decade of sold-out shows, millions in revenue, and one of the most popular residencies on the Strip. Not exactly the profile of a man being squeezed for cash. But Bruno? He didn't just deny the rumors, he turned them into a punchline. In January 2025, when he became the first artist in history to surpass 150 million monthly listeners on Spotify, he reposted the news on social media with a sly comment, "Keep streaming. I'll be out of debt in no time." Fans went wild. Memes exploded. And the myth of Bruno Mars, Vegas gambler extraordinaire, became a meme-worthy moment he fully embraced. He even joked to the Las Vegas Review-Journal, saying, "Absolutely not. I love the lore that I am a Las Vegas lounge singer in debt to the mob. I can work with that." And it's clear, he is working with that. Whether it's social media captions or surprise concert appearances, Bruno Mars has flipped the narrative. What was once a damaging rumor has become a running joke, and the world is laughing with him, not at him. And the public reaction? Overwhelmingly supportive. Under his latest Instagram post from the Blackpink concert, fans flooded the comments with messages like, the caption LMAO rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing, I can't, with the caption face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, and almost out of debt skull and crossbones. Clearly, people are eating up this tongue-in-cheek approach. Bruno Mars has managed to turn what could have been a damaging story into a moment of pop culture hilarity, and solidified himself as one of the coolest, most self-aware icons in the game. Let's be clear, this is not a man down on his luck. With a residency at Dolby Live at Park MGM through September 2025, and a per-show payout rumored to be around $1.5 million, Bruno is far from broke. That's around $90 million a year just from Vegas alone, without factoring in streaming, merchandise, music sales, or other performances. If there ever was a debt, it's safe to say he's laughing all the way to the bank. And he's taking us with him, one cheeky post at a time. In the end, Bruno Mars has done something rare in celebrity culture. He's taken a potentially harmful narrative and turned it into a punchline, all while continuing to dominate charts, sell out stadiums, and rake in millions. Whether or not there was any truth to those gambling rumors, he's made it clear, he's in control of the story. And judging by that almost out of debt caption, he's having the last laugh. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
JoJo Siwa's bold new musical era just took a sharp left turn, and it's making headlines for all the wrong reasons. The internet is buzzing after Kim Carnes, the legendary voice behind the 1981 hit Betty Davis Eyes, seemingly shaded JoJo's viral new cover of the song. And while fans are split, the drama is impossible to ignore. It all started when JoJo Siwa dropped a sneak peek of her upcoming single, a gritty, auto-tune-laced cover of Betty Davis Eyes, during a live performance in Mexico City. With her newly dyed platinum blonde bob, sharp black eyeliner, and vintage pearl necklace, JoJo looked like a modern Marilyn Monroe, channeling old Hollywood glamour with full force. She even changed the lyrics on stage, swapping "She's got Betty Davis eyes" for "She's got Chris Hughes eyes," in a bold shout-out to her boyfriend. The teaser quickly made the rounds online, with JoJo promising a full release by the end of July. But almost instantly, the backlash began. On TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram, critics slammed the performance as grating, overproduced, and comically auto-tuned. One user on X wrote, "This makes me want to clear my throat and drink water," while another added, "She sounds like an 86-year-old smoker who just finished a menthol." The video was flooded with comments like, "What an awful day to not be deaf, and why do you sound like you've been smoking 3 packs a day for 50 years?" It was brutal. Still, JoJo held her ground. When one user told her, "This is so bad holy s," she calmly clapped back with a simple, "Thank you." Chris Hughes, her boyfriend and apparent muse, was quick to defend her, leaving supportive comments like, "Ugh, so good, you're perfect" on her Instagram and TikTok posts. But things took a more dramatic turn on July 10, when Kim Carnes, the very artist who made Betty Davis Eyes a chart-topping sensation back in 1981, seemingly threw shade in a now-deleted Instagram post. She wrote, "There is a difference between singing a song and embodying it. I've always believed authenticity is what makes music timeless. I'm forever grateful to the voice behind this one." Betty Davis Eyes. The timing of the post, just days after JoJo's viral preview, and the emphasis on authenticity left many fans convinced that Carnes was calling JoJo out, subtly but unmistakably. To understand the weight of that statement, it's important to remember that Kim Carnes' version of Betty Davis Eyes wasn't just a hit, it was a cultural reset. Released in 1981, the track spent 9 weeks at number 1 on the Billboard Hot 101 Grammys for both Song and Record of the Year. Carnes' raspy, haunting delivery defined the track and cemented its place in music history. So when the woman who delivered that era-defining performance suggests someone else is lacking authenticity, it hits hard. And JoJo's recent style shift hasn't gone unnoticed either. Over the past few months, she's transitioned from neon colors and glitter to vintage curls and pearls. Some fans love the reinvention. Others, however, are raising eyebrows at what they see as a sudden pivot toward a more traditional, conservative tradwife aesthetic. One ex-user remarked, "Interesting how you can see how the world is going by looking at JoJo Siwa." Others have suggested she's being indoctrinated or pressured into a more conventional image, especially considering her past as a proudly queer pop icon. Still, JoJo isn't backing down. She officially released the full cover of Betty Davis Eyes on July 11, doubling down on the auto-tune, the raspy vocals, and the aesthetic drama. Fans who love it say she's reclaiming the song in her own way. Haters insist it's a butchered version of a beloved classic. And Kim Carnes' cryptic comment has only poured gasoline on the fire. In the end, JoJo's cover has done exactly what pop stars aim for, it's got everyone talking. Whether you love it, hate it, or are just here for the drama, one thing's clear, JoJo Siwa is taking risks, stirring controversy, and refusing to play it safe. And in the ever-evolving world of pop music, that might be the most authentic thing of all. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Katherine Heigl is making headlines with a rare and refreshingly honest revelation about her and husband Josh Kelly's 3 children, Nele, Adelaide, and Joshua, and the parenting decision that's drawing praise, surprise, and some serious conversation online. In a candid new interview published July 5, Heigl opened up about the strict screen time rules they've implemented in their household after noticing what she calls an unhealthy addiction forming around their kids' phones. The couple's drastic move came after months of watching their children become increasingly absorbed in their devices, missing sleep, neglecting schoolwork, and losing touch with the world around them. Heigl admitted that she and Josh waited as long as possible before allowing their kids to have phones, but eventually gave in, only to quickly realize things were spiraling. And when they saw how deeply it was affecting their children's emotional well-being, they decided enough was enough. It all started last September when the family took a hard look at what Heigl described as a device problem. Nele, now 16, had originally received her first phone at age 12 for safety and social purposes. But when Adelaide, now 13, and Joshua, 8, got theirs, it became clear that screen time was taking over. Heigl didn't mince words, calling her kids little addicts who would sneak their devices into bed, staying up way past bedtime glued to their screens. As a result, their school performance started dropping, their attitudes shifted, and the emotional distance began to grow. That's when the parents took decisive action and laid down what Heigl calls their new digital doctrine. According to Heigl, the new rules are strict but absolutely necessary. Devices are completely banned on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. On Saturdays, they're allowed only after lunch. And on the other 3 weekdays, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, screen time is only permitted after all schoolwork and chores are finished. And there's no more scrolling into the night. Phones and tablets must be turned off by 8 p.m., with all devices plugged in and charging in mom and dad's bedroom overnight. The rules were met with resistance. Heigl openly admitted that the first few weeks were incredibly difficult. There were tears, frustration, and emotional outbursts as their kids went through what she compared to withdrawal. But both she and Josh stuck with the plan, leaning on each other for support. And then something amazing happened. The kids adapted. Suddenly, without the constant stimulation of devices, their children began to rediscover their passions. Nele dove headfirst into cooking and baking, filling the house with the smells of fresh bread and homemade meals. Adelaide found joy in performance, embracing her interest in acting. And perhaps most touching of all, the three siblings began bonding over music. Adelaide picked up the electric guitar, Joshua started playing drums, and together they've started forming their own family jam sessions. It's a transformation that Heigl calls really kind of beautiful, watching her children reconnect with each other and their creativity, simply because the distractions were taken away. Heigl's rare comments have struck a chord with parents everywhere, especially those grappling with how to raise grounded kids in a tech-obsessed world. But her openness didn't stop with parenting. Around the same time, Heigl also gave fans another raw glimpse into her personal struggles, revealing in an interview that she's been pressured to lose weight since the age of 16. She opened up about how that pressure shaped her early years in Hollywood and how she's now working hard to teach her daughters that their self-worth isn't defined by a number on a scale. It's part of what she calls a broader mission to raise strong, emotionally intelligent kids who know their value. And then, in a moment that only a mother of teenagers could truly understand, Heigl added a dose of humor to the mix. Talking about the chaos of parenting teens while going through perimenopause, she joked, "Whoever designed having both at the same time should be sent a strongly worded letter." It's the kind of candid, relatable moment that reminds fans why they've always loved Katherine Heigl, because even with fame and fortune, she's not afraid to get real about the messy, emotional, and hilarious parts of life. For those unfamiliar with her family story, Katherine Heigl and Josh Kelly have been together since the mid-2000s, marrying in December 2007. They adopted Nele from South Korea in 2009, Adelaide from Louisiana in 2012, and welcomed Joshua in 2016. The family now lives in Utah, far from the Hollywood spotlight, where they've intentionally chosen a quieter, more grounded lifestyle. It's in that environment that these parenting changes have taken root, and clearly, they're making a big difference. In a world where many celebrities are hesitant to share too much about their private lives, Katherine Heigl's rare and emotional comments offer a glimpse into a family striving for something more meaningful. Through tough decisions, discipline, and a whole lot of love, she and Josh Kelly are shaping a home that prioritizes connection, creativity, and authenticity. And in doing so, they're showing fans that fame doesn't exempt anyone from the challenges of modern parenting. It just means you've got a bigger platform to talk about it. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Norwegian Olympic ski cross champion Auden Gronvold has died at the age of 49, after being struck by lightning during a family vacation. The tragic incident occurred on Saturday, July 12, 2025, while Gronvold was at a cabin retreat with his wife and 3 children. According to reports from the Norwegian Ski Federation, a sudden lightning strike hit him directly while he was outdoors enjoying the nature he so dearly loved. He was immediately evacuated and received hospital care, but despite the best efforts of medical professionals, he passed away on the night of Tuesday, July 16. Born on February 28, 1976, in Hamar, Norway, Auden Gronvold was not just a skier, he was a force of nature on the snow. He began his career as a downhill alpine skier and quickly made a name for himself. His first major success came in 1999 when he earned a World Cup podium finish in Sierra Nevada. But it was his bold switch to ski cross in 2004 that cemented his legacy. He dominated the sport in its early years, winning a bronze medal at the 2005 World Championships in Ruka, taking the World Cup title in 2007, and finally standing on the Olympic podium in 2010 at the Vancouver Winter Games with a hard-fought bronze medal in ski cross. Gronvold retired from professional skiing shortly after the 2010 Olympics due to ongoing injuries, but his passion for the sport never waned. He turned his focus to coaching, leading Norway's national ski cross team between 2010 and 2012. He later worked as a respected skiing commentator for NRK and held a position on the board of the Norwegian Ski Federation, continuing to influence and inspire the sport long after his competitive days had ended. News of his death has sent shockwaves through the world of winter sports. Tove Mo Darhaug, president of the Norwegian Ski Federation, issued a heart-wrenching statement saying, "Norwegian skiing has lost a prominent figure, who has meant so much to both the alpine and freestyle communities. He was a builder and a beacon for ski cross in Norway. There will be a big void after Auden." Former coach Marius Arnesen described him as a thoughtful and wonderful boy, incredibly skilled and with a fantastic feel for snow, while skiing legend Jedel Andre Almut called the news just terribly sad and tragic, emphasizing how deeply Gronvold will be missed across the skiing community. Perhaps the most heartbreaking tribute came from his wife, Kristen Tandberg Hogsja, who posted an emotional farewell on Facebook. She wrote, "Auden, my great love and best friend for 20 years. What began as a charming summer vacation ended last Saturday when a lightning bolt struck you. Sana, Selma, William and I will carry you always in our hearts. Your loss is immense." Social media has since been flooded with messages of grief, respect, and love. Fellow athletes, fans, commentators, and even rivals have all come forward to share how much Auden meant to them. His legacy is not just medals and races, it's mentorship, leadership, warmth, and a contagious love for skiing that lit up every mountain he touched. Auden Gronvold wasn't just an Olympian, he was a pioneer. He helped define skicross as a legitimate and thrilling discipline, both in Norway and internationally. He paved the way for a generation of skiers who admired not just his skill, but his resilience, sportsmanship, and spirit. Whether racing down an icy slope or coaching young talent from the sidelines, he brought the same intensity, joy, and dedication to everything he did. His untimely death is a devastating reminder of nature's unpredictability. What began as an idyllic family trip to Norway's scenic outdoors turned into a nightmare no one could have foreseen. And yet, in this tragedy, the world has paused to remember not just how Auden died, but how he lived. Fearlessly, passionately, and fully. As of now, the Norwegian Ski Federation is working with Gronvold's family to coordinate a national memorial, with details expected in the coming days. Many in the skiing community are calling for a ski event to be renamed in his honor, a lasting tribute to the man who gave so much to the sport he loved. Auden Gronvold leaves behind a wife, 3 children, a mountain of memories, and a legacy that will forever echo down the slopes of history. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Kanye West has just been hit with some of the most explosive allegations of his career, accusations that go far beyond controversy and into the darkest corners of criminal behavior. In a bombshell second amended complaint filed on July 8, 2025, his former assistant, Lauren Pichota, has accused the rapper of sexual assault, oral rape, sex trafficking, and false imprisonment, among other disturbing charges. And the details? They're beyond shocking. Pichota, who worked closely with West from July 2021 until October 2022, paints a horrifying picture of abuse and manipulation behind the glitz and glamour of celebrity life. According to her legal filing, the nightmare began on a supposed business trip to San Francisco. What should have been routine quickly spiraled into trauma. Pichota alleges that Kanye forcibly entered her hotel room, pinned her down, and performed non-consensual oral sex. She says she was frozen in shock and fear, unable to process what was happening to her. But that wasn't a one-time incident. Pichota claims West repeatedly violated her boundaries, groping her, forcing her to wear overly revealing clothing, and making degrading comments about her body. In perhaps one of the most disturbing revelations, she alleges he made her watch him have sex with other women. And it didn't stop there. In one chilling episode on a private jet, she says West locked her in a bedroom, began masturbating, and grabbed her throat while licking her ear. She says she was too scared to scream, too scared to move. She alleges he offered her to other men as a sexual gift, and even drugged her during a recording session with none other than Sean Diddy Combs, a name already drowning in his own legal troubles. This wasn't just inappropriate workplace behavior. Pichota's lawsuit frames it as a pattern of psychological, physical, and sexual abuse, systematic and sinister. And when she tried to leave, things only escalated. Pichota says West moved into her apartment building after she quit, stalked her, sent false emergency calls to the police about her, and continued harassing her to the point where she feared for her life every single day. In total, the lawsuit details 11 separate charges, including coercion, stalking, false imprisonment, human trafficking, and repeated sexual assault. West's legal team is firing back hard, calling the claims completely fabricated, accusing Pichota of extortion, blackmail, and launching what they describe as a smear campaign. They insist there is no truth to any of it, and that they plan to countersue for defamation and damages. But Pichota's legal team isn't backing down. They've requested a jury trial and are preparing to subpoena communications, flight logs, security footage, and witnesses to back up her claims. The public response has been intense. Social media has erupted, with hashtags trending across platforms. Some fans are stunned, others are devastated, and many are demanding accountability. Some have drawn comparisons to Sean Combs' multiple sexual assault allegations, suggesting a broader reckoning is at play. And in the court of public opinion, Kanye's already fragile reputation, after years of anti-Semitic remarks, erratic behavior, and high-profile fallouts, has taken yet another brutal hit. This lawsuit could become one of the defining celebrity trials of the decade. Pishada's claims are not just salacious, they're criminal. If her case proceeds, we're looking at a possible public courtroom battle that could expose layers of abuse beneath the image of fame, money, and power. As of now, Kanye's legal team is expected to submit their formal response in the coming weeks. Pishada's lawyers are preparing to push aggressively for discovery, hoping to force this case into the daylight and onto the record. No plea deals, no private settlements, just a jury, the facts, and a reckoning. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Aubrey O'Day has finally spoken out, and what she revealed about not testifying in Scene, Diddy, Combs' trial is sending shockwaves through both the industry and fans alike. The former Danity Kane singer, who was once handpicked by Diddy himself on MTV's Asterisk Making the Band Asterisk, made headlines this week after admitting she was relieved she didn't end up on the witness stand, and her reasons are layered with emotion, experience, and brutal honesty. On 9th July, 2025, Aubrey sat down with NEWSXCELEB and addressed the speculation that had been building for weeks. Ever since the federal trial against Diddy ramped up, fans and the media wondered if Aubrey, who had previously alleged years of manipulation and control under Diddy's watch, would be called to testify. But she made it clear, she was never subpoenaed. In fact, she found humor in the assumptions, saying, "I don't wish for things like testifying in a federal trial. I wish for inner peace and a really good boba tea." With that classic Aubrey edge, she posted a now viral pic in New York with the scales of justice emoji, poking fun at all the buzz that she was preparing to take the stand. But don't get it twisted, just because she didn't testify doesn't mean she wasn't watching closely. In fact, Aubrey admitted that she kept a close eye on the proceedings, but ultimately felt that her involvement wasn't necessary. According to her, the trial wasn't about the general toxic patterns she's spoken about for years, it was about very specific criminal charges. "This case isn't about my story," she explained. "It's about crimes that are being judged in court. I've said my truth. I didn't need to say it again under oath." And then came the verdict. On 2nd July, 2025, the court shocked many by acquitting Diddy of the most severe charges, racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking. However, he was found guilty on 2 counts of transporting individuals across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. A mixed outcome that left the public divided, and left Aubrey O'Day feeling, in her words, physically ill. She posted a real-time reaction on Instagram as the verdict was being read. "Oh my God, I'm going to vomit," she said as she stared at the television. She then wrote, "This makes me feel physically ill. Cassie probably feels so horrible." Her empathy for Cassie Ventura, the ex-girlfriend of Diddy who accused him of years of abuse, was painfully clear. Aubrey went on to say that watching the trial and the outcome unfold was heartbreaking to witness, especially given what she feels is the tendency for power and celebrity to cloud justice. "This verdict is dangerous," she later wrote. "It sends the message that if you are rich and powerful enough, you can dodge accountability." O'Day has never been shy about her experiences with Diddy. She's called him out for what she describes as manipulation, control, and toxic power dynamics during her time in Danity Kane. She's even accused him of sabotaging her career when she didn't conform to his expectations. So it came as no surprise that she stood firmly with Cassie Ventura and other alleged victims who have come forward. She praised Cassie's strength and honesty, saying her account was open, honest, and horrific. She emphasized how difficult it must have been for Cassie to relive those moments in public and face an onslaught of media speculation. Yet through all this, Aubrey maintains that skipping the witness stand was the right choice for her. "I've been telling the truth for nearly 20 years, she said. "But being in that courtroom would have come at a cost. I've worked hard for my peace, and I wasn't willing to lose that again." Her decision wasn't rooted in fear, it was a declaration of boundaries, one that many survivors of toxic power systems can relate to. The court is set to sentence Scene, Diddy, Combs in October 2025. While the maximum sentence could stretch to 20 years, prosecutors are reportedly seeking a 4 to 5-year sentence. And while the legal chapter might soon close, the cultural conversation around Diddy, power, and accountability is far from over. Civil lawsuits continue to mount against him, and more former associates are coming forward every week. As for Aubrey O'Day, she's not backing down. She's using her platform to amplify voices, challenge powerful men, and tell the truth, on her terms. Her refusal to testify wasn't silence. It was strategy. It was survival. And most of all, it was a message. You don't have to relive your trauma in a courtroom to stand for justice. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Darcy Deefholtz, a 19-year-old surfer from the small coastal town of Woolly, New South Wales, has just pulled off what many are calling a real-life miracle. After vanishing into the open sea during a solo surf session, Darcy was found alive, yes, alive, on a remote island nearly 13 kilometers offshore, almost a full day after he disappeared. And trust me, this is not just another lost at sea story. This one is laced with mystery, desperation, and a community that refused to give up. It all began on the afternoon of Tuesday, 9th July. Around 2:30 p.m., Darcy hopped on his bike and made his way to One Tree Beach, a popular local surf spot. The waves were calling, and like any passionate surfer, Darcy was ready to chase them. But as the hours passed and night began to fall, his family started to panic. He hadn't come home, he wasn't answering his phone, the sun had gone down, and the teenager was nowhere to be found. That's when his father, Terry Deefholtz, a well-known local real estate agent, posted a gut-wrenching plea on Facebook, urgently calling for boats, drones, four-wheel drives, and beach walkers. His exact words? "Help, I need boats, beach walkers, drones, 4WDs and planes at first light. My boy Darcy is still missing. There is only one thing we want now, our beloved boy to be found safe." The post exploded. It was shared over 1,000 times overnight. The entire town of Woolly, population just around 500, mobilized instantly. From police helicopters to marine rescue NSW vessels, from local volunteers with kayaks to drones combing the shoreline, everyone dropped what they were doing to look for Darcy. But with nightfall and darkness blanketing the region, hope began to flicker. Then, just when it seemed like the ocean had swallowed another soul, at 9 a.m. the next morning, Wednesday, 10th July, came the unbelievable news: Darcy was found. Cold, shaken, and exhausted, but alive. He was spotted by rescuers on North Solitary Island, a rugged, uninhabited mass of land floating out in the Pacific, 13 kilometers away from where he entered the water. Authorities wasted no time. He was transported to Grafton Base Hospital in stable condition, treated for mild exposure, and reunited with his overjoyed family. His father, overwhelmed with emotion, said, "It's a one-in-a-million miracle." But here's where the story takes a wild turn. Police now believe Darcy may not have simply drifted to the island. He may have actually paddled there, deliberately, for nearly 13 kilometers, alone, overnight. They are investigating whether mental health factors played a role in this unthinkable journey. Was this a survival instinct kicking in? A deliberate escape? A mental health crisis unfolding in silence? As of now, authorities haven't released further details, and Darcy has understandably chosen not to speak publicly yet. The island where he was found, North Solitary Island, is no easy place to survive. It's remote, uninhabited, and surrounded by sharp reefs. The fact that Darcy made it there on a surfboard, in the dark, is astonishing. Some rescue workers are calling it divine intervention. Others say it's sheer willpower. One thing's for sure, it's a story that's left an entire nation holding its breath. Rescue teams included not only state emergency services but locals who knew the coastline like the back of their hand. Skippers, drone pilots, beachcombers, even random civilians showed up at first light with binoculars, hoping to catch a glimpse of a boy they'd never met but now cared deeply about. And let's not forget Polya, the police helicopter unit, that played a critical role in the aerial sweep that ultimately led to his discovery. The reaction on social media has been explosive. People from all over Australia and beyond are commenting on Terry Deefholtz's original post, praising the power of community and the sheer resilience of one young man. Many are calling for Darcy to eventually share his side of the story, what went through his mind as the night set in, how he endured the ocean, and what drove him to paddle so far from land. As of now, Darcy is recovering, and his family is asking for privacy while they come to terms with everything that happened. They are calling it nothing short of a miracle, but there are still unanswered questions. Why did he go so far out? Did he choose to paddle away? Was he trying to escape something? For now, what we do know is this: a 19-year-old surfer was lost at sea, alone and vulnerable in the vast Pacific. And nearly 20 hours later, he was found alive on a desolate island that most people will never step foot on. It's a survival story that borders on the supernatural, and it's captured the hearts of millions. So what's next for Darcy Deefholtz? Only time will tell. But for now, let's celebrate the fact that against all odds, one young man made it back home, alive. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Kate Middleton's longtime personal assistant, Natasha Archer, has officially exited the palace after 15 years of unwavering service, marking the end of an era for the Princess of Wales during one of the most emotionally charged chapters of her life. Archer, who began working with the royal household in 2007 and rose to become Kate's senior private executive assistant, quietly shaped the future queen's image, reputation, and daily routine. And now, as the princess continues her deeply personal journey of recovery from cancer, the woman once described as her tower of strength has decided to move on. Archer is leaving the royal household to launch her own private fashion consultancy, a bold career move that ends over a decade of loyalty, secrecy, and behind-the-scenes influence. She wasn't just any aide, she was the architect of the iconic Kate effect, responsible for the fashion phenomenon that turned the princess into a global style icon. Every carefully chosen coat dress, every signature clutch, every moment she stepped out in high-street brands like Zara and Rice or designer labels like Alexander McQueen and Jenny Packham, Natasha was the silent force behind it all. She was more than a stylist. She managed schedules, organized international tours, prepared wardrobes for state banquets and school runs alike. Natasha had access to the innermost parts of Kate's life. She was there when Prince George was born in 2013, seen quietly entering the Lindo wing. She remained at Kate's side through the births of Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis. And through personal struggles and royal transitions, Natasha was the constant, reliable, discreet, deeply trusted. But now, Kensington Palace has confirmed her departure, stating that William and Catherine are fully supportive of Natasha's decision and wish her the very best as she begins this exciting new chapter. A palace source added that Natasha is looking forward to new challenges and cherishes her time in the royal household, calling it an honor and a privilege. The timing of her exit is poignant. Kate has been battling cancer in private since early 2024, announcing her diagnosis in a deeply moving video that stunned the world. She recently completed chemotherapy and is slowly returning to public life. Her reappearance at Trooping the Colour in June 2025 was hailed as courageous. Her elegant presence at the French state dinner just days ago, wearing Givenchy by Sarah Burton, was seen as a symbolic moment of strength and renewal. But behind those headlines was Natasha, working silently, making sure every detail was perfect. And now she's gone. Sources close to the royal circle describe Natasha's exit as a bombshell. One insider told The Sun that she had been Catherine's rock throughout the most difficult months of her life. They added, "There's no overstating how much Kate relied on Natasha, not just as a professional but as a friend. Losing her now, when she's still regaining her strength, is a tough blow." It's not just Kate feeling the loss. Royal watchers and fashion insiders alike are mourning the end of a defining era. Natasha's instincts and quiet influence gave Kate the confidence to transition from a shy newlywed into a poised future queen. Every iconic moment, from her Canada tour debut to her glittering red carpet appearances, had Natasha's fingerprints on it. She even received the Royal Victorian Order in 2019, a rare personal gift from the Queen in recognition of her years of loyal service. So what happens next? With Natasha gone, it remains unclear who will step into the powerful role of managing Kate's image and calendar. Rumors suggest that the palace may divide Natasha's duties between multiple aides, but replacing her fully might be impossible. Her departure not only strips Kate of a trusted professional but also removes a layer of emotional security during her delicate recovery. And make no mistake, Kate's recovery, though progressing, is still a closely guarded and sensitive journey. Just days ago, she was spotted visiting Colchester Hospital's Wellbeing Garden, where she candidly told staff that finishing treatment had been difficult and that she's still taking it day by day. Her public appearances have been few, calculated, and emotionally charged. She's reclaiming her life slowly, one step at a time. And the absence of Natasha, her right hand, her confidant, makes that journey a little more daunting. Still, insiders believe Natasha and Kate remain on warm terms. There's no drama here, just evolution. Archer's departure signals a new chapter not only for her but for the future queen. And while Natasha will no longer be part of Kate's inner circle, her legacy is woven into every moment that transformed the Duchess into the Princess of Wales we see today. Kate will rise, as she always has, poised, graceful, and deeply resilient. But the palace halls will feel different without Natasha Archer walking them. And for those of us who have followed every polished photo op, every impeccably tailored coat, every subtle style cue, we know just how much of that story Natasha helped write. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Brody Jenner just tied the knot with pro surfer Tia Blanco in an intimate Malibu ceremony that had everything: romance, family, and just the right touch of nostalgia. On July 12, 2025, surrounded by 60 to 70 close friends and family members, the couple said "I do" at the stunning oceanfront home of Brody's mother, Linda Thompson. And yes, this marks Brody's first legal marriage in the United States. While he previously held a commitment ceremony in Bali years ago with Caitlyn Carter, this Malibu moment was the real deal, complete with a marriage license and the full blessing of their families. Brody wore a classic black suit paired with a tie and dark sunglasses, but what truly set the tone for the ceremony was the music. Natasha Bedingfield's iconic Unwritten, the unforgettable theme song from The Hills, played as the couple celebrated their vows. That song wasn't just background noise, it was a full-circle moment for fans who remember Brody as a staple of early 2000s reality TV. From The Hills to Keeping Up with the Kardashians, Brody's love life has played out in the public eye for years. But this time, it wasn't about TV drama or paparazzi snaps, it was a quiet, beautiful promise of forever. Tia Blanco, 28, brought her own impressive legacy to the altar. Born in Puerto Rico and raised in Hawaii, she's a two-time gold medalist in the ISA World Surfing Games and even won ABC's The Ultimate Surfer. Beyond her surfing accolades, Tia's also a successful entrepreneur and vegan advocate with her own skincare brand, Dear Self. In every way, this wedding was the perfect blend of their worlds: Hollywood meets Hawaii, reality TV royalty meets surf goddess. Their love story began in spring 2022 in Hawaii, the same place where Tia has spent much of her life riding waves and chasing championships. It didn't take long for things to get serious. By June 2023, the couple was engaged, right in the middle of their baby shower, no less. That's right, just weeks after their engagement, they welcomed their daughter, Honey Rae Jenner, on July 29, 2023. And yes, little Honey made an appearance at the wedding in a tiny white dress of her own, dancing alongside her cousin Eva in a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Brody couldn't hold back his excitement leading up to the big day. In an interview, he said, "Tia in the dress, that's going to be incredible. Honey also has a nice little dress? I'm very excited." His energy wasn't just about the pageantry, it was about the life he's building with Tia and their daughter, and this wedding was the crowning moment. Adding to the emotional weight of the day was the presence of Caitlyn Jenner. Though she didn't attend Brody's previous commitment ceremony in Bali, this time, she made sure to be there for her son, despite recently dealing with the tragic loss of her longtime friend and manager, Sophia Hutchins. Her appearance sent a powerful message of support and family unity that fans couldn't help but notice. Brody's brother, Brandon Jenner, was also in attendance with his kids, and Linda Thompson didn't just host the ceremony, she became its unofficial documentarian. She posted sweet snapshots and behind-the-scenes clips on her Instagram stories, including a video of the newlyweds captioned Mr. and Mrs. Jenner and another of toddlers dancing under the sun. The family vibe was strong, and so was the public's response. Social media was flooded with heartfelt congratulations, nostalgic posts about The Hills, and fans cheering on Brody for finally finding lasting love. The ceremony might have been small, but the symbolism was massive. It wasn't just a wedding, it was a celebration of everything Brody and Tia have built together. From a Hawaiian romance to welcoming their daughter, from the baby shower engagement to this sunlit Malibu promise, their journey has been authentic, grounded, and deeply connected to family. And now, they've sealed it with vows, a ring, and that unforgettable chorus, "Feel the rain on your skin," as Brody and Tia continue their life together, with a daughter, a tight-knit family, and careers rooted in authenticity. It's clear this isn't just a fleeting Hollywood romance. This is a love story that has evolved in real time, and now stands as one of the most heartwarming celeb unions of the year. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
On July 8, 2025, Kate Middleton made a show-stopping return to the global spotlight, stepping out in a stunning blush pink Dior ensemble during the French state visit to the United Kingdom. This wasn't just a fashion moment, it was a royal power play wrapped in elegance, diplomacy, and legacy. For the very first time in her royal life, the Princess of Wales wore Christian Dior, choosing a custom Rose des Vents bar jacket and a flowing tulle midi skirt designed by Dior's artistic director, Maria Grazia Chiuri. The outfit struck a perfect balance between French haute couture and British refinement, immediately setting social media ablaze and cementing Kate's role as both a fashion icon and a diplomatic force. This historic appearance unfolded at RAF Northolt, where Kate joined Prince William and King Charles to welcome French President Emmanuel Macron and First Lady Brigitte Macron. The moment Kate stepped out of the car, all eyes were on her. The pink Dior look was soft, feminine, and unmistakably regal. But it was also a calculated nod to France, a move of fashion diplomacy that insiders say was deeply intentional. After all, Dior is not just any French brand, it's the label once favored by Princess Diana herself. And with this outfit, Kate not only honored her late mother-in-law but also reasserted her own evolving role in the royal family, post-cancer treatment, and amid ongoing speculation about her health. To complete the look, Kate wore a wide-brimmed pink hat by milliner Jessie Collett, adorned with delicate floral detailing that echoed her coronation headpiece from 2023. She paired it with the iconic Collingwood pearl earrings, once worn by Princess Diana, and Queen Elizabeth II's triple-strand pearl necklace, turning the ensemble into a powerful fusion of tradition and modern grace. These were not mere accessories. Each piece whispered legacy, resilience, and unity. Fashion critics didn't hold back either. British Vogue hailed it as the rebirth of Parisian romance, while LUK called it a flawless blend of fashion and symbolism. As the day progressed, another moment stole hearts worldwide. During the formal greeting ceremony at Windsor Castle, Prince William was seen gently taking Kate's hand as they descended the steps, a subtle but deeply emotional gesture of support. For royal watchers, this rare public display of affection was more than sweet. It was a statement. After months of Kate's absence from the spotlight, following her announcement earlier this year that she was undergoing treatment for an undisclosed form of cancer, this moment felt like a royal reset. Body language experts described it as protective and loving. Social media erupted with support, with fans posting messages like "We've missed her," and "She's back," and "More powerful than ever." Later that evening, the royal family hosted a glittering state banquet at Windsor Castle in honor of President Macron. And Kate? She stunned yet again, this time in a dramatic deep red Givenchy gown custom-made by Sarah Burton, and topped with the famous lover's knot tiara. This tiara, steeped in royal history and closely associated with Princess Diana, hasn't been seen on Kate since late 2023. Its reappearance felt like the closing of a circle, Kate stepping into her power, reclaiming her place on the world stage, and doing so with a quiet defiance that spoke louder than words. The French president himself seemed enchanted, offering a rare and gentlemanly hand kiss upon greeting the princess, an old-school gesture that didn't go unnoticed. Commentators and etiquette experts were quick to note that while it slightly bent modern royal protocol, it also underscored the deep diplomatic friendship between France and the UK, and it added just the right touch of fairy tale to an already enchanting scene. But beneath all the glitz and glamour, there was a deeper current running through this state visit. It was King Charles's first official hosting of a foreign head of state at Windsor since his coronation. The symbolic nature of the occasion was underscored by the rebranding of the visit from Entente Cordiale to Entente Amicale, a warmer, more personal reflection of the two nations' historic alliance in an increasingly unstable world. Over the next 3 days, the agenda includes formal dinners, policy discussions, climate strategy roundtables, and cultural exhibitions celebrating Anglo-French history. And Kate's poised return has become the unofficial centerpiece of it all. Royal insiders say that Kate's reappearance wasn't rushed or forced, it was timed down to the hour. Just 90 minutes before the banquet, the palace confirmed she would attend. That kind of timing speaks volumes. It shows the careful balancing act the royals are playing between public interest and private healing. And make no mistake, Kate's return isn't just a personal victory. It's a message. She is still the crown jewel of the monarchy, and her presence is critical to its future. Public reaction has been overwhelmingly supportive. On Instagram, hashtags like #PrincessKate and #DiorDebut began trending within minutes. Fashion bloggers dissected her look down to the stitching, while royal commentators praised her quiet power and elegant defiance. Even Meghan Markle supporters, often critical of the palace, acknowledged the impact of Kate's appearance. One tweet read, "No matter where you stand, this is iconic." But perhaps the most touching reactions came from everyday people. Comments flooded in with phrases like "She looks stronger than ever," "What a comeback," and "The People's Princess, reborn." It was clear that Kate's blend of vulnerability and strength resonated deeply with a public hungry for a symbol of endurance and grace. So, what's next? Will this mark the beginning of a new chapter for the Princess of Wales, one of renewed influence, leadership, and global diplomacy? If this Dior debut is any indication, then yes. Kate isn't just back, she's making a statement that transcends fashion and reaches the very heart of royal relevance in 2025. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Every time Beyoncé takes the stage, the world watches, but lately, it's not just Queen Bee commanding attention. From viral dance breaks to heart-melting moments, it's been Blue Ivy and Rumi Carter stealing the show on Beyoncé's latest Cowboy Carter tour. And if you thought Blue's Renaissance-era performances were iconic, buckle up, because her glow-up and Rumi's surprise debut are sending the Beehive into a frenzy. It all kicked off on 28 April, 2025, during the opening night of the Cowboy Carter tour at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. As Beyoncé launched into "Yeah Yeah," the crowd erupted, not just for the performance, but for the unexpected presence of 13-year-old Blue Ivy. Dressed in full stage glam and dancing with flawless precision among Beyoncé's elite backup crew, Blue wasn't just participating, she was owning the moment. Gone was the nervous energy from her 2023 debut. This Blue Ivy was confident, commanding, and utterly in sync, proof of years of dedication behind the scenes. But the moment that truly brought fans to tears came during Beyoncé's emotional ballad, "Protector." As the spotlight softened and the tempo slowed, 7-year-old Rumi Carter appeared, holding her mother's hand and gazing out at the sea of flashing lights. Draped in a custom Oscar de la Renta dress and golden boots, she looked like royalty in miniature. The crowd lost it. Rumi waved, struck a pose, and melted into Beyoncé's embrace while the superstar beamed with pride, whispering, "You did so good," before gently nudging her daughter to take her moment. It was tender, unexpected, and deeply humanizing, a rare glimpse of Beyoncé not just as a performer, but as a mother celebrating her daughter's courage in front of 70,000 fans. Blue wasn't done though. She returned later in the show for a fiery performance of "America Has a Problem," slaying the choreography in a white leather cowboy look. By the time she stormed the catwalk during "Deja Vu," flipping her hair and serving confident looks that rivaled any adult dancer on tour, the internet had already exploded. TikToks flooded in, with fans screaming over her poise. "She's giving legacy," one viral post read. Another tweet said, "Blue Ivy didn't just inherit Beyoncé's genes, she inherited her dominance." And let's not overlook the fashion. Blue Ivy had 5 different outfit changes in one night, from a Destiny's Child-inspired newspaper dress to a sequined green Burberry jumpsuit she wore in a power trio moment with Rumi and Beyoncé. Rumi's debut look was custom designed, reflecting a modern Western princess vibe. Both girls had personal stylists, custom fittings, and reportedly even rehearsal walkthroughs before their time in the spotlight. The reactions have been overwhelmingly emotional. One fan wrote, "I'm crying watching this. I've literally seen Blue grow up on stage. Now Rumi's here? Beyoncé's building an empire." Another said, "Rumi's hug gave me life. You can tell she felt the love from everyone. She's a natural." The Beehive has been especially vocal, praising how Beyoncé integrates motherhood into her career without sacrificing artistry or integrity. But the preparation behind these sweet moments is anything but casual. According to sources close to the tour, Beyoncé has spent over $300,000 on glam, accommodations, and styling just for Blue and Rumi. That includes private fittings, child-friendly rehearsals, and luxury suites to ensure the girls have rest and privacy. One insider told The Sun that Beyoncé made it a priority to let her daughters be involved only if they wanted to, and never pressured them. Apparently, it was Rumi who begged to be on stage this time, inspired by seeing her big sister shine during Renaissance. Beyoncé, ever the meticulous planner, made sure it was safe, empowering, and joy-filled. Blue's journey from nervous preteen to full-blown performer has been nothing short of incredible. In her own words, captured during Renaissance tour rehearsals, Beyoncé revealed that Blue asked to join the stage in 2023 and was initially told no. But after dedicating herself to dance practice and taking it seriously, Blue earned her mother's approval. Fast forward to 2025, and Blue Ivy is now a seasoned pro, getting standing ovations not because she's Beyoncé's daughter, but because she delivers. As for Rumi, her Cowboy Carter debut might be the start of something bigger. Though younger and more reserved, her charm is undeniable. She didn't need to dance or sing. She simply needed to be present. Her presence alone created an emotional anchor in a show filled with fierce energy and political commentary. And her brief appearance did what few performers can. She made Beyoncé cry. That's the kind of power Rumi holds. Interestingly, their twin brother Sir Carter is noticeably absent from the stage, and there's a reason. Beyoncé shared in a behind-the-scenes interview that Sir is more private, preferring to stay offstage. She respects his boundaries and doesn't force him into the spotlight. It's a refreshing reminder that even in one of the most public families in the world, individuality still matters. From a PR standpoint, Beyoncé's integration of Blue and Rumi is genius. It's not performative, it's purposeful. It reflects her legacy, her evolution as an artist, and her role as a mother raising daughters to find their own voice. The Cowboy Carter Tour has become more than a celebration of genre-bending music. It's a generational moment, where talent meets legacy in real time. With 31 more shows scheduled across North America and Europe, fans are already speculating about what's next. Will Rumi appear in more shows? Will Blue take on a solo? And more importantly, will Beyoncé surprise us again with another Carter family cameo? One thing is clear, Beyoncé didn't just bring the heat with her music. She brought her daughters, and in doing so, reminded the world that the future is already here, and it's shining on stage next to her. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Happy Gilmore 2 is officially happening, and it's not just another nostalgia project, it's the one Adam Sandler personally chose to revisit over all his other cult classics. Not Billy Madison, not Big Daddy, not The Waterboy. Sandler went back to the golf course, and now we know exactly why. After nearly 3 decades, Happy is swinging again, and this time, it's deeply personal. The original Happy Gilmore debuted in 1996, launching Sandler's rise as the king of offbeat comedy and establishing a fan-favorite character that would live on in pop culture for decades. But the idea for a sequel didn't come out of nowhere. In fact, Sandler first teased it in 2022 during a conversation with fans, joking about what it might look like if Happy was on the senior golf tour. Still, nothing was set in stone until March 2024, when Christopher McDonald, who played the infamous Shooter McGavin, revealed on a podcast that he had read an early draft of a sequel script. That's when the rumors turned serious. By May 2024, it was official. Netflix greenlit the sequel, titled Happy Gilmore 2, with Sandler returning in the lead role and co-writing the script with longtime collaborator Tim Herlihy. But this wasn't just another paycheck sequel. Sandler made sure it meant something. He brought back the original director Dennis Dugan as executive producer and tapped Kyle Newiczek to direct the project. Filming began in September 2024 in New Jersey, wrapping by December. So why now? Why Happy Gilmore, and why not one of his other iconic roles? According to Sandler himself, the answer lies with the fans and his own family. He revealed during an interview in June 2025 that everywhere he went, fans would yell Happy Gilmore 2 at him for years. But what sealed the deal was the story they crafted. This time, Happy isn't just fighting to save his grandmother's house. He's fighting to support his daughter's dreams. She's a ballet dancer, and Happy is now a struggling middle-aged man who dusts off his clubs for one last shot at greatness, this time for family. The emotional core of the sequel came from Sandler's real life. As a father of 2 daughters, he infused the character with a new depth, one that hits differently for audiences who grew up with the original. "We didn't want to let anybody down," Sandler told Jimmy Fallon. "We worked our asses off on the script." The cast? Almost everyone is back. Julie Bowen returns as Virginia Venet. Ben Stiller, who had a memorable cameo in the original, is also in. Christopher McDonald reprises his role as Shooter McGavin, and Sandler's real-life daughters, Sadie and Sunny, are playing Happy's kids on screen, making this project a full family affair. Bowen revealed that she actually thought she'd be replaced by a younger actress. Her son even guessed Sydney Sweeney would be cast instead. But Sandler reportedly shut down any talks of recasting, telling Bowen, "You're the heart of the movie." It's clear Sandler wanted authenticity, and he wasn't willing to compromise on the people who made the original film special. And yes, Sydney Sweeney is in the movie. She's one of many big names making a splash in this sequel. From pop stars to pro athletes, the cameos are wild. Travis Kelce, Post Malone, Benny Safdie, Bad Bunny, and even Eminem make appearances. And in a brilliant touch, real PGA golfers like Rory McIlroy, Scottie Scheffler, Brooks Koepka, and even Jack Nicklaus himself join the cast, blurring the line between sports and cinema. The hype hit a new level when Netflix dropped the trailer on May 31, 2025. Fans were quick to point out the balance of classic Happy humor with emotional storytelling. One YouTube commenter wrote, "It feels like seeing an old friend again." Another said, "This is the Top Gun, Maverick of golf." And just days ago, Stephen Curry took the buzz viral when he recreated Happy's signature slapshot putt in a golf challenge on social media, sending excitement for the movie through the roof. Not to mention, Callaway is now selling a real-life version of Happy's iconic hockey stick putter. Yes, for $499.99, fans can own the exact replica featured in the movie. There's even a limited edition set of Happy Gilmore golf balls. The story of Happy Gilmore 2 is more than a sequel. It's a generational return. It's about how far we've come since 1996. About how even comedy legends grow up. And about how a guy who once punched Bob Barker is now punching Father Time. So mark your calendars, Happy Gilmore 2 premieres on Netflix, July 25, 2025. With the original cast, a meaningful new story, and a comeback decades in the making, it's shaping up to be more than just another sequel. It's a love letter to fans who never stopped believing that Happy would swing again. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Love Island USA's Nick Van Steenbergen and Olandria Carthen are the talk of the internet right now, thanks to their unforgettable Mamacita moment and the whirlwind romance that's taken over social media. It all started with one hilariously awkward exchange between Nick and Huda Mustafa in the villa. When Huda casually mentioned she was a mom, Nick instantly blurted out, "Mamacita," a move that confused everyone and instantly went viral. Nick later admitted he was completely thrown off, saying, "I get very confused about how my brain works." When asked why he responded with, "Mamacita," he joked, "Well, if it was a dog, I would have been right." The clip exploded online, becoming a meme sensation. It was remixed into EDM tracks, spoofed by Jimmy Fallon and Karol G, and even caught the attention of celebs like Jennifer Lopez and Derek Hough. And when Nick and Huda watched it back, even she couldn't help but laugh and say, "Bro, that's actually gold." But that viral moment was just the beginning. Nick and Olandria, now dubbed Nick-Olandria by fans, have quickly become the internet's new favorite couple. After finishing as runners-up in the Love Island USA Season 7 finale on July 13th, they've been going strong outside the villa. In a post-show interview with News, they confirmed they're still dating, navigating long distance with Nick in Los Angeles and Olandria in Houston. Nick openly shared that he's trying to get Olandria to move to LA, while she made it clear she's a Southern girl at heart but would consider a move for the right person or opportunity. Their relationship got another boost when fans resurfaced a tweet from Olandria back in 2020 where she wished for a future Disney trip with a significant other. Fast forward to now, Nick and Olandria were spotted at Disneyland together, dressed down in jeans and sneakers, clearly having the time of their lives. Their chemistry was undeniable, and the moment went viral all over again. Even Love Island USA winner Amaya Espinal gave them her blessing, saying on the Call Her Daddy podcast that Nick Olandria has the best chance of lasting, and revealing their families are already talking about cookouts. That's serious. Still, it hasn't all been smooth sailing. Nick opened up about the drama that rocked the villa in late June when castmate Sierra Ortega was removed from the show after old racist tweets resurfaced. Over 17,000 people signed a petition calling for her removal, and Nick admitted on the Chicks in the Office podcast that the situation left him lost and confused. He even considered quitting the show but ultimately decided to stay. That moment became a turning point for him and Olandria, and he said it brought them closer together. Adding to the off-screen drama were rumors that Nick had a cold sore, or worse, an STD, during filming. He addressed those rumors directly in another interview, saying it was actually an injury from a football game on the villa lawn. As for speculation that he was wearing a wig, Nick shut that down too, joking, "My hair poofs up when it's wet, people thought it was a toupee. I swear you can pull it." Olandria pulls it. Despite finishing second to Amaya Espinal and Brian Arenales, who split the $100,000 grand prize, many fans felt Nick Olandria was robbed. Social media lit up with the hashtag #NickOlandriaIsRobbed, and even press outlets noted that the fan reaction overwhelmingly favored Nick and Olandria's authentic connection. Their bond wasn't built on drama or strategy but on shared values, respect, and undeniable chemistry. Nick says one moment in particular solidified things for him, baby day. The two were paired with a fake baby named Marcel, and Nick said it was the moment everything clicked. That, along with their families bonding during Family Day, made him feel like they were truly on the same page. He said, "All right, what else do I need?" Since the show wrapped, they've been actively keeping fans updated through TikTok lives, Instagram Q/, and sweet little glimpses into their everyday lives. They're not doing it for clout. They genuinely seem to enjoy each other's company. Whether it's debating city life versus the South, teasing each other about hair rumors, or just laughing over viral memes, Nicolandria feels like the real deal. So what's next for this post-Villa power couple? Possibly a move, more viral moments, and maybe even a future Love Island wedding, though let's not get ahead of ourselves. For now, fans are just thrilled to see a reality TV couple staying grounded, funny, and genuinely into each other. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Dan Rivera, a renowned paranormal investigator and respected figure in the supernatural world, has died unexpectedly at the age of 54, just hours after completing his final tour stop featuring the infamous Annabelle doll. The shocking news broke on July 13, 2025, sending tremors through the paranormal community and beyond. Rivera, a U.S. Army veteran turned ghost hunter, was found unresponsive in his hotel room in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, shortly after hosting a sold-out event as part of his Devils on the Run tour. Despite immediate efforts from first responders, he was pronounced dead at the scene. Authorities have ruled out foul play, but an autopsy has been conducted and results are pending, expected to take 60 to 90 days. The circumstances surrounding Rivera's death have only intensified public fascination and eerie speculation, given that the centerpiece of his tour was none other than the Annabelle doll, a supposedly demonically possessed Raggedy Ann doll made infamous by Ed and Lorraine Warren, the couple who inspired the Conjuring film universe. Rivera was not only a mentee of the Warrens but also served as the senior lead investigator for the New England Society for Psychic Research, or NESPR, the very organization founded by the Warrens themselves. He had made it his mission to carry on their legacy, educating the public about haunted objects and investigating unexplained phenomena with a mix of science, faith, and theatrical flair. Dan Rivera was no stranger to the camera either. He had made appearances on the Travel Channel's Most Haunted Places, collaborated on Netflix's 28 Days Haunted, and routinely toured with artifacts from the Warrens' Occult Museum, drawing huge crowds wherever he went. In recent months, Rivera gained even more notoriety when he addressed a viral hoax in May 2025, which falsely claimed Annabelle had disappeared during a fire in Louisiana. In a video that quickly made the rounds on social media, Rivera calmly reassured fans that the doll hadn't moved an inch. "She's not in Chicago," he said, "she's right here." The Gettysburg tour marked the final leg of his summer circuit, with 3 consecutive events at the Gettysburg Ghost Exchange from July 11th to July 13th. Attendees from those nights recall Rivera being full of energy, generously answering questions, sharing chilling stories, and even warning guests not to taunt the doll. His last known public appearance was captured in a group photo at the end of Sunday's session, just hours before his death. Paranormal enthusiasts now view that moment as hauntingly symbolic. Following his passing, an outpouring of grief flooded social media. Fellow investigators, fans, and spiritualists have been posting tributes, sharing how Dan's warmth and passion made an indelible mark on the community. One post read, "He brought so much knowledge, grace, and respect to this field. The paranormal world has lost a giant." Holly Johnson, one of the attendees from his final show, posted on Instagram, "I can't believe you're gone. You were kind, humble, and truly believed in what you did. You'll be missed more than you know." In a statement released by NESPR, Rivera's colleagues Tony, Wade, and Chris wrote, "We are heartbroken and still processing this loss." Dan truly believed in sharing his experiences and educating people on the paranormal. His legacy will live on through everyone he inspired. As for Annabelle, the doll remains locked inside a specially sealed glass case back at the Warrens' Occult Museum in Monroe, Connecticut. According to Rivera, and before him, the Warrens, the doll is not just haunted, but inhabited by something inhuman. The legend dates back to the 1970s when a young nurse named Donna claimed the doll moved on its own and left cryptic notes saying, "Help us." After a friend was mysteriously scratched and a priest's car nearly crashed following a blessing, the Warrens determined the entity was demonic. Ever since, the doll has been treated with caution and spiritual safeguards. Rivera never downplayed the risks. Every tour event included a priest-led blessing and strict rules to prevent disrespectful behavior around the artifact. Rivera's Devils on the Run tour had spanned several states, including Illinois, Texas, and West Virginia, before concluding in Pennsylvania. Each stop included immersive storytelling, paranormal demonstrations, and emotional testimonies from those who'd had encounters with the unknown. Rivera's approach was never about fear-mongering, it was about bridging the worlds of the living and the unexplained. He saw the paranormal as a way to teach, to provoke curiosity, and to connect people across the veil of the ordinary. But now, with his sudden passing, the conversation has shifted. Many are asking, was this just a tragic coincidence, or something darker? Of course, medical experts caution against leaping to supernatural conclusions, noting that Rivera had been working non-stop in recent weeks under high stress and long travel hours. Still, for those who knew Dan, the timing feels too precise, too chilling, to ignore. Whether one believes in the supernatural or not, Dan Rivera's influence on paranormal culture is undeniable. He made ghosts, haunted artifacts, and things that go bump in the night feel real, relevant, and emotionally resonant. And now, in death, he has become a part of the very mystery he dedicated his life to exploring. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Kim Kardashian just shut down Paris Fashion Week in the most jaw-dropping way imaginable. On 9th July, 2025, she stepped onto the runway at Balenciaga's highly anticipated couture show in a look that instantly broke the internet. Dressed in a sleek ivory sateen slip dress inspired by 1950s lingerie and layered with a dramatic faux fur coat hanging effortlessly off her shoulders, Kim served nothing less than old Hollywood glam with a modern twist. But what really stole the spotlight wasn't just the couture, it was the diamonds. We are talking about a pair of 15-carat diamond earrings and a jaw-dropping 196-carat diamond choker, both previously owned by none other than Elizabeth Taylor. Yes, Kim wasn't just modeling, she was channeling a legend. This wasn't just another fashion moment, it was a farewell spectacle. The show marked the end of designer Demna Gwaslia's reign at Balenciaga, and Kim, a longtime muse of his, was chosen as the centerpiece for this grand finale. Held at the iconic Avenue George V, the event was more than just a runway show, it was a love letter to couture history. Demna reimagined Cristobal Balenciaga's legacy with a collection full of structure, illusion embroidery, guipure lace, and vintage drama. Kim's presence at the show was symbolic. She's been a part of Demna's Balenciaga journey since 2015, and her return for his final show tied their collaboration together like a cinematic climax. The audience? Absolutely star-studded. Nicole Kidman, Cardi B, Katy Perry, and Lauren Sanchez Bejos all turned out for Demna's final bow. But it was Kim who dominated headlines. While some fans celebrated her as the queen of the night, not everyone was impressed. Clips of her runway walk instantly went viral, especially after Kris Jenner proudly posted them to Instagram. The comments section lit up, some calling her stride awkward, others comparing it to a drunk shuffle, and many simply asking, what is she doing? Critics were brutal, with snarky jabs like, leave the modeling to Kendall, referring to Kim's supermodel sister. But love her or hate her, no one could deny the buzz she brought to the show. Adding another emotional layer to the moment, Kim's appearance came just months after she mourned the loss of her childhood best friend, Lindsay May, who passed away from cancer in February. That grief, though not publicly spoken about in the show, hung like a soft shadow behind the sparkle and glitz, a reminder that even in her most glamorous moments, Kim remains deeply human. Her Paris Fashion Week journey didn't start on the runway, it started on the streets. Days before the show, Kim had already turned heads in a bold hot pink halter gown that hugged every curve. The outfit was pure fantasy, matching tights, bold sunglasses, and a confident caption, Balenci Barbie for life. That was Kim setting the tone, and the final look? The perfect full-circle payoff. Just hours before the show, paparazzi even caught a candid moment of her adjusting the white sateen gown while stepping out of a car. A raw glimpse into the high-pressure world of couture, showing that even billionaires need last-minute fixes. And of course, speculation immediately followed the runway spectacle. With Demna reportedly heading to Gucci next, the fashion world is wondering, will Kim follow? She's proven her loyalty before, and her deep-rooted collaboration with Demna could carry over to a new chapter. Meanwhile, Balenciaga's future is in the hands of incoming creative director Pierpaolo Piccioli, raising new questions about whether Kim will remain a fixture for the brand or pivot entirely. But one thing is clear, Kim Kardashian didn't just walk a runway, she created a cultural moment. From dripping in Elizabeth Taylor's diamonds to delivering a final tribute to Damena's vision, she reminded everyone why she's still one of fashion's most influential and most polarizing figures. Whether fans were cheering or cringing, they were watching. And that's what Kim does best, keep the world watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Coco Jones is officially engaged to Donovan Mitchell of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and the internet is collectively losing its mind. On July 11, 2025, the Grammy-winning singer and the NBA All-Star guard confirmed their engagement in a series of stunning Instagram posts that sent fans, fellow celebrities, and sports analysts alike into a frenzy. After 2 years of low-key dating, they've finally gone public with a love story that's as glamorous as it is private. The couple shared the news with People magazine, revealing that after an intense year of success, Coco's chart-topping music tour and Donovan's powerhouse season with the Cavaliers, they took some time off to relax, only for the vacation to become a life-changing moment. After an amazing season and a sold-out tour, Donovan Mitchell and Coco Jones took a moment to recharge on vacation, which turned into a beautiful engagement, their joint statement read. They are extremely happy and look forward to building a life together. The engagement took place in what looks like a luxury tropical destination, possibly the Caribbean, complete with palm trees, sunset skies, and a waterfront view that could rival any rom-com climax. Donovan posted a dreamy drone shot capturing the moment he got down on one knee, while Coco uploaded a photo showing off her jaw-dropping engagement ring as the two embraced in front of the ocean. The imagery was so cinematic, fans joked that it felt like a Beyoncé music video merged with a GQ cover shoot. What makes this even more special is how the couple has managed to keep their relationship sacred despite being in the public eye. Rumors about their romance started swirling in mid-2023 after they were spotted together at a Cleveland Cavaliers game. Then came matching outfits at Usher's Las Vegas residency, casual yet telling social media likes, and several sightings at private events. But neither confirmed anything outright until Coco coyly addressed the speculation earlier this year on Club Shay Shay, saying, "I love the internet because they definitely clocked my tea. Little spies everywhere. I'm happy, happy, indeed." Since then, both have been laser-focused on their respective careers. Coco dropped her debut album Why Not More in April 2025, following the success of her hit single ICU and her R&B anthem Double Back. She recently wrapped her nationwide tour and has been dominating award circuits with ease and elegance. Donovan, meanwhile, is in peak form. He was named an NBA All-Star in January and led the Cavaliers deep into the playoffs, all while staying tight-lipped about his personal life, until now. The engagement post triggered an avalanche of reactions from celebrities and fans. Angel Reese, Ciara, Chloe Bailey, and even Coco Gauff rushed to comment on the announcement with heart emojis and congratulations. Dwayne Wade reposted it with "Love wins ring fire," and Russell Wilson commented, "Elite couple energy right here." Social media lit up with hashtags like #CocoAndSpida, #PowerCoupleGoals, and even playful predictions about their future children's athletic and musical abilities. And here's where it gets even juicier. Sources close to the couple say they're eyeing a December 2025 wedding. While the venue hasn't been confirmed, there's speculation that the event could take place in either Coco's home state of South Carolina or somewhere swanky in Atlanta, with a guest list that reads like the BET Awards red carpet. Think NBA legends, Grammy winners, and all the elite of Black Hollywood in one jaw-dropping ceremony. Fans are already speculating about the bridal gown, the guest performances, and whether Donovan will wear a tux designed by Off-White or Tom Ford. And while Coco has been silent on the details, fashion insiders are betting on something custom by Laquan Smith or Brandon Blackwood. You know this isn't going to be a basic ceremony, it's going to be iconic. Even the Cleveland Cavaliers social media team got in on the celebration, tweeting, "Cleveland just won again. Congrats to Donovan and Coco." And let's be real, this engagement is a win for everyone who believes in love, success, and Black excellence. From courtside dates to private vacations and now a public proposal, Coco Jones and Donovan Mitchell are proving that you can have it all: talent, love, and a sense of privacy in the middle of superstardom. They've mastered the art of giving fans just enough to swoon without sacrificing their personal joy. As one fan perfectly put it, this is not just an engagement. This is a crossover event between the NBA Finals and the Soul Train Awards. So now the countdown begins. Will it be a winter wonderland wedding? Will Coco perform at her own reception? Will Donovan dance down the aisle? Whatever happens next, one thing is certain, we'll be watching and we'll be obsessed. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Hugh Grant, the beloved British actor known for his charming wit and rom-com legacy, just stole the spotlight at Wimbledon in the most unexpected way, by falling asleep. And not just anywhere. Hugh dozed off in none other than Queen Camilla's royal box during one of the tournament's most intense matches. Yes, that's right, while the crowd at Centre Court was glued to a high-stakes quarter-final showdown on July 9, 2025, cameras caught Grant gently nodding off next to the Queen herself. The moment instantly went viral, not just because of who he is, but where he was. Sitting in one of the most prestigious and scrutinized seats in British society, Hugh Grant let himself drift off, head tilted slightly, eyes closed, and a calm expression that screamed, "I'm too old for this kind of royal pressure." Seated beside Queen Camilla, who had earlier met with Wimbledon staff and tennis legend Novak Djokovic, Grant looked dapper in his suit, accompanied by his wife Anna Eberstein. But when the cameras cut to the royal box mid-match, viewers got more than just a glimpse of celebrity sparkle, they got a whole mood. Twitter exploded. One user wrote, "Even Hugh Grant can't resist a Wimbledon nap when Queen Camilla's by his side." Another joked, "Plot twist, he's dreaming of another Bridget Jones sequel." And just like that, Grant went from polished guest to the most relatable man in Britain in a matter of seconds. The match he snoozed through wasn't just any match, it was a Novak Djokovic quarterfinal, packed with suspense and tension. But apparently, none of that was enough to keep the 64-year-old actor awake. And can you really blame him? Between the summer heat, the quiet intensity of Centre Court, and a packed social calendar that only a celebrity of his caliber could juggle, perhaps the royal box was just too cozy to resist. It was the ultimate case of caught in the act, but instead of scandal, we got a charming dose of human reality. This wasn't some back row nap at a press event. This was front and center of one of the most watched sports events in the world, and seated right next to the Queen Consort herself. Queen Camilla, ever the epitome of poise and protocol, showed no visible reaction as Grant's eyelids betrayed him. She remained focused on the match while her famous neighbor took what social media has lovingly dubbed the poshest power nap in history. Of course, the moment was immortalized instantly. Paparazzi and audience phones locked in. Major outlets from London to Los Angeles ran the headline, "Hugh Grant falls asleep in royal box, beside Queen Camilla." Memes popped up within minutes, some adding thought bubbles above his head, others inserting iconic movie quotes. "Is it still raining? I hadn't noticed," one user wrote, referencing his famous "for weddings and a funeral" line, paired with a screenshot of his closed eyes. But beyond the laughs and online frenzy, there's something oddly comforting about it. A-listers, even when seated with royalty, are still human. They get tired. They nap. And sometimes, they do it while the world is watching. Wimbledon has long been a magnet for celebrity sightings, and the royal box has hosted everyone from David Beckham to Beyoncé. But few appearances have felt quite as real, or as meme-worthy, as this one. To be clear, there was no scandal here. No shade thrown. No apparent embarrassment. In fact, the public reaction has been overwhelmingly affectionate. One commenter said, "Honestly, this is peak British behavior. Stiff upper lip on the outside, internal exhaustion fully winning the war." Another tweeted, "New dream, fall asleep next to a queen, wake up a legend." And let's not forget that Hugh Grant has always marched to the beat of his own drum. Whether it's poking fun at himself during interviews or calling out the absurdity of showbiz, he's never tried to play by Hollywood's overly rehearsed rules. So maybe it makes sense that even when accidentally nodding off, he'd do it with the same unapologetic flair we've come to expect from him. In a Wimbledon week packed with high fashion, competitive tension, and royal appearances, it was Hugh Grant's unexpected nap that stole the show. The man who once defined British charm with a sheepish grin and a stammering proposal just reminded us that even stars, and even those sitting next to royalty, need a break sometimes. And really, who among us wouldn't drift off under the sun, in a tailored suit, with the comfort of royal cushions behind us? If anything, Hugh's impromptu siesta just made him more endearing. Less A-lister, more everyman. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Tom Brady's rep is slamming down the rumors, and it's getting loud. Just days after speculation swirled that NFL legend Tom Brady dismissed Sofia Vergara as too old to date him, his rep has stepped in with a clear and cutting response: it's pure fiction. In a direct statement to People, Brady's team declared that he never said, nor would he ever say, anything like this. The backlash was swift, the allegations even swifter, and now, the truth is finally being put on the record. The firestorm began after Tom and Sofia were spotted rubbing shoulders on a luxury cruise from Rome to Ibiza aboard the ultra-elite Ritz-Carlton yacht, Luminara, in early July 2025. The yacht wasn't just any getaway, it was a high-profile celebrity heaven, featuring lavish performances by Ellie Goulding, Sting, and Janelle Monáe, and attended by the likes of Naomi Campbell, Tessa Thompson, and Patrick Schwarzenegger. And right in the middle of it, seated at a glamorous dinner, was Tom Brady, reportedly shifting seats just to get closer to Sofia Vergara. That tiny move was all it took to ignite a frenzy. Soon after, fans noticed that Sofia posted a carousel of Instagram photos from the yacht trip, captioning it with, "What a perfect weekend full of surprises. Gracias." One of those photos? It had Brady, standing right behind her. That same week, she was off celebrating her 53rd birthday on the beaches of Sardinia, while Brady vacationed nearby with his 11-year-old daughter Vivian. Coincidence? Maybe, but the whispers of a romance were already spiraling out of control. And then came the toxic twist. An anonymous report surfaced suggesting that Tom had told someone that Sofia was too old for him. That claim went viral. Social media exploded. Fans accused Brady of ageism, while others quickly came to both stars' defense. Comment sections were a battlefield, some saying, "Sofia's a goddess," others accusing Brady of being shallow, and many asking why women in their 50s still have to face this nonsense, even in 2025. But Tom's camp wasn't about to let this one spiral out of control. His spokesperson called it pure fiction, adding emphatically that Brady would never disrespect anyone, especially someone like Sofia, in such a way. The timing of the denial was strategic. Just as the rumor reached a fever pitch, Brady's rep threw a hard pass and shut it down. Meanwhile, Sofia herself hasn't publicly addressed the drama. She's been busy living her best birthday life, posing in stunning white summer dresses, smiling with friends, and posting selfies that radiate confidence and elegance. And let's not forget, Sofia Vergara is a woman who built a $180 million empire, survived a high-profile divorce from Joe Manganiello just last year, and continues to dominate red carpets and screen roles like a pro. On the other hand, Brady's no stranger to public scrutiny either. Since his divorce from supermodel Gisele Bündchen in 2022, the 47-year-old former quarterback has been linked to multiple women but has stayed tight-lipped about his personal life. The yacht rendezvous with Sofia is just the latest in a long line of public speculations that seem to follow his every move. But this time, it wasn't just speculation, it came with an ugly claim, one his rep was quick to silence. And while insiders close to both parties suggest that the interaction between Tom and Sofia on the yacht was simply friendly and social, it hasn't stopped tabloids from spinning tales of secret romance, casual flirtation, and even rejections. One source claimed Tom wasn't that into her, while another said there were no sparks. Still, without any public confirmation from either side, fans are left to piece the story together from Instagram posts and paparazzi sightings. But here's the bigger issue. Why did a friendly encounter between two successful, attractive, single adults have to devolve into an ageist narrative? Why is Sofia's age even a topic of discussion when Tom himself is only 6 years younger? The fact that this rumor got legs so quickly reveals how deeply embedded these double standards still are, even in a world that claims to be more progressive. The public isn't buying the smear campaign. Supporters of Sofia flooded Twitter and Instagram with praise, calling her timeless, flawless, and an icon. Memes even started circulating, one showing Sofia on the yacht with the caption, "Too old? He should be so lucky." And honestly, that energy is exactly what we need more of. So here's where we stand. Tom Brady and Sofia Vergara were seen together. They were at the same glamorous events. They may have chatted, they may have clicked, they may have simply enjoyed each other's company. But as of now, there's no confirmation of romance, no comment from Sofia, and no reason to believe that Tom Brady ever said something so offensive. What we do have is yet another reminder that celebrity gossip can spiral fast, but sometimes, the truth slams back just as hard. Whether Tom and Sofia ever become more than acquaintances remains to be seen. But one thing is clear, no one's going to let ageist rumors go unchecked in 2025. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
See Kourtney Kardashian celebrate Penelope Disick's 13th birthday in the most Kardashian way possible, filled with glam, heartfelt tributes, and a whole lot of family love. On July 8, 2025, Penelope officially became a teenager, and her mom made sure the entire world knew just how much she adores her daughter. Kourtney started the day by sharing a photo of Penelope's room floor completely covered in pastel balloons and confetti, writing on Instagram, "My daughter is 13 today. My heart is exploding with gratitude and love for her." And honestly, it set the tone for what became a beautiful celebration drenched in emotion and nostalgia. Kourtney didn't stop at balloons. She followed up with a carousel of photos from past years, including the stunning mother-daughter snap from Italy. That trip wasn't just a vacation, it was sentimental. The very same location was where her own parents honeymooned nearly 5 decades ago. Kourtney wrote, "So special to get to bring my decades ago daughter here. I am so indescribably grateful for my sweet girl. She inspires me every day to be a better person." The emotion behind her words struck fans deeply, and they flooded the comments with heart emojis and admiration for the mother-daughter bond. Scott Disick, Penelope's father, joined the digital tribute with his own touching message. He posted a photo of baby Penelope and called her the greatest gift in life, adding, "Happy B-Day, my love." Their co-parenting relationship has had its ups and downs over the years, but Scott has consistently shown up for Penelope's milestones, and this was no different. His post reminded everyone that behind the headlines and the drama, this family knows how to show love where it matters. Travis Barker, Kourtney's husband and Penelope's stepdad, added his own adorable touch. He shared a photo of him lifting Penelope by a street sign with a simple caption, "Happy birthday P." The understated post didn't go unnoticed. Fans applauded the close relationship Travis seems to have built with Kourtney's kids, and many praised the calm, blended family dynamic that's become more and more visible since Kourtney and Travis tied the knot. And of course, no Kardashian milestone would be complete without Kris Jenner chiming in. The world's most famous momager shared a whole set of photos celebrating her granddaughter's birthday, calling her the most amazing girl and gushing about her intelligence, confidence, creativity, and style. Kris wrote, "The world is yours, my sweet P, and I love you beyond words." Her love for Penelope has always been front and center, but this post reminded fans just how close the grandkids are to Kris and how much these moments mean to her. Even Aunt Kim Kardashian jumped into the celebration, resharing sweet fan-made edits and montages of Penelope over the years. She's been there for every major moment in Penelope's life, and her support just solidified the Kardashian family tradition of going all out for birthdays. Fans quickly noticed the outpouring of affection from every corner of the family, making Penelope's transition into her teenage years a truly collective moment of love and pride. Penelope isn't just growing up surrounded by love, she's also finding her own voice and talent. Earlier this summer, Kourtney revealed that Penelope had graduated from 6th grade, sharing a tearful tribute and calling it one of the most emotional moments of motherhood. And just weeks before her birthday, Penelope was praised online for her photography skills after snapping candid beach photos of her mom that fans raved over. Some even commented, "P the best photographer and perfect composition. She's got real talent." It's clear she's already carving her own identity, even with the Kardashian name attached. Penelope's 13th birthday marks more than just another candle on the cake. It's a celebration of growth, family, and the beginning of a new chapter. With a mom who adores her, a dad who cherishes her, a stepdad who supports her, a grandmother who uplifts her, and a whole clan of aunts, cousins, and fans who love her, it's safe to say that Penelope is stepping into her teenage years with an army of love behind her. And if this birthday is any indication, we're going to be seeing a lot more of Penelope Disick in the years to come, not just as Kourtney and Scott's daughter, but as a young woman with her own style, her own talents, and her own spotlight. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Did Britney Spears adopt a baby girl? That's the question lighting up the internet after a surprise revelation that has fans celebrating, speculating, and, let's be honest, scratching their heads. In true Britney fashion, the announcement didn't come through a press release or a polished interview. It came in the form of a quirky Instagram dance video, featuring the pop icon twirling in a pink bathing suit, a sparkly top hat, and an energy that screamed vintage Britney chaos. But it wasn't the dance that caught the world's attention, it was the caption. Britney wrote, "I need coffee and I want to let you guys know I adopted a beautiful baby girl." She even gave her a name, Lennon London Spears. No photo of the baby was included, just a vivid image painted through words, mentioning that Lennon wore a dress that read "I'm new here." Immediately, social media exploded. Was this real? Was it a metaphor? Or was this Britney just being, well, Britney? Let's rewind a bit. This isn't the first time Britney has mentioned the idea of adopting. Back in January 2025, she posted, and later deleted, a video stating she was seriously planning to adopt a baby girl. She even teased the idea further by sharing footage of a child talking. Fans were torn then too. Some thought it was sincere, while others saw it as another eccentric post in the pop star's growing library of cryptic online behavior. So, is this announcement the real deal? Here's what we know. As of now, there's been no official confirmation from Britney's representatives, her team at Creative Artists Agency, or the Department of Family and Child Services in Los Angeles. The Daily Beast reportedly reached out to verify any legal adoption filings. Still, silence. No documentation, no baby photos, no court confirmations, nothing. Just a caption, a dance, and a name, Lennon London Spears. Fans are split. Some are flooding the comments with congratulations, hearts, and messages of joy. Others are urging caution. A segment of the internet even suspects that Britney may be referring to a reborn doll, a lifelike baby doll that some people collect or use for therapeutic reasons. This wouldn't be a far-fetched theory. Britney experienced a heartbreaking miscarriage in 2022 during her relationship with now ex-husband Sam Asghari. In the aftermath, she openly expressed a deep longing for another child and once claimed that her former conservatorship prevented her from removing an IUD, stopping her from having more children. There's also speculation that she might have adopted a pet and is using the term baby girl loosely. Remember, Britney's Instagram is filled with dancing, cryptic captions, and emotionally raw posts that often blur the lines between literal truth and emotional expression. She's spoken about moving to Italy. She's hinted at feeling trapped. And she's danced, so much dancing, it's become a language of its own. Adding another layer to the mystery, Britney's personal life has been turbulent. Her conservatorship ended in November 2021 after 13 years. The public watched as she fought tooth and nail for her freedom. She lost a baby. She divorced Sam Asghari by the end of 2023. She's been estranged from her two sons, Sean Preston and Jaden James, though Jaden did reconnect with her during the 2024 holiday season, a moment she described as deeply emotional. In a post around that time, she declared, "Mamas deserve way more respect than they get these days." A telling sentiment that hinted at her longing for motherhood again. And now, she's either fulfilled that dream, or crafted an elaborate performance piece on Instagram that leaves us all guessing. While Britney hasn't elaborated further, one thing is clear. This announcement, real or symbolic, has people talking. Her fans are hungry for answers. The press is scrambling for confirmation. And Britney, as always, is unapologetically herself, sharing her truth in glittery costumes and spinning circles that don't always land in straight lines. So, did Britney Spears adopt a baby girl? Right now, we don't have a verified yes or no. What we have is a name, a dress, a caption, and a dance. And in the world of Britney Spears, sometimes that's all it takes to set the internet ablaze. If the adoption is real, we may soon see official paperwork or perhaps a photo of little Lennon London. If it's symbolic or metaphorical, we'll likely hear more in Britney's unique storytelling style, through videos, captions, or her upcoming memoir's rumored sequel. Until then, stay curious, stay kind, and keep your eyes on Britney's feed, because if there's one thing we've learned over the years, it's that with Britney Spears, anything is possible. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Hello.
Richard Dreyfuss, the Oscar-winning star of the iconic 1975 blockbuster Jaws, has just revealed that he's been diagnosed with viral bronchitis, and the news has left fans stunned and heartbroken. At 77 years old, Dreyfuss was set to be a major highlight at SharkCon, the shark-themed pop culture convention held annually in Tampa, Florida. This year's event, scheduled for July 13th and 14th, was especially meaningful. It marked the 50th anniversary of Jaws, the movie that catapulted Dreyfuss to global fame and forever changed how audiences viewed the ocean. But in a surprise video posted just hours before the convention kicked off, Dreyfuss appeared visibly ill, speaking from what looked like a hospital bed and wrapped in a special Jaws 50 commemorative blanket. He spoke directly to fans with a raw, emotional message: "Hello fellow cons. I'm very, very sorry to tell you that I've been diagnosed with viral bronchitis. I've been told by my doctors I cannot fly, and I would have to fly 5 hours to get there. I'm terribly sorry because I had planned to be there and had been looking forward to it." He then paused, clearly struggling to get through the message. His voice was frail, hoarse, and filled with frustration. Dreyfuss added, "I don't want to get anyone else sick, and I don't want to get sicker myself. I feel terrible about not showing up, and I feel worse about exposing you to this apparently very viral illness." The actor, known for his humor even in tough moments, tried to lighten the mood by saying, "I want you all to feel very sorry for me and very sorry for yourselves. I'm in a lot of pain and that has to come first, my health." As he attempted to pronounce bronchitis, his wife, Svetlana Erikin, gently corrected him off camera, injecting a moment of warmth and care into the somber update. She then leaned in with a soft message to fans: "We love you, we miss you, and we will see you soon." This cancellation hit hard, not just for the thousands of fans who traveled to Tampa expecting to meet him, but for Dreyfuss himself, who's been a committed presence at fan conventions, screenings, and tributes over the years. SharkCon immediately announced that all prepaid autographs and photo op tickets would be refunded within 5 to 10 business days, but no refund could make up for the emotional loss felt by longtime Jaws enthusiasts. This was supposed to be a celebration, not a cancellation. Public reactions came flooding in within minutes. Actress Sharon Stone commented, "Honey, feel better, then come over and give me a hug." Rosie O'Donnell kept it simple but heartfelt, "I love you, Richard." Fans on social media have been sending waves of support, with many posting clips from Jaws, quotes from his past interviews, and get-well messages filled with love and admiration. One fan wrote, "You survived a great white shark, now beat this, Hooper." Another said, "He's a national treasure. Take care of yourself, Mr. Dreyfuss." This diagnosis couldn't have come at a more pivotal moment. The 50th anniversary of Jaws is a milestone not just for cinema, but for pop culture history. Released on June 20, 1975, the Steven Spielberg-directed thriller redefined the summer blockbuster and turned beaches across America into scenes of cinematic paranoia. Dreyfuss's role as oceanographer Matt Hooper remains one of his most beloved performances, a mix of charm, intellect, and raw nerve that balanced perfectly with Roy Scheider's stoic police chief and Robert Shaw's legendary Captain Quint. But beyond Jaws, Dreyfuss has had a long, roller-coaster career, from winning an Academy Award for The Goodbye Girl in 1978 to critically praised roles in Mr. Holland's Opus and Close Encounters of the Third Kind. In recent years, he's become a more elusive public figure, occasionally making headlines for controversial remarks but always finding his way back into the hearts of moviegoers. Now, as he battles viral bronchitis, a condition marked by inflamed airways, persistent coughing, chest tightness, and fatigue, the concern is real. At his age, doctors are particularly cautious about airborne illnesses. Flying across the country while suffering from bronchitis isn't just uncomfortable, it's risky. The condition is often highly contagious in its early stages, which makes his decision to stay home not just responsible, but deeply considerate of others. The drama of the moment, Hooper taken down not by a shark, but by an invisible virus, feels almost cinematic. But this is no movie. It's a reminder of the vulnerability even our screen legends carry with them. And yet, even from his hospital bed, Richard Dreyfuss remains characteristically witty, humble, and focused on the people who love him most, his fans. So what's next? SharkCon continues without its most anticipated guest, but his absence is felt in every corner of the convention floor. Memorabilia booths have lowered their Dreyfuss's prices in quiet solidarity. Cosplayers dressed as Hooper are adding, "Get well soon," signs to their costumes. The Jaws anniversary celebrations go on, but there's a somberness in the air. As for Dreyfuss's, he says he plans to reschedule appearances once he's fully recovered. He closed his video with a promise to make it up to everyone. And fans believe him. Because in the end, Richard Dreyfuss isn't just the man who brought Hooper to life, he's one of the last living legends from a film that defined an era. His health scare is a wake-up call and a moment of reflection on just how much he's meant to generations of movie lovers. So here's to a speedy recovery, Mr. Dreyfuss. We are all rooting for you. The shark may have terrorized Amity Island, but you conquered Hollywood. Now it's time to beat bronchitis. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Princess Charlotte, only 10 years old, just stole the entire show at the Wimbledon 2025 men's final, and no, it wasn't with a racket, but with her charm, her reactions, and a now iconic pink manicure that has the entire internet talking. On 13th July, Charlotte joined her parents, Prince William and Princess Kate, along with older brother Prince George, in the prestigious royal box at Centre Court. The occasion? The highly anticipated clash between Carlos Alcaraz and Jannik Sinner. But despite the intense action on the court, all eyes were locked on one tiny royal whose expressions lit up the event in ways no forehand winner ever could. As the camera spanned across the royal family, fans quickly noticed Charlotte's hands, specifically, her bubblegum pink nail polish. Yes, pink. In a break from the traditional neutral tones expected of royal appearances, the young princess rocked bold, Barbie pink nails that instantly went viral. Social media users from the UK to Spain were buzzing, with one viral post reading, Las unas rosas de la princesa Carlota hoy, roba el espectáculo. Translation? Princess Charlotte's pink nails today stole the show. Thousands of comments flooded in, praising her individuality and calling her a breath of fresh air in the formal royal box. Charlotte's reactions to the match were just as endearing as her manicure. Dressed in a crisp white ruffled summer dress, navy cardigan, and matching Mary Janes, she was the definition of classic royal fashion with a splash of playful flair. Every time Alcaraz hit a power shot or Sinner pulled off a cross-court winner, Charlotte leaned in, gasped, clapped, and even turned to her mom with wide-eyed excitement. One particularly sweet moment, now making rounds on every social platform, showed Charlotte giggling alongside Princess Kate as they reacted to a tense rally. Her enthusiasm was infectious, her expressions unfiltered, and her energy impossible to ignore. But this wasn't just about a little girl enjoying tennis. This was Charlotte stepping confidently into the public eye during a major event, and doing it with personality. It's worth noting that this Wimbledon appearance also marked a significant moment for Princess Kate. Still undergoing treatment following her March 2024 cancer diagnosis, Kate made a stunning return to the spotlight to present the mains trophy, and she looked radiant doing it. The Princess of Wales had previously shared how difficult the journey has been and how she was taking time to recover. Her appearance on Sunday was more than ceremonial. It was powerful. And standing beside her, Charlotte was more than just adorable. She was a symbol of the family's unity, resilience, and hope. During the trophy presentation, as Kate handed the Grand Silver Cup to Jannik Sinner after his victory in 4 sets, 4-6, 6-4, 6-4, 6-4, Charlotte was spotted watching intently. The winning Italian even took a moment to interact with the young royals, signing tennis balls and flashing smiles. Charlotte's excitement was unmistakable as she leaned over the balcony rail with childlike wonder, mesmerized by the trophies, the players, and the cameras. She wasn't just watching history, she was becoming a part of it. Observers also pointed out how Kate and Charlotte shared multiple heartwarming moments throughout the day. Whether whispering to each other, exchanging knowing glances, or reacting in unison to the game's most intense moments, the mother-daughter bond was on full display. It was tender, authentic, and exactly the kind of realness that royal fans crave. One viewer posted, "Forget the final, Charlotte and Kate's reactions are the best thing about Wimbledon this year." And Charlotte wasn't the only young royal in the spotlight. Prince George, now 11, looked composed and stylish in a navy suit and tie, clapping politely and showing signs of growing into his future role. But while George played the classic air, Charlotte proved she's the royal family's scene stealer. With just one day at Wimbledon, she reminded the world that charm, grace, and a little bit of sass can go a long way, even in the most formal of settings. As the royal family made their exit from Centre Court, fans and photographers couldn't stop talking about Charlotte's charisma. From her expressive face to her unapologetically pink nails, she was a refreshing dose of personality amidst the tradition-heavy setting of SW19. One thing is certain, this won't be the last time Princess Charlotte takes center stage at a major event, and if her Wimbledon debut is any indication, she's going to continue stealing hearts wherever she goes. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Michael Madsen's cause of death has officially been revealed, and the news has sent a wave of sadness through Hollywood and his global fanbase. The 67-year-old actor, best known for his unforgettable roles in films like Reservoir Dogs, Kill Bill, and Donnie Brasco, was found unresponsive in his Malibu home on the morning of July 3, 2025. Emergency responders pronounced him dead at 8:25 a.m. local time, leaving friends, family, and fans in disbelief. Now, just days later, we finally have the full story. According to official reports and his personal physician, the cause of death was cardiac arrest, brought on by chronic heart disease. The doctor confirmed that Michael had been suffering from long-standing cardiovascular issues, and these, combined with complications from his past struggles with alcohol, ultimately led to his sudden passing. Because the death was deemed natural and expected due to his medical condition, no autopsy was required, and the investigation has been formally closed by Los Angeles County authorities. What makes this all the more tragic is how unexpected it was. Just days before his death, Madsen had undergone routine medical tests, including scans related to a past horseback riding injury that left him with a brain bleed and rotator cuff damage. His longtime assistant, Dougie Smith, said he was cleared to work and appeared upbeat. He was actively involved in several indie film projects, including Resurrection Road, Concessions, and Cookbook for Southern Housewives. He was also putting the finishing touches on a deeply personal poetry collection and memoir titled Tears for My Father, Outlaw Thoughts and Poems, which was scheduled for release in spring 2026. Tributes have flooded in from across the entertainment industry. His sister, actress Virginia Madsen, penned a heartbreaking statement, calling Michael Thunder and Velvet, describing him as a poet disguised as an outlaw, and mourning not just the actor the world saw but the boy she grew up with. Harvey Keitel, Madsen's co-star in Reservoir Dogs, called him another great American poet and reflected on their iconic scene with Chris Penn, saying it remains one of the most powerful he's ever seen. Rob Zombie recalled how Madsen felt rejuvenated to be back on a professional set, though he joked about how Madsen threatened to break a chair over a co-star's head, typical Madsen, always on brand, always intense. Vivica A. Fox praised his amazing on-screen presence, while Stephen Baldwin shared that he was heartbroken, describing Madsen as a true original, fearless, and unforgettable. Fans have taken to social media to post clips, quotes, and tributes, reliving the raw power he brought to every performance. Whether playing the menacing Mr. Blonde or the tormented Bud, Madsen always left a mark. But behind the tough guy persona was a man who had faced real demons. He struggled for years with alcoholism, and while friends said he was making consistent efforts toward sobriety, those years had taken a toll on his health. And his personal life was marked by deep tragedy, most notably, the heartbreaking loss of his son, Hudson, who died by suicide in 2022. That loss devastated him, and though he rarely spoke publicly about it, insiders said it changed him forever. Born on September 25, 1957, in Chicago, Michael Madsen was destined for storytelling. He began his acting journey in the theater, honing his craft at the legendary Steppenwolf Theater before breaking into film in the 1980s. His big break came with War Games and Thelma and Louise, but it was Quentin Tarantino's Reservoir Dogs that turned him into a cult icon. His unforgettable performance as the psychotic, smooth-talking Mr. Blonde, complete with that infamous ear-cutting scene, cemented his place in cinematic history. He would go on to collaborate with Tarantino several more times, in Kill Bill, Volumes 1 and 2, The Hateful Eight, and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Over a career that spanned 4 decades, Madsen amassed over 300 film and TV credits, often playing tough guys, anti-heroes, and complex men haunted by their pasts. But he also lent his voice to major video games like Grand Theft Auto 3 and Dishonored, showing his versatility and enduring appeal. Outside of acting, he was a published poet, often drawing from his own pain and experiences to craft raw, emotional pieces that connected deeply with readers. Despite the ups and downs, both personal and professional, Madsen remained a working actor to the very end. His resilience, charisma, and unmistakable voice made him a favorite not just among fans, but among directors and co-stars who saw past the myth and knew the man. He leaves behind 6 children, including actor Christian Madsen, and 2 sisters, Virginia and Cheryl.
Jennifer Love Hewitt just turned every head in Los Angeles with a transformation that no one saw coming. During a rare red carpet appearance on July 14, 2025, the 46-year-old actress stepped into the spotlight at the premiere of the new I Know What You Did Last Summer sequel, and completely stole the show. But it wasn't just her return to the horror franchise that had everyone buzzing. It was her bold new look. Jennifer debuted a fiery ginger red hair color that instantly set the internet ablaze. Her signature brunette locks were gone, replaced by what her stylist Nikki Lee calls the Sunset Lover shade, a mix of rich apricot and copper tones that shimmered under the flash of every camera. This isn't just a new color, it's a statement. Hewitt's new hair was styled sleek, straight, and center-parted, perfectly framing her face and making her nearly unrecognizable to longtime fans. On Instagram, she teased the transformation ahead of the event, writing that she'd been dreaming about going red for so long and that the timing finally felt right. And clearly, she knew exactly what she was doing. The hair reveal came paired with a jaw-dropping look, a form-fitting black Rachel Gilbert gown adorned with intricate beaded embellishments, metallic platform heels, and shimmering silver accessories. It was a glamorous throwback to her late 90s it girl days, and proof that she still knows how to command attention. The ensemble screamed old Hollywood glamour with a modern edge, and fans were living for it. Public reaction was immediate and intense. Social media was flooded with comments like "Thick Queen looks amazing," "She's aged like fine wine," and "one of the most beautiful women in the world." Some even had to double-take, asking, "Is that really Jennifer Love Hewitt?" Others praised her for breaking out of her comfort zone and setting a bold example for women embracing change after 40. And it wasn't just fans showing love, celebrities and fellow style watchers gave their nod of approval, with many speculating whether this bold ginger trend might just become the color of the season. But underneath the glamour, there was something deeply personal. Just days before the premiere, Hewitt shared a heartfelt Instagram post reflecting on turning 46. She opened up about the emotional weight of aging, writing, "I don't quite feel myself at times. This feeling of loss and being lost, I've found a strange calm and letting go, ready to give love to the younger me and the older me." The vulnerability of her post resonated with thousands. Comments poured in, with fans thanking her for her honesty and courage. It felt like the hair change was more than just a style choice, it was symbolic of where she is emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. And as if the hair transformation wasn't enough, Jennifer's return to the role of Julie James adds another emotional layer. It's been 28 years since she first screamed her way into pop culture history with the original 1997 slasher hit. At the premiere, she admitted to people that coming back to the role wasn't easy. "I had total anxiety for 48 hours before we started filming," she revealed. "I didn't know if I had it in me." But once she got back into character, she said the experience was so emotionally fulfilling. It's not just a comeback, it's a full-circle moment. Stylist Nikki Lee, the mastermind behind the Sunset Lover shade, revealed the technical magic behind the transformation. The process involved Wella Colston Perfect Color, Blonderplex Lightener, and Color Touch Demi-Permanent to add dimension, all topped off with extensions for dramatic effect. The goal was to create a warm, rich tone that complemented Jennifer's skin tone, and judging by the photos, it was a total success. This was Jennifer's first major public appearance in over a year, and she made sure it counted. Between the dramatic hair transformation, the emotional vulnerability, and the nostalgic return to a beloved role, this wasn't just a red carpet, it was a revelation. It reminded everyone why she was, and still is, one of Hollywood's most beloved stars. Whether you're a longtime fan or just now getting reacquainted with her, one thing's clear: Jennifer Love Hewitt is entering a bold new era on her own terms. And if this rare outing is any indication, we're about to see a lot more of her in the spotlight. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Dwight Howard's picture-perfect marriage has just shattered, and the fallout is louder than ever. Just 6 months after tying the knot in a quiet, private ceremony, his wife, rapper and reality star Amy Luciani, whose legal name is Amber Rose Howard, has filed for divorce. The filing, made on 1 July 2025, in Georgia, cites that the marriage is irretrievably broken, with no hope of reconciliation. But it's what followed next that has everyone talking. The very next day, both parties filed for a mutual restraining order. While their representatives claim it's a standard agreement they had since before their wedding, the timing is undeniably suspicious. This wasn't just a breakup. This was a crash landing. And it's raising eyebrows across the internet, especially with rumors swirling around everything from cheating, secret motives, money grabs, and even old allegations that continue to haunt Howard's image. Amy Luciani isn't just any ex. She's a former star of Love and Hip Hop, Atlanta, a rapper, a children's book author, and a businesswoman who would been publicly embracing her role as Mrs. Howard just months ago. Fans watched the couple share romantic photos, a glamorous engagement ring reveal in December 2024, and dreamy honeymoon clips from Thailand after their 11th January wedding. Yet now, Luciani is wiping all traces of Dwight from her social media. Court documents show she's asking for an equitable division of assets, alimony, and legal fees, sparking speculation that Dwight Howard's estimated $200 million fortune is now at stake. Given that the two had no reported prenuptial agreement, and Georgia law leans toward fairness in division, this divorce could hit Howard where it hurts most, his wallet. What's more, Luciani's subtle jabs have only fueled the drama. She addressed online chatter by posting, "I never asked him for a single dollar," insisting she supported herself before, during, and after the marriage. Meanwhile, Howard responded on Instagram with cryptic grief, saying he was hurt, but still smiling, only days after also losing his beloved dog in a tragic hit-and-run accident. Social media lit up. Fans of Amy rallied behind her, while others questioned how something so perfect on the surface fell apart so fast. Reality star Royce Reed, Howard's ex and the mother of his eldest child, added fuel to the fire with a simple Instagram story. Yikes. No context, no explanation, but followers knew exactly what she meant. And then came the whispers. The gossip blogs started dredging up old rumors about Dwight Howard's sexuality. Back in 2023, he faced sexual misconduct allegations involving a man. The case was ultimately dismissed in 2024, and Dwight denied all wrongdoing. But with his name trending again and divorce headlines spreading, some are twisting past rumors into present scandals, even though no new allegations have surfaced. Let's be clear, the court documents make no mention of infidelity, sexual misconduct, or gay allegations. Those stories remain speculation and internet rumor, not fact. Still, in a celebrity culture addicted to controversy, whispers can be louder than the truth. Howard, now 39, was once the NBA's golden boy, a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, an 8-time All-Star, and a 2020 NBA champion with the Lakers. These days, he plays in Ice Cube's Big Three League and had tried to reinvent himself as a family man, flaunting his marriage as a symbol of newfound maturity. But the collapse of this relationship has reopened old wounds, dredging up his messy past, from custody battles with multiple exes to his polarizing reputation in the locker room. Meanwhile, Amy Luciani continues to subtly control the narrative. In a now-deleted comment, she told fans, "Still wrapping my head around a lot. Hoping the public can give us grace and privacy right now." She also removed her husband's surname from her children's book credits and brand pages, signaling that the separation isn't just legal, it's personal. What's next? The court battle could get expensive. With no prenup in place, Amy could walk away with millions. Dwight hasn't filed a response yet, but legal experts suggest he may attempt to negotiate a private settlement to avoid further public drama. There's no going back for this couple. The whirlwind romance is over, and now the dust is settling over a headline-making split that's far from quiet. As fans pick sides and rumors swirl, one thing is certain: this story isn't over yet. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Colin Jost had front-row seats to one of the most talked-about red carpet moments this summer, and it didn't even involve him directly. His wife, Scarlett Johansson, is making waves yet again, not for a movie role or a fashion statement, but for planting not one, but two playful kisses on her co-star, the charming and openly gay Jonathan Bailey. The first happened in London on June 17 during the star-studded premiere of Jurassic World: Rebirth. Scarlett and Jonathan arrived with palpable energy, laughing, posing for the cameras, and then suddenly, Scarlett cupped his face and gave him a brief but affectionate kiss on the lips. That quick peck turned heads instantly, with fans and reporters alike scrambling to dissect the chemistry between the two. Then came New York City, June 23, the U.S. premiere of the same film. Cameras were flashing, and Scarlett showed up with Colin Jost, her husband of nearly 4 years, both dressed in coordinated white. They looked stunning, unbothered, smiling, the image of a glamorous, united Hollywood couple. But moments later, Scarlett greeted Jonathan again, and right there in front of Colin, gave him another kiss on the lips. Not steamy, not secretive, just friendly. Still, it sent social media into overdrive. Comments exploded on X, Instagram, and TikTok. Some fans cheered them on, calling the moment adorable, unapologetic, and the purest friendship energy ever. Others questioned it entirely. One post that went viral read, "She's literally married. Why is she kissing another man?" While another joked, "Colin Jost blinking in Morse code right now." The photos from the NYC premiere especially stirred speculation, with people analyzing every facial expression Colin made in the background. Insiders close to the couple were quick to jump in and shut down any tabloid rumors. A source speaking anonymously said, "Colin knows Jonathan is gay and in a happy relationship. He's not worried about the kisses, it's all just playful press tour stuff." But that same source hinted that Colin might still have some feelings bubbling under the surface, saying, "Of course, there's a little bit of jealousy. He's used to being Scarlett's #1 scene partner. Now Jonathan is getting some of that spotlight." Jonathan Bailey himself was unfazed. Speaking on the red carpet, he told Entertainment Tonight, "I believe in showing love in all different ways. If you can't kiss your friends, then what's the point?" He also added that he's in a committed relationship, though he keeps his personal life mostly private. That statement helped douse some of the speculative flames, but it also reinforced just how comfortable and close he and Scarlett have become during their time filming together. Scarlett didn't shy away from the topic either. When asked by a reporter if she knew the internet had exploded over her kissing Jonathan, she gave a sly smile and said, "Oh, yes. Right. They got some time." Short, cheeky, and classic Scarlett. That one quote fueled 1,000 memes and showed just how unfazed she is by the buzz. For those who haven't been following closely, Scarlett Johansson and Colin Jost tied the knot in October 2020 in a quiet ceremony. They share a son named Cosmo, born in 2021, and Scarlett has a daughter, Rose, from her previous marriage. Their relationship has largely stayed out of the Hollywood drama machine, marked more by subtle support and rare but endearing public appearances. Colin, in particular, has often spoken about how grounded and funny Scarlett is behind the scenes. In fact, this isn't the first time Colin's had to watch his wife kiss someone else, just professionally, of course. Back in 2023, when asked about watching Scarlett's on-screen romances, he laughed it off saying, "If I got jealous every time, I'd be in trouble." But kissing someone off-screen? On the red carpet? In front of cameras and in front of him? That's a different story. Still, it's worth noting that Colin himself isn't exactly a shy romantic. In May 2025, during the 50th season finale of Saturday Night Live, he surprised Scarlett, who was in the audience, with a passionate on-air kiss that left everyone talking. It was a bold, public affirmation of their connection. So maybe, just maybe, this latest kissing headline is less about romantic betrayal and more about the new age of Hollywood friendships, messy, public, affectionate, and impossible to ignore. And let's be real, the Jurassic World Rebirth press tour is thriving off the attention. Every photo op, every quote, and yes, every kiss, is feeding the machine and keeping this movie in the center of the cultural conversation. Scarlett and Jonathan know what they're doing. They're seasoned pros, and if a little PDA gets people to the theaters, then mission accomplished. As for Colin? If he's jealous, he's not showing it. If anything, he's playing it smart, cool, collected, and understanding the Hollywood game better than most. But whether it's sincere friendship, PR magic, or just another day in the life of the A-list elite, one thing is certain: all eyes will be watching the next time these three step on a red carpet. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Dan Rivera, a renowned paranormal investigator and respected figure in the supernatural world, has died unexpectedly at the age of 54, just hours after completing his final tour stop featuring the infamous Annabelle doll. The shocking news broke on July 13, 2025, sending tremors through the paranormal community and beyond. Rivera, a U.S. Army veteran turned ghost hunter, was found unresponsive in his hotel room in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, shortly after hosting a sold-out event as part of his Devils on the Run tour. Despite immediate efforts from first responders, he was pronounced dead at the scene. Authorities have ruled out foul play, but an autopsy has been conducted and results are pending, expected to take 60 to 90 days. The circumstances surrounding Rivera's death have only intensified public fascination and eerie speculation, given that the centerpiece of his tour was none other than the Annabelle doll, a supposedly demonically possessed Raggedy Ann doll made infamous by Ed and Lorraine Warren, the couple who inspired the Conjuring film universe. Rivera was not only a mentee of the Warrens but also served as the senior lead investigator for the New England Society for Psychic Research, or NESPR, the very organization founded by the Warrens themselves. He had made it his mission to carry on their legacy, educating the public about haunted objects and investigating unexplained phenomena with a mix of science, faith, and theatrical flair. Dan Rivera was no stranger to the camera either. He had made appearances on the Travel Channel's Most Haunted Places, collaborated on Netflix's 28 Days Haunted, and routinely toured with artifacts from the Warrens' Occult Museum, drawing huge crowds wherever he went. In recent months, Rivera gained even more notoriety when he addressed a viral hoax in May 2025, which falsely claimed Annabelle had disappeared during a fire in Louisiana. In a video that quickly made the rounds on social media, Rivera calmly reassured fans that the doll hadn't moved an inch. "She's not in Chicago," he said, "she's right here." The Gettysburg Tour marked the final leg of his summer circuit, with 3 consecutive events at the Gettysburg Ghost Exchange from July 11th to July 13th. Attendees from those nights recall Rivera being full of energy, generously answering questions, sharing chilling stories, and even warning guests not to taunt the doll. His last known public appearance was captured in a group photo at the end of Sunday's session, just hours before his death. Paranormal enthusiasts now view that moment as hauntingly symbolic. Following his passing, an outpouring of grief flooded social media. Fellow investigators, fans, and spiritualists have been posting tributes, sharing how Dan's warmth and passion made an indelible mark on the community. One post read, "He brought so much knowledge, grace, and respect to this field. The paranormal world has lost a giant." Holly Johnson, one of the attendees from his final show, posted on Instagram, "I can't believe you're gone. You were kind, humble, and truly believed in what you did. You'll be missed more than you know." In a statement released by NESPR, Rivera's colleagues Tony, Wade, and Chris wrote, "We are heartbroken and still processing this loss. Dan truly believed in sharing his experiences and educating people on the paranormal. His legacy will live on through everyone he inspired." As for Annabelle, the doll remains locked inside a specially sealed glass case back at the Warrens Occult Museum in Monroe, Connecticut. According to Rivera, and before him, the Warrens, the doll is not just haunted, but inhabited by something inhuman. The legend dates back to the 1970s when a young nurse named Donna claimed the doll moved on its own and left cryptic notes saying, "Help us." After a friend was mysteriously scratched and a priest's car nearly crashed following a blessing, the Warrens determined the entity was demonic. Ever since, the doll has been treated with caution and spiritual safeguards. Rivera never downplayed the risks. Every tour event included a priest-led blessing and strict rules to prevent disrespectful behavior around the artifact. Rivera's Devils on the Run tour had spanned several states, including Illinois, Texas, and West Virginia, before concluding in Pennsylvania. Each stop included immersive storytelling, paranormal demonstrations, and emotional testimonies from those who'd had encounters with the unknown. Rivera's approach was never about fear-mongering, it was about bridging the worlds of the living and the unexplained. He saw the paranormal as a way to teach, to provoke curiosity, and to connect people across the veil of the ordinary. But now, with his sudden passing, the conversation has shifted. Many are asking, was this just a tragic coincidence, or something darker? Of course, medical experts caution against leaping to supernatural conclusions, noting that Rivera had been working non-stop in recent weeks under high stress and long travel hours. Still, for those who knew Dan, the timing feels too precise, too chilling, to ignore. Whether one believes in the supernatural or not, Dan Rivera's influence on paranormal culture is undeniable. He made ghosts, haunted artifacts, and things that go bump in the night feel real, relevant, and emotionally resonant. And now, in death, he has become a part of the very mystery he dedicated his life to exploring. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Chris Martin didn't hold back when a seemingly innocent moment at a Coldplay concert turned into a viral internet storm. It happened on July 16, 2025, during Coldplay's Music of the Spheres World Tour stop at Gillette Stadium in Massachusetts. The band was playing to a packed crowd when the camera panned to a couple seated together in the stands. The classic concert kiss cam move. But instead of a sweet smooch or a bashful smile, the couple's reaction was so awkward, so instantly suspicious, that it ignited an online firestorm. The man abruptly turned away, and the woman quickly buried her face, dodging the moment entirely. That's when Chris Martin, mid-performance, dropped the now infamous line, either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. The crowd laughed, but what no one knew at the time was that this lighthearted jab would spiral into one of the most talked about viral moments of the week. Within hours, concertgoers' videos of the incident hit TikTok and Instagram, racking up millions of views. Then came the internet sleuths. In less than a day, the couple was allegedly identified as Andy Byron, CEO of the AI firm Astronomer, and Kristen Cabot, the company's head of HR. Things took an even messier turn when viewers noticed that Byron's wife had removed his last name from her Facebook profile, before deactivating the account entirely. While Coldplay fans kept laughing at the on-stage moment, the scandal exploded into a full-blown social media frenzy. The hashtags #ColdplayGate and #KissCam affair started trending. Former astronomer CEO Ree Walker even chimed in online, cracking jokes about the fallout. Meanwhile, Etsy sellers wasted no time jumping on the viral wave, offering t-shirts and sweatshirts with slogans like, "I took my side piece to the Coldplay concert and it ruined my life." Then came the fake apology. A screenshot circulated online showing a supposed apology from Andy Byron, loaded with Coldplay lyrics like "Nobody said it was easy" and "I will fix you," claiming he wanted to save his marriage. But astronomer quickly stepped in, calling the quote fabricated and denying that any statement had been released. Chris Martin himself followed up the joke later in the same concert, asking another couple caught on the cam, "Are you two a legitimate couple?" before laughing and saying, "I hope we didn't do something bad." While fans continued to chuckle, not everyone found it funny. Business Insider published a piece questioning the ethics of turning a camera on concertgoers and broadcasting intimate moments without consent. Was this truly just innocent fun, or public humiliation disguised as entertainment? Public opinion remains divided. One TikTok user wrote, "There's no way they weren't having an affair." That reaction says it all. Another added, "If I saw my husband at a Coldplay concert cuddled up with another woman, I'd be committed." Others argued the incident was overblown, saying that the kiss cam should never have the power to destroy someone's personal life. But that's exactly what this moment appears to have done. Whether the couple was involved in something secretive or not, the damage has been done. Their names and faces are all over the internet. A private night out turned into a public spectacle, with Chris Martin's offhand joke acting as the match that lit the fire. The band hasn't made an official statement. The alleged couple hasn't come forward. And the wife's silent disappearance from social media speaks louder than any words. This isn't the first time a kiss cam has led to controversy, but it might be one of the most scandalous outcomes we've seen. What was meant to be a romantic tradition at concerts became an accidental exposé of infidelity, or at least a very suspicious situation. And Coldplay, perhaps unintentionally, became the soundtrack to one of 2025's most talked about viral relationship implosions. So the next time you find yourself under a stadium spotlight, you might want to think twice before you duck the camera. In today's world, one awkward moment can spiral into global gossip overnight. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Barack Obama just shattered the internet and the rumors with one joke, "She took me back." It was touch and go for a while. That was the former president's dramatic and deliberately cheeky response to weeks of swirling divorce speculation, and he said it right to Michelle Obama's face, with a smile, on the brand new July 16th episode of the In My Opinion podcast. Yes, that podcast, the one co-hosted by Michelle herself and her brother Craig Robinson. The rumors had reached a boiling point, and finally, the Obamas responded, together. This marks the first time Barack and Michelle have publicly addressed the speculation that's been haunting headlines since early this year. Whispers of trouble began when Michelle was noticeably absent from key public events, most notably President Jimmy Carter's funeral on January 9th and, more controversially, Donald Trump's second inauguration, which took place under heavy political tension. To the internet, Michelle's absence wasn't just a scheduling conflict, it was seen as a silent signal that something had fractured inside the former first couple's famously strong bond. As the months passed and public appearances together became rare, the rumor mill exploded. TikTok, Reddit, tabloid covers, everyone had a theory. Were they secretly separated? Were the daughters taking sides? Was Michelle done with public life, or done with Barack? But when the couple finally addressed the drama, they did so with a perfect mix of humor, honesty, and emotional clarity. The conversation began with Craig jokingly asking them, "What, you guys like each other?" Barack, never one to miss a beat, leaned into the sarcasm and replied, "Apparently, she took me back." It was touch and go for a while. It was a light jab at the speculators, but the message was clear, there's no divorce. Michelle, however, didn't just laugh it off. She got real. "There hasn't been one moment in our marriage where I thought about quitting my man," she said firmly. That's a direct quote, unfiltered, unshaken. She admitted that their marriage had its highs and lows, like any couple, but she stressed that those challenges only made her stronger. She spoke about how much work a long-term relationship takes and made a point that stunned even her most loyal fans, the backlash she got just for saying no to public events. Michelle revealed that her absence from major events wasn't a statement about her marriage, but a declaration of autonomy. People couldn't believe I was saying no for any other reason. They had to assume my marriage was falling apart, she explained. It was a powerful insight into how women, particularly powerful Black women in the public eye, are constantly being dissected for every move they make and often misinterpreted. Barack, always introspective when it comes to Michelle, added something that deepened the moment even more. He admitted that after leaving the White House, he had slipped into a deep deficit with Michelle, emotionally and relationally. He confessed that he had been trying to make it up to her over the last few years by investing more fun, quality time into their relationship. It was an honest look at what happens to even the most iconic marriages when the spotlight dims and the real work begins. This revelation wasn't just personal, it was a masterclass in vulnerability. The Obamas weren't here to give a glossy PR statement. They were showing us the messy, human side of partnership. It wasn't all laughs either. Michelle admitted the rumors affected people close to them. Her brother, Craig, told a story about a stranger walking up to him in Wichita, Kansas, asking with concern, "What did he do?" As if Barack had committed some unspeakable betrayal. Craig had to reassure them with a smile, "Don't worry, everything's fine." And then there was the infamous quote from Michelle that sent social media into meltdown earlier this year, when she said she was so glad she didn't have a son because he would have been another Barack. Critics took it as a veiled jab, but in this podcast, she placed it all in context. She's not criticizing her husband, she's celebrating her own growth, her independence, and the fact that she's finally living life on her own terms, in her 60s, after decades of service, sacrifice, and scrutiny. So why had they been so quiet until now? The answer might be simpler than we think. They didn't feel the need to address every internet rumor until those rumors started to distort the truth of their love story. And that story, as Barack and Michelle confirmed with a united front, is still going strong. Let's not forget, this couple met in 1989, married in 1992, raised 2 daughters, and led America through one of its most transformative decades. Their bond isn't a fairy tale, it's a lived-in, time-tested partnership with all the flaws and triumphs that come with it. From Sasha's college graduation to Malia's career in television writing, the Obamas continue to support their family and each other with grace, even when the world tries to tear them down with rumors. And now, with their joint podcast appearance aired on July 16, 2025, they've finally put the gossip to bed. Their message is clear: you can be independent, you can set boundaries, you can evolve, and still be deeply, unshakably in love. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Love Island USA Season 7 has officially come to a dramatic end, and America has crowned its newest favorite couple, Amaya Espinal and Brian Arenalas. After a season filled with explosive twists, shocking exits, and romantic highs and lows, the finale aired on July 13, 2025, delivering exactly the kind of heart-pounding conclusion fans had been waiting for. Amaya and Brian not only walked away with the public's vote, but they also took home the $100,000 prize. And in a move that melted hearts across the country, Brian chose to split the winnings with Amaya, handing her the envelope in a symbolic gesture of loyalty and love. This winning duo had been frontrunners for weeks, ever since their steamy Casa Amor kiss ignited the screen and sent social media into an absolute frenzy. Viewers called it the sexiest moment of the entire season. Brian's impassioned defense of Amaya during one of their tense moments, telling her, "I love someone that is passionate," was replayed and quoted endlessly online. Fans didn't just watch this couple grow, they championed them, voted for them, and ultimately, crowned them. Their chemistry, authenticity, and resilience outshone every other couple in the villa. The final 4 couples included Amaya and Brian in first place, followed by Olandria Carthen and Nick Van Steenberga in second, Huda Mustafa and Chris Seeley in third, and Iris Kendall and Pepe Garcia landing in fourth. But the journey to this finale was anything but smooth. Just days before the final vote, the elimination of Shelley Besant and Ace Green, widely considered the strongest couple, sent shockwaves through the fanbase. Their exit on July 11 sparked a wave of outrage. Fans flooded social media accusing producers of manipulating outcomes, with many threatening to boycott the finale entirely. For some, the show had officially jumped the shark. But for others, it only made the finale more unmissable. And let's talk about the controversy. This season was, without a doubt, the most scandal-plagued in Love Island USA history. In an unprecedented move, multiple contestants were removed from the villa mid-season after racist social media posts resurfaced. Yulisa Escobar and Sierra Ortega were swiftly kicked off the show. Meanwhile, Huda Mustafa faced her own backlash after fans claimed she lip-synced a racial slur during a challenge. Though she was not removed, the incident added more fuel to the fire. Peacock and ITV responded quickly, promising major changes to the casting process and publicly committing to more thorough vetting moving forward. Despite the drama, or maybe because of it, Love Island Season 7 shattered engagement records. Ariana Madix brought sharp energy as the new host, stepping in flawlessly after Sarah Hyland. Ian Sterling's sarcastic narration was as biting as ever, adding just the right amount of comedy to balance out the chaos. The show's 32-day run in Fiji gave fans everything: romance, betrayal, redemption, and yes, a little too much drama. Critics might call it a mess, but viewers were glued to their screens. Among the standout storylines, Huda's arc deserves a mention. Initially recoup-led with Jeremiah, she found herself in the middle of fan backlash and cancellation threats. But she stayed in the villa, pivoted toward Chris Seeley, and by the end, had clawed her way into the top 3. Some called it strategy, others called it survival, but no one could deny it made for incredible television. And of course, Taylor Williams and Clark Carraway, who were dumped on July 8th, left with heads held high and hearts still intertwined. Their humorous goodbye, including Taylor's now iconic joke about shoveling horse manure, offered a rare moment of levity in a season that often felt like emotional whiplash. Still, through the chaos, one couple remained consistent: Amaya and Brian. They fought, they flirted, they made up, and they made it all the way. Fans saw vulnerability, honesty, and a real connection that outlasted every twist the producers threw at them. And in the end, that's what Love Island is supposed to be about: love. The question now is, what's next? Will Amaya and Brian survive in the real world? Will we see them on a Peacock spin-off or maybe even in a full-fledged reality wedding special? And with Love Island, Beyond the Villa launching on July 13th and featuring last season's favorites like Serena, Cordell, Lave and others, the franchise isn't slowing down anytime soon. So whether you're still salty about Shelley and Ace, still reeling from the casting scandal, or still swooning over that Amaya-Brian kiss, one thing is certain: Season 7 will go down as one of the wildest, most controversial, and most unforgettable chapters in Love Island USA history. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Kelly Clarkson's Las Vegas residency was supposed to be a triumphant return to the stage, but instead, it exploded into a storm of cancellations, backlash, and controversy that has fans and insiders divided. Just 90 minutes before the grand July 4th kickoff of her studio sessions, residency at Caesar's Palace, Clarkson shocked thousands by announcing she was canceling not only that night's performance, but the July 5th show as well, and she did it with a single Instagram post. In her emotional message, Kelly said, "We have been working 24/7 to make studio sessions the most intimate and extraordinary experience. I am devastated to have to postpone tonight and tomorrow's opening. The prep and rehearsals have taken a toll on my voice. I need to protect myself from doing serious damage so that we can deliver what you all deserve." It sounded serious, and it was. Sources confirmed that Kelly, known for her powerhouse vocals and live singing, was on the verge of damaging her voice permanently if she pushed through, but while some fans immediately flooded her comments with love and support, saying things like, "Your health is a priority" and "Real vocalists get grace for this," others weren't so understanding. One fan wrote, "I came from Boston for my 40th birthday. Flights, hotels, tickets. This is crushing." Another added, "Canceling 90 minutes before showtime? That's completely unfair." Many noted that it wasn't just disappointing, it was financially devastating, especially for those who had traveled across the country or even internationally to see her. And then came the real drama, not just from the fans but from her own team. Multiple staffers reportedly learned of the cancellation the same way the public did, through her Instagram post. One crew member called the move utterly disrespectful, saying it blindsided everyone and left production staff scrambling. A source told Page 6 that this was just the latest example of Clarkson's increasingly unpredictable behavior behind the scenes. One insider described her as flaky, saying she flips from being all in to suddenly pulling back, whether it's about her talk show, the residency, or other commitments. That kind of inconsistency, they say, makes her hard to do business with. Others believe there's more going on than just vocal strain. After a messy divorce from Brandon Blackstock in 2022 and her continued efforts to balance work, music, and motherhood, sources say Clarkson is battling deep emotional exhaustion. She's not just tired, she's overwhelmed, one insider claimed. There are serious internal struggles, and they're affecting her ability to maintain consistency. And it's not just her concerts under scrutiny. Her daytime series, The Kelly Clarkson Show, which has aired more than 10 episodes since 2019, is also in a state of flux. Though her contract runs through 2026, she's reportedly considering stepping away or restructuring the show as she looks to prioritize her music career and her children. Some believe she's using the residency as a test run, a chance to see if she can transition out of television and back into music full-time. Meanwhile, Caesars Palace issued a statement assuring that fans could keep their tickets for rescheduled dates or request a full refund. The crew will still be paid for the cancelled shows, and Clarkson has promised that the residency will go on, just a little later than planned. The new opening dates are July 11 and 12, with 16 more shows scheduled through November 15. Kelly has described the show as one of the most intimate and musically rich experiences of her career, saying she's pouring her heart and soul into it. Still, the damage is done. The cancellations and the last-minute nature of the announcement have rattled even her most loyal supporters. It's raised questions not just about her voice, but about her leadership, her mental health, and her ability to maintain the grueling demands of stardom. And while many are rallying behind her, others are asking, is this the beginning of a new chapter for Kelly Clarkson, or the start of a slow fade from the spotlight? Only time will tell, but one thing is clear: the pressure on Kelly is enormous, and the expectations even greater. For now, she's promised fans that she's resting, healing, and preparing to come back stronger than ever. And when she finally takes that Vegas stage, all eyes will be watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Connie Francis, the iconic voice behind Pretty Little Baby and one of the most beloved pop stars of the 20th century, has died at the age of 87. The legendary singer passed away on July 16, 2025, at a hospital in Florida following a recent series of health complications. According to her publicist and longtime friend Ron Roberts, Connie had been hospitalized since late June after suffering a pelvic fracture, and her condition worsened when she developed pneumonia. In a heartfelt Facebook post, Roberts confirmed the heartbreaking news, saying, "It is with a heavy heart and extreme sadness that I inform you of the passing of my dear friend Connie Francis last night. I know that Connie would approve that her fans are among the first to learn of this sad news." Born Conchetta Rosa Maria Franconero on December 12, 1937, in Newark, New Jersey, Connie Francis began her musical journey as a child prodigy, performing on local TV by age 4 and later appearing regularly on NBC's Startime Kids. She rose through the ranks of a male-dominated music industry, initially struggling to find a hit. But in 1958, after 9 consecutive flops, her luck changed forever with a heartfelt rendition of Who's Sorry Now. The song took off after it was featured on Dick Clark's American Bandstand and catapulted Francis to instant stardom. It became a defining anthem of the 1950s and launched a career that would span decades and break records. In the golden years of American pop, Connie Francis was untouchable. With hits like Stupid Cupid, Lipstick on Your Collar, Where the Boys Are, Don't Break the Heart That Loves You, and Everybody's Somebody's Fool, she became the first female solo artist to top the Billboard Hot 100 chart, not once, but 3 times. She recorded in more than 15 languages, sold over 200 million records worldwide, and became an international sensation with fans across the globe. In Germany, she charmed audiences with the Schlager hit Schöner Fremder Mann, and in Italy, she became a household name. But behind the glitz and glamour, Connie's life was marked by tragedy and resilience. Her young romance with fellow teen idol Bobby Darin was famously cut short when her father allegedly chased Darin away at gunpoint. In 1974, she was the victim of a horrifying attack, raped at knife point in her New York hotel room. The trauma led to a long legal battle with the hotel, which ultimately awarded her a multi-million-dollar settlement. She battled bipolar disorder, endured a suicide attempt, and suffered the devastating murder of her brother George in 1981. Yet, through it all, Connie fought back, returning to the stage in the 1980s, re-recording her classics, and continuing to perform into her later years. In an unexpected and emotional twist to her incredible story, Connie Francis found herself back in the spotlight in 2025, not for a new album, but for a song she barely remembered recording. Her 1962 B-side Pretty Little Baby went viral on TikTok and Instagram, used in over 17 million videos, with more than 27 billion views and over 83 million Spotify streams. The unexpected resurgence turned the song into a new generation hit, and Pretty Little Baby re-entered the Billboard charts. Even Connie herself was shocked by the phenomenon, saying, "I'm flabbergasted and excited. To think that a song I recorded 63 years ago is captivating new generations is truly overwhelming for me." She even admitted, half laughing, that she didn't remember recording the song at all. As the viral trend spread, fans from all walks of life discovered and rediscovered the unique warmth and emotional honesty in Connie's voice. Young influencers, celebrities, and music lovers alike joined the wave, with stars like Ariana Grande, Taylor Swift, and Kylie Jenner paying tribute. Timothée Chalamet posted a story with the caption, "There will never be another voice like hers." Connie responded to many of the tributes in her final social media posts, expressing gratitude and awe that, in her own words, "a new generation sees me." The renewed attention also brought readers to her autobiographies, Who's Sorry Now? And Among My Souvenirs, where fans discovered the raw, unfiltered truths of a woman who had seen it all: fame, violence, heartbreak, and survival. Her stories, once overlooked, were suddenly resonating with younger audiences dealing with their own struggles. Connie Francis wasn't just a nostalgic relic, she was a survivor, an icon, a voice that transcended time. With her death, the music world loses more than a chart-topping artist, it loses a cultural force who broke barriers, defied the odds, and never stopped believing in the power of music. She lived through the glories of 1950s pop, the darkness of personal trauma, and the surreal revival of her sound in the social media age. In life, she gave the world her heart. In death, she leaves behind a legacy that will echo for generations. Connie Francis is survived by her adopted son, Joseph Jr., and millions of fans across the globe who grew up with her music, and now, millions more who found it anew. She was the voice of an era, the spirit of resilience, and a woman who refused to be forgotten. She didn't just sing songs, she sang memories. And somehow, even at 87, she made us all feel young again. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Eagle-eyed Swifties have cracked the code once again, and this time, it's all thanks to a t-shirt. During the July 9th episode of his popular podcast New Heights, NFL star Travis Kelce was spotted wearing a white Yellowstone Club t-shirt, yes, the ultra-exclusive private resort in Big Sky, Montana. It didn't take long for fans to make the connection. That very shirt is a souvenir from the quiet, romantic getaway Travis and Taylor Swift took back in March, a trip that's been shrouded in privacy, until now. Travis, casually chatting on his podcast while sporting the crisp white tee with the distinctive YC logo, thought he was just wearing another comfortable shirt. But Swifties? They saw a message. To them, this wasn't just fashion, it was a love note in cotton. The Yellowstone Club isn't just any destination, it's an exclusive, members-only resort known for total discretion, luxury, and being a celebrity magnet for those craving serious seclusion. And yes, that's exactly where Travis and Taylor disappeared to after her Singapore Eras tour leg wrapped up. Back in March, reports confirmed that the couple was spotted spending time at the resort, complete with cozy dinners, long hikes, and time with close friends like Erin Andrews, who not so subtly encouraged their relationship from the beginning. Erin even called them the real deal in interviews, and insiders said the couple used the trip to decompress and focus on their relationship, away from stadiums and screaming fans. The Yellowstone trip was their moment to just be Travis and Taylor, not a pop queen and a Super Bowl champ. Now, months later, that t-shirt is speaking volumes. One fan posted on X, "He's wearing their vacation merch like a trophy boyfriend. I can't." Another chimed in, "I also like to buy shirts from places I love. Travis is all of us." And the reactions kept rolling in. Screenshots of the podcast spread like wildfire across Swiftie communities, with many calling it the softest power move Kelsey has made yet. But this isn't the first time Travis has publicly worn his heart on his sleeve, or, in this case, his chest. At the American Century Championship Celebrity Golf Tournament on July 12, Kelsey was in full charm mode. When a fan shouted, "You have the best girlfriend in the world," Travis didn't hesitate. He pointed, smiled, and replied with a proud good point. The moment instantly went viral, with fans swooning over how naturally he embraces Taylor's global stardom while confidently holding his own. It's this balance that has made their relationship so captivating. Since going public in September 2023, after Travis infamously revealed he tried to give Taylor a friendship bracelet with his number during her Kansas City Eras tour stop, the couple has redefined what it means to be a celebrity couple. From Taylor attending Chiefs games in custom red and gold outfits to Travis showing up at her concerts, dancing and singing in VIP tents, they've built a narrative that feels both larger than life and oddly relatable. Their bond has only grown stronger in 2025. Taylor wrapped her record-breaking Eras tour in December 2024, and since then, she's taken a step back from the spotlight. Meanwhile, Travis, entering his 13th NFL season, is focusing on both his game and his off-field ventures, including his podcast with brother Jason. But no matter what they're doing professionally, they continue to sprinkle clues about their romance, like Easter eggs for the fans who are paying attention. This Yellowstone t-shirt moment isn't just about style, it's about memory. It's a souvenir from a shared chapter in their private lives, worn publicly in a quiet yet powerful nod to the one he loves. It's the kind of detail that keeps fans hooked, not because it's flashy, but because it's intimate. It's not a red carpet. It's not a public kiss. It's just a shirt, and that's why it matters. As training camp approaches on July 22nd and the 2025 NFL season kicks into gear, fans are wondering what the next chapter will bring. More vacation merch? Another viral sideline moment? A Grammy date? Or maybe, just maybe, a ring? One thing's for sure, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are writing their own fairy tale, one subtle gesture at a time. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Gina Rodriguez is pregnant again, and this time, she's expecting a baby girl with her husband Joe Cicero. The big news dropped on July 11, 2025, right on the red carpet of the Netflix boxing showdown between Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano at Madison Square Garden. But let's be real, the real knockout that night wasn't in the ring. It was Gina, proudly flaunting her growing baby bump in a black floral print outfit that screamed elegance, confidence, and pure joy. Fans, cameras, and reporters were all buzzing, but the real confirmation came just hours later on Instagram when Gina herself posted, "Baby girl coming through. We are so excited for you, lil mama." That playful, heartfelt caption had everyone melting, and the pink heart emojis sealed the deal. For those who followed Gina's journey, this moment is huge. The 40-year-old actress has always been vocal about love, family, and living authentically. Her relationship with Joe Cicero has been something out of a rom-com. They first crossed paths on the set of Jane the Virgin back in 2016. Joe played a stripper, believe it or not. But it wasn't until they ran into each other at a boxing gym that sparks flew for real. Gina's told the story before, how she fell into his eyes and was instantly hooked. On the fourth day at that gym, Joe asked her out, and the rest is history. They got married in 2019, in a private and heartfelt ceremony, and welcomed their first child, a son named Charlie Ray, in early 2023. Since becoming a mom, Gina's been extremely candid about motherhood. She shared the highs and lows with brutal honesty, talking about guilt, anxiety, and the overwhelming love that comes with raising a child. In fact, earlier this year she told people that she was scared to have another baby. Her exact words? "I'm afraid to have a second because of how much I love this guy. I already feel guilty about not being available to him at all times." It was a raw, relatable moment for so many parents, and yet here she is now, courageously expanding her family once more. The fear may have been real, but love won out. At the event on July 11th, Gina and Joe were glowing. No nannies, no entourage, just two hands-on parents excited about their next chapter. Gina has previously said they take turns doing bedtime, feeding, and all the real parenting stuff themselves. It's clear their relationship is built on teamwork, mutual respect, and a whole lot of love. And judging by the joy in their eyes that night, baby number 2 is already surrounded by all the warmth and care any child could ask for. Of course, the internet exploded. Fans flooded social media with congratulatory messages. Celebs like America Ferrera and Jamie Camille dropped in their love. Gossip sites and entertainment outlets picked it up within minutes. Page 6 even listed Gina in their top baby news of the year, right alongside other surprise pregnancy announcements like Vanessa Hudgens and Jasmine Tookes. Suddenly, the phrase baby girl coming through was trending, and not just because it was cute, but because it felt so genuine. This isn't just another Hollywood pregnancy. This is Gina Rodriguez, outspoken, vulnerable, fiercely talented, navigating love, career, and motherhood in the spotlight with grace and grit. She's not playing a role anymore, she's writing her own script, and we're all lucky enough to watch it unfold. From a breakout star on Jane the Virgin to a producer, activist, and now a soon-to-be mom of 2, her journey has been anything but ordinary. And let's not forget Joe. He might not be in the headlines as often, but he's been her rock. From acting gigs to boxing gyms to diaper duty, he's proven time and time again that he's more than just a pretty face, he's a full partner in every sense of the word. Together, they're building something real, something beautiful, and now, something pink. As we wait for baby girl Lo Cicero to arrive, one thing's certain, this family is growing in love, strength, and purpose. There will be more posts, more updates, and probably a few hilarious parenting stories along the way. And if Gina's track record is anything to go by, we're in for a lot more honesty, heart, and humor in the months to come. So keep your eyes on this power couple, they're just getting started. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Delta Airlines Flight 127, carrying 282 passengers and 13 crew members, was cruising peacefully across the Atlantic Ocean on July 6, 2025, when suddenly, 4 hours into its journey from Madrid to New York's JFK, something didn't sound right. An unusual noise started coming from one of the engines, followed by a faint but unmistakable burning smell. It was the kind of mid-air moment that instantly puts everyone on edge. The flight crew quickly assessed the situation, and with safety as their top priority, made the decision to divert their emergency landing spot. Lodges Airport, a tiny airstrip on Terceira Island, a remote piece of Portugal's Azores archipelago, smack in the middle of the Atlantic. The aircraft, an Airbus A330, touched down safely at 3:55 p.m. local time. But once the passengers were off the plane, the realization set in, this wasn't going to be a quick fix. The airport wasn't equipped for major international flight repairs, and certainly not for immediately continuing the transatlantic journey. The passengers were stranded on a volcanic island, no less, with no timeline on when they'd be flying again. Delta immediately scrambled to accommodate everyone. Hotel rooms were arranged around the small island, meals were provided, and passengers were told to sit tight while a recovery plan unfolded. According to Delta, as safety comes before all else, the flight crew followed procedures to divert the aircraft after receiving an indication of a mechanical issue with an engine. We apologize to our customers for their experience and delay in their travels. The logistics were anything but simple. Terceira Island isn't a typical layover hub, it's remote, mostly visited by tourists and military personnel, and its infrastructure isn't built for housing hundreds of unexpected guests. Yet, Delta mobilized quickly. They dispatched a second Airbus A330 from JFK International Airport in New York, flying it all the way across the Atlantic just to bring their stranded customers home. That rescue flight landed on the island in the early hours of July 7th, around 2 a.m. local time. Passengers were then shuttled back to Lodges Airport, rechecked, and boarded the second aircraft. The final leg of their journey began later that day, and after nearly 31 hours of delays, detours, and island limbo, they landed in New York late Monday evening. No injuries were reported, and Delta assured the public that safety remained the guiding principle throughout the ordeal. Maintenance crews stayed behind on Terceira to inspect and repair the original aircraft, while customer service teams began processing compensation and apology letters to every affected passenger. But while Delta worked behind the scenes, the passengers took to social media to share their side of the story. Some recounted the anxiety they felt during the diversion. Others shared surprising positivity about the calm professionalism of the flight crew and the unexpected beauty of the Azores. One passenger posted a photo of a serene sunset over the volcanic coastline with the caption, "Not exactly New York, but not a bad detour." Still, not everyone was thrilled. Delayed business meetings, missed connections, and over 29 hours of uncertainty left some passengers venting frustrations online. Travel bloggers quickly picked up the story, with some labeling it Delta's island nightmare, while others jokingly referred to it as the most scenic emergency landing ever. This incident isn't happening in isolation. In 2025 alone, the aviation industry has seen a spike in emergency landings and in-flight mechanical scares. From fiery landings in Toronto to military aircraft collisions in the U.S. Experts are beginning to call for stricter checks on aging fleets and more robust in-flight diagnostics. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy weighed in after the incident, stating that while the diversion was dramatic, it ultimately underscores how modern aviation safety systems are built to handle these exact scenarios. "Flying remains the safest mode of transportation," he said, "even when things don't go as planned." For Delta, this situation may have been a PR headache, but it was also a test of operational readiness, and according to most observers, they passed. While no one wants to be stranded on a remote island, there's something oddly reassuring about knowing that when the unexpected happens, a rescue flight will cross an ocean just to get you home. So that's the latest on the Delta Flight 127 saga, from burning smells at 39,000 feet to unplanned island vacations, and a journey that ended more than a day late but with everyone safe and sound. If this story kept you on the edge of your seat, make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more breaking updates and viral moments just like this. Jenna Dewan just sent the internet into a full-on frenzy after dropping a series of rare, heart-melting photos of her daughter Everly, and fans can't believe how grown-up she looks. The 11-year-old, whom Jenna shares with ex-husband Channing Tatum, appeared nearly as tall as her mom in a sweet snap from their recent New York City adventure, sparking a tidal wave of emotional reactions online. Jenna captioned the moment with the words, "I somehow became the mom of a teenager overnight," a sentiment that hit thousands of followers right in the feels. And looking at Everly now, it's easy to see why. In the photo, Everly rocks a casual yet effortlessly cool summer look, denim shorts, a graphic tee, and that unmistakable tween confidence that says, "I'm growing into my own." She stands next to her mom like a stylish sidekick, her height nearly matching Jenna's 5'2" frame. And if the outfit didn't already give it away, the attitude certainly does. Everly is clearly in the thick of her preteen glow-up, and fans are loving every second of it. But this isn't Everly's first headline-worthy fashion moment. Back in April, she stunned at Coachella in an outfit that had serious pop princess energy, a pastel pink crop top, cargo pants, braided hair, and face gems that would make even a K-pop star jealous. And yes, she met Blackpink's Lisa and Jennie backstage, a moment that had Jenna saying her daughter's style is officially K-pop meets soft girl school chic. It's clear, Everly's not just tagging along to events anymore. She's becoming a standout personality in her own right. And it's not just her fashion sense that's evolving, it's the whole package. Everly is growing up in front of the public eye, and her transformation is turning heads. Social media exploded with comments like, "How is she 11 already?" and "She looks just like Jenna and Channing's perfect blend." Some fans even joked that they felt old seeing the daughter of their former favorite Hollywood couple maturing so fast. The reaction was immediate and full of heart, from casual followers to longtime fans who've watched Everly grow from a baby bump on red carpets to the confident young girl she is today. Behind the scenes, both Jenna and Channing have been vocal about their co-parenting journey. Despite their 2018 split, they've managed to prioritize Everly's well-being, working as a team to raise her with love and consistency. Jenna, now engaged to Broadway star Steve Causey, also has 2 more children, 5-year-old son Callum and baby daughter Rhiannon, born in 2023. Meanwhile, Channing Tatum continues to dote on Everly in his own creative ways, even penning a best-selling children's book series inspired by her called The One and Only Sparkella. He's taken her to events like the Demon Slayer premiere, and he's often gushed about how raising her has taught him more about life than anything else. It's clear that Everly is surrounded by a support system that's as artistic as it is grounded. And now, at 11, she's stepping into the spotlight in her own subtle way, not through red carpets or forced media exposure, but through the quiet, confident moments like this recent NYC stroll with her mom. The photo speaks volumes without saying a word. It's a snapshot of a girl on the edge of adolescence, still holding her mom's hand, but already looking ahead to what's next. And the internet can't get enough of it. One fan summed it up perfectly, writing, "Jenna and Channing's baby is practically a teenager. Where did the time go?" Another said, "She's got that it-girl energy, just like her mom." As Jenna Dewan navigates motherhood while juggling a busy career and upcoming wedding plans, she's not just raising a daughter, she's watching a young woman take shape right before her eyes. And Channing Tatum, with his soft-spoken, girl dad vibes, continues to show up with pride, even when the spotlight is on his daughter more than himself. Together, they've crafted a co-parenting story that's rare in Hollywood, one marked by mutual respect, shared joy, and a clear commitment to letting Everly flourish on her own terms. And judging by the latest photos, she's doing exactly that. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Elizabeth is officially fed up, and fans of 90 Day Fiancé, Happily Ever After, are here for every second of it. The latest episode, which aired July 6, 2025, stirred up major drama after Elizabeth found herself infuriated, by co-star Loren Bravarnik, who clearly crossed the line during what was supposed to be a supportive gathering. What started as a dinner quickly turned into a confrontation, with Loren inserting herself into Elizabeth and Andrei's deeply personal decision to move their family to Moldova. And let's just say, Elizabeth wasn't having it. As soon as Elizabeth revealed that Andrei wanted to relocate their family to Moldova, the reactions around the table were immediate. But Loren? She went off. She didn't just express concern, she practically called Andrei a controlling manipulator, saying flat out that he was making decisions without considering his wife or their kids. "That's not okay," she snapped, prompting raised eyebrows from both Elizabeth and Andrei. Elizabeth admitted she was scared, unsure about uprooting her life, but emphasized that this was a sacrifice she was willing to make out of love. But Loren didn't back down. In fact, she doubled down. Things escalated fast. Loren questioned whether Andrei really saw his children growing up in Moldova and then dropped the bombshell, "It's kind of corrupt there." That was it. Andrei's patience snapped. He slammed her remarks, accusing her of overstepping and using the mama bear defense to insert herself into their life. His words? "Stop bringing the mama bear ******* ing subject." But Loren wasn't fazed. She shot back, accusing him of disrespecting women, igniting the kind of reality TV moment that has everyone talking. Now Elizabeth, who's usually composed and diplomatic, couldn't hide her irritation. To her, Loren's behavior wasn't just inappropriate, it was intrusive. Loren had taken a moment meant for Elizabeth and made it about her own opinions, her own fears, and her own standards for parenting. And let's be clear, Elizabeth didn't invite Loren's judgment. She didn't ask for advice. She was simply sharing a vulnerable family decision, and Loren took it as a cue to start a full-on interrogation. Behind the scenes, insiders say Elizabeth was annoyed by the confrontation, especially since it played out so publicly. Sources claim she confronted Loren off camera and made it clear that while she values friendship, this crossed a major line. Elizabeth reportedly told Loren to respect the boundaries of her marriage and to stop undermining her role as a wife and mother. Social media lit up the moment the episode aired. Fans are split. Some are calling Loren a hero for speaking out and putting the kids first. One Instagram comment read, "Thank you, Loren, for saying what Elizabeth was too scared to say herself." But others see it differently. A viral tweet from a viewer said, "Loren needs to stay in her lane. This isn't her family, not her fight." And that's the real debate here. Is Loren being a protective mom and friend, or is she inserting herself into a situation that isn't hers to control? For longtime fans of the franchise, this isn't new behavior for Loren. She's always been outspoken, sometimes to a fault. But this time, her bluntness might have cost her a friendship, and possibly, the trust of her fellow castmates. To understand just how big this moment is, you have to look at the context. Elizabeth and Andrei have always had a rocky road. From cultural clashes to in-law drama, their journey on the franchise has been anything but smooth. So when Andrei proposed the idea of moving back to Moldova, it wasn't just a logistical change, it was a potential turning point in their marriage. For Elizabeth, it's a massive leap of faith. For Loren, it's a red flag waving in neon. Andre's reasoning for the move centers around wanting a better life, one that's affordable, grounded in family values, and closer to his roots. But Loren isn't buying it. Her words reflected a deep skepticism not just about Moldova, but about Andre's intentions. She claimed he didn't involve Elizabeth in the decision, and that alone, she argued, is unacceptable. Still, Elizabeth insists that she and Andre are on the same page, even if that page is scary and uncertain. In her own words during the episode, she said she's willing to scope it out for a month and see what happens. But with Lauren's comments now creating a rift, that journey just got a lot more complicated. This isn't just a one-time flare-up either. TLC insiders suggest that this confrontation will be a central storyline in the upcoming episodes. Expect more tension, more fallout, and maybe even a few alliances shifting as the season unfolds. The drama is far from over. So where does this leave Elizabeth and Loren now? While no official statements have been made by either of them post-episode, fans are speculating that their once close friendship may never fully recover. Trust has been shaken, boundaries have been crossed, and the cameras are still rolling. As the season progresses, all eyes will be on whether Elizabeth stands firm in her decision, or whether Lauren's words plant enough doubt to shift the course of her family's future. One thing is for sure, when it comes to 90 Day Fiancé, nothing stays quiet for long. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Rob Kardashian has finally broken his silence. In a rare and emotionally raw interview on Khloe Kardashian's podcast, Khloe in Wonderland, released on July 16, 2025, Rob opened up for the first time in years about why he stepped away from television, public life, and the Kardashian spotlight. And the truth? It's deeply personal. I'm not comfortable in my own skin, he confessed. So why would I want to go be on camera and just be vulnerable and let people in when that's not what I want to do? His voice was quiet but firm. After years of public speculation, Rob made it clear, this wasn't about family feuds, celebrity burnout, or bad blood. This was about protecting his peace, choosing solitude over spotlight, and finally putting his mental health first. Rob, now 38, said the idea of filming again has always felt forced. Filming and doing all that is not for everybody. I choose my own happiness and peace than filming for somebody that doesn't do anything for me and my personal life, he said. He emphasized that there's nothing wrong within the family. He's still close with his sisters and mom, but he no longer feels the need to live his life in front of millions. There's definitely nothing wrong between any of us, he stated definitively, cutting through the years of tabloid drama and online theories that hinted at family tension or estrangement. But what really struck listeners was Rob's honesty about his body image. For years, he's battled with his weight, confidence, and being scrutinized by the public eye. I have not been comfortable with myself for years, he admitted. Why would I show up on TV and pretend like I am? It's a raw truth that resonated with fans around the world, especially those who've followed his rocky journey from reality TV golden boy to recluse. Rob's last full season on Keeping Up with the Kardashians was way back in 2017. After that, he slowly faded from the screen. Brief appearances at family gatherings, holiday posts, and rare birthday cameos were all fans had to hold on to. And yet, every time he did appear, whether it was in a photo with Khloe on Easter 2025, or spotted in Kim's birthday post in June, fans were quick to notice and flood the internet with praise. Rob looks so good. He's glowing. Finally, he's back. The comments poured in, many noticing his significant weight loss and seemingly improved health. But Rob stayed quiet until now. This isn't the first time Rob has faced personal demons in the public eye. In 2015, he was hospitalized for type 2 diabetes. He dealt with years of physical and emotional battles, legal issues, and the fallout of a volatile and very public relationship with Blac Chyna. The couple, who share a daughter, Dream, born in November 2016, faced lawsuits, a revenge porn scandal, and custody disputes that played out in front of the world. It's no wonder Rob pulled away. The pressure, the exposure, the relentless judgment, it took its toll. But in the years since, something shifted. Rob has focused his energy on being a father. According to Khloe, he's literally the best dad I know. His daughter Dream, now 8 years old, is his world, and it's through her that he found peace, purpose, and the strength to heal. Khloe revealed that Rob is feeling really good about himself, and his presence in the family, though more private, has never wavered. Still, Rob hasn't entirely shut the door on returning to the screen. "I love filming if it's positive and natural and I am feeling good about myself," he said. "I like being around my family." He hinted that if the right moment came, if he truly felt good, he might pop up on screen again. But it would be on his terms. Not for ratings. Not for anyone else. Just for himself. Public reaction to his recent appearance and podcast interview has been overwhelmingly supportive. Fans have taken to social media to applaud his transparency, resilience, and the powerful decision to prioritize mental wellness over fame. And while the Kardashian family continues to dominate headlines, it's Rob's quiet strength that's resonating the loudest right now. So what's next for Rob Kardashian? Maybe he'll stay behind the scenes, focusing on fatherhood, health, and personal growth. Maybe we'll see him again, smiling and confident, next to his sisters at a future event. But for now, Rob is finally living life the way he wants, off camera, at peace, and far from the pressures of public life. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. General Hospital's longtime star Kirsten Storms has officially announced she's stepping away from the show, marking a major shakeup in the soap opera world. The actress, who has portrayed Maxie Jones since 2005, revealed in a deeply personal Instagram video posted on July 7 that she's taking an extended leave of absence and relocating from Los Angeles to Nashville, Tennessee, with her 11-year-old daughter, Harper. Fans who've watched her grow into one of Port Charles's most iconic and emotionally layered characters are now bracing for a Maxie-free era, at least for the next several months. Storms shared that this life change has been in the works since March. She sat down with General Hospital executive producer Frank Valentini and asked for two things: to work remotely, or barring that, to allow her time off. She said she was fully prepared for the network to terminate her contract. But, in a rare show of grace from the fast-moving world of daytime TV, the team at ABC agreed to let her go on hiatus while keeping her job intact. According to Kirsten, the production team, writers, and network executives have shown nothing but support and understanding about her decision to prioritize family and a much-needed change of pace. She explained to fans, "I had my final taping day for the year. It's possible I will be back in December, maybe November. I promise you, the storyline they have going on until my return is kind of incredible. You guys are gonna freak out." So, for those worried about Maxie fading quietly into the background, think again. Kirsten herself promised her character's temporary exit will be anything but boring. Storms also made it clear that she's aware of the rumors swirling online, cautioning viewers, "If you don't read about it or watch a video on it from my page, take it with a grain of salt. People like to say a whole bunch of stuff." She addressed that there was no scandal, no secret feud, no behind-the-scenes drama forcing her exit. It was, in her words, a personal and deliberate choice for the sake of her own peace and her daughter's well-being. This isn't the first time Kirsten has stepped away from the show. Back in 2011, she took a leave due to endometriosis, and Jen Lilly temporarily filled the role. And now, more than a decade later, history repeats itself with Nicole Paggi stepping in temporarily for the role of Maxie starting in July. Paggi, known for her past appearances on shows like Hope and Faith and Providence, has already begun airing in the role and is expected to appear throughout the summer while Storms is on break. The decision to step back doesn't just impact the actress, it sends waves through the entire General Hospital storyline. Maxie is woven deeply into multiple arcs, from her work at Deception Cosmetics to her romantic entanglements, family dynamics, and ongoing drama with other legacy characters. Fans are speculating wildly about how her absence will be explained. Will Maxie leave town suddenly? Will she be caught up in a new off-screen crisis? Or will this be the prelude to a jaw-dropping storyline twist that ties into the show's broader narrative? The clues are cryptic, but the promise of something incredible has fans holding their breath. Some are even speculating that Maxie could be presumed dead, kidnapped, or framed only to return in a shocking cliffhanger later this year. Regardless of how the writers choose to handle it, one thing is clear: the door is wide open for Kirsten Storms to make a triumphant return when the time is right. And the fan reaction? Pure love. Social media lit up with support after her announcement. Fans flooded her Instagram comments with messages of encouragement, praising her for putting her family first and taking care of her mental and emotional health. The hashtag #WeLoveKirsten trended among soap fans, and even several of her General Hospital co-stars showed their support publicly, echoing her need for balance and well-being in an industry that rarely slows down. Kirsten has spent 2 decades building Maxi into a multi-dimensional fan favorite. From wild romances and heart-wrenching losses to fashion faux pas and fierce loyalty, Maxi is part of the emotional core of General Hospital. Losing her, even temporarily, feels like a seismic shift. But if Kirsten's own words are any indication, this is not a goodbye, it's just a breather. She made it clear that this isn't the end of her journey with the show. "I will miss everyone so much. I love you guys," she said with emotion in her voice. "I'm really excited for this next chapter, and I'll be back, I promise." So, while Port Charles prepares to navigate life without Maxi for the next few months, the anticipation is already building for what her return will bring. Will she re-enter dramatically mid-crisis? Will the storyline she teased truly freak us out? We'll have to wait until late 2025 to find out. But one thing's for sure, Kirsten Storms isn't just a soap star, she's a staple of daytime television. And when she does come back, General Hospital won't just welcome her with open arms. It'll explode with drama. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Vanessa Hudgens is pregnant again. Yes, you heard that right, baby number 2 is officially on the way for the actress and her husband, Cole Tucker. The 36-year-old star took to Instagram on July 12, 2025, to share the joyful news, captioning her announcement with a simple but excited round 2. Alongside that were glowing photos captured by photographer Jordan Alexander de Gaetano, where Vanessa looked absolutely ethereal in a cream boho 2-piece set, and Cole stood proudly beside her, one hand gently pointing at her visible baby bump. The couple posed in coordinated white outfits that screamed serenity, love, and a growing family vibe, Instagram perfection, but make it emotional. It's hard to believe it's only been a year since they welcomed their first child. Their baby boy, whose name and face they still kept private, was born on July 3, 2024, which also happens to be Cole Tucker's birthday. Talk about cosmic timing. And now, barely a year later, the couple is already expecting their second bundle of joy. That's right, Vanessa Hudgens and Cole Tucker are officially diving into 2 under 2 territory. For fans who've been following their journey, this latest chapter feels like something straight out of a romantic movie. Remember, Vanessa and Cole first met in 2020 through a virtual meditation group, a pandemic-era love story if there ever was one. By Valentine's Day 2021, they went public with their romance. Then came the Parisian engagement in 2022, followed by a stunningly private wedding on December 2, 2023, in Tulum, Mexico. The ceremony was intimate, boho chic, and full of love, just like the couple themselves. Vanessa's High School Musical co-stars were there. The ambience was magical, and she later described the day as whimsical and perfect. Fast forward to now, and their family is growing faster than anyone anticipated. The couple kept their first pregnancy under wraps until the Oscars red carpet in March 2024, where Vanessa debuted her bump in a dramatic black Vera Wang couture gown that practically shut down the internet. But their birth announcement wasn't exactly how they planned. TMZ broke the news before Vanessa could make it public, forcing her to confirm the baby's arrival via Instagram stories, where she wrote, "Mommy, Dad, and baby are happy and healthy," followed by a swipe at the tabloids for invading her privacy. This time around, though, she's taking control of the narrative and doing it in style. And speaking of style, let's talk about that manicure. Because it wasn't just a pregnancy reveal, it was a whole look. Vanessa's nails, crafted by celebrity manicurist Zola Ganzericht, featured what Glamour magazine is now calling the guava glaze of the summer. Think multichromatic pink-green shimmer with a cat eye effect. Fans are already rushing to salons trying to recreate the exact look. Her subtle bling, the belly button ring, the resin bangles, it was all meticulously styled, and yet it felt effortless. That's the Vanessa Hudgens effect. Naturally, the reactions poured in. Ali Machaca wrote, "OMG. Congrats." Jenna Dewan chimed in with, "Oh, congratulations my love." Maria Lopez joked, "That was quick." Congrats, and Alexandra Shipp kept it classic with a trail of red heart emojis. Even Kat Deely couldn't resist screaming, "Yes. Congratulations." It's clear, this baby news hit all the right notes. Earlier this year, Vanessa gave fans a small glimpse into life as a new mom. In a May 2025 post tied to her collaboration with Cool Brands on a children's line titled "A Star is Born," she shared partial photos of her baby, back of the head, tiny fingers, and the sweetest baby toes. In the caption, she confessed, "Becoming a mother has been the hardest, most exhausting but also incredibly fulfilling and joyous chapter of my life." That raw, honest take resonated with her followers, who appreciated that she didn't sugarcoat the challenges of new motherhood. And as for Cole, the former Major League Baseball player quietly stepped away from the sport in May 2025, focusing on family life and new opportunities outside of baseball. His timing couldn't have been more perfect. With another baby on the way, he's all in, fully present, fully supportive, and absolutely smitten with Vanessa. This second pregnancy isn't just another celebrity headline, it's a powerful continuation of a love story we've all watched unfold in real time. From a surprise pandemic-era meeting to a whirlwind romance, fairy tale wedding, and now a growing family, Vanessa Hudgens and Cole Tucker are living their happily ever after, chapter by chapter, bump by bump. And while they've chosen to keep certain moments sacred and private, when they do let us in, it's always heartfelt, always intentional, and always dazzling. So here's to baby number 2, to love that feels real, to a summer manicure we'll all be copying, and to 2 people who never expected to find each other on a Zoom call, but ended up building a beautiful life together. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
See Brooklyn Beckham celebrate his little sister Harper's 14th birthday in the most heartfelt way, even as whispers of family tension continue to circle around the Beckham household. On July 10, 2025, Harper's 7 Beckham officially turned 14, and the Beckham family made sure the world knew just how loved she is. From nostalgic throwback photos to emotional captions, every detail of her birthday celebration was documented, except for one key question: was Brooklyn actually there? Victoria Beckham was the first to kick off the public tributes. She took to Instagram with a touching carousel of Harper's childhood moments: Harper dancing, Harper hugging her mom, Harper singing along to pop songs in the kitchen. Victoria captioned the post, "Happy birthday to my world. You are my everything and I'm so proud of the strong, confident, kind and talented young lady you are becoming. You're my best friend and the sunshine of our family." Her words painted a picture of a tight mother-daughter bond that has only grown stronger with time. David Beckham followed not long after, with a heartfelt message of his own. Sharing an adorable picture of Harper giving him a kiss on the cheek, David wrote, "Happy birthday to Daddy's pretty lady. Thank you for making each day brighter for us all. You are everything to us, Harper. We love you so much." It was a deeply personal moment, and fans were quick to comment on the obvious love between father and daughter. Romeo Beckham didn't miss the moment either. In his Instagram story, he called Harper the most amazing human there is, and added, "Love you always and forever." But while Victoria, David, and Romeo showered Harper with affection, fans were on edge waiting to see if Brooklyn, the eldest Beckham sibling, would acknowledge her birthday at all. And then it happened. Brooklyn Beckham finally broke his social media silence toward his family. On his Instagram story, he shared a sweet throwback photo of himself, Harper, and his wife Nicola Peltz, all dressed up and smiling. He captioned it, "Happy birthday Harper, we love you X." It was simple, it was short, but it carried enormous weight. For many, it marked the first public olive branch from Brooklyn after months of rumors about an ongoing feud with his parents. Now here's where the story takes a deeper turn. Brooklyn and Nicola have been spending more and more time with the Peltz family in the U.S. and Europe, and less time with the Beckhams. Most recently, Brooklyn was noticeably absent from David Beckham's lavish 50th birthday celebration, a huge event attended by celebrities, athletes, and all of David's close friends and family. Except Brooklyn. That absence sparked a flurry of speculation that the tensions between Brooklyn and his family hadn't cooled. And yet, this birthday message to Harper suggests there's still love between siblings, even amid possible family fractures. Sources close to the family told People magazine that Brooklyn and Nicola genuinely adore Harper, and that this message wasn't about mending fences with David and Victoria, it was purely for Harper. The same insiders clarified that despite the post, the larger issues within the Beckham-Peltz dynamic remain unresolved. This wasn't just another birthday shout-out. For fans who followed the alleged drama, skipped events, subtle shade, and behind-the-scenes tensions, it felt like a moment of vulnerability. Harper, by all accounts, is close to Brooklyn. Reports suggest she may be caught in the emotional crossfire of the Beckham family drama, and Brooklyn's absence from major events has not gone unnoticed by her or the fans. Hello. Magazine noted that this is the first public interaction between Brooklyn and his immediate family in quite some time. While the birthday post may warm hearts, it doesn't mean the rift is fully healed. The Sun even reported that Brooklyn's post was not an olive branch and that he is still very much distant from his parents. Some sources have hinted that Brooklyn feels more at home with the Peltz family, and that disagreements over control, media exposure, and even financial matters have kept the Beckham clan from fully reuniting. Even so, this small act, a birthday message to Harper, has sparked hope. Fans are flooding social media with mixed emotions. Some are praising Brooklyn for stepping up and sending love to his sister, while others are asking why he hasn't done more to reconnect with his parents. One fan wrote, "I miss seeing the whole Beckham family together. Harper deserves her brother by her side." Another commented, "At least he remembered her birthday. That's a start." Meanwhile, Victoria and David have remained graceful. They haven't directly addressed any feud, but they continue to post publicly about their children and support each other's milestones. On Harper's birthday, Victoria shared another photo later in the day, this one showing Harper with a big cake, surrounded by balloons, hinting at a private celebration in London. Whether Brooklyn was physically present for that celebration remains unclear. He's currently believed to be in St. Tropez with Nicola and her family, enjoying a summer getaway. No photos have surfaced of him with the rest of the Beckhams on Harper's big day, fueling speculation that his tribute may have been digital only. As the story unfolds, fans are left with a bittersweet snapshot of the Beckham family. On one hand, there's undeniable love and celebration for Harper. On the other, the cracks between Brooklyn and his parents remain visible. Will this birthday message be the beginning of a real reunion? Or just another chapter in a very public family saga? Only time will tell. But one thing is for certain, Harper Beckham's 14th birthday wasn't just a family event, it was a glimpse into the evolving dynamics of one of the most watched celebrity families in the world. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Conjoined twin Carmen Andrade has just revealed a stunning and emotional update that's taken social media by storm. She's officially married. That's right, Carmen, the 23-year-old woman known worldwide for her openness and resilience as one half of a conjoined twin duo, recently announced that she quietly tied the knot with her longtime boyfriend, Daniel McCormick. The wedding took place back in October 2024 in an intimate ceremony on Lover's Leap Bridge in New Milford, Connecticut. Yes, the name of the bridge couldn't be more poetic. This announcement came through a heartfelt and refreshingly candid YouTube video titled Overdue Update, where Carmen didn't just drop the bombshell, she did it with a glowing smile and a sparkling wedding ring. Sitting beside her twin sister Lupita, Carmen casually extended her hand to show off the ring, saying, "I did get married," prompting a burst of laughter and a quick follow-up from Lupita, who added, "I did not." And with that, the world leaned in closer, hungry for the story behind this beautiful twist. Carmen and Daniel's love story began in 2020, when they met on Hinge. From the start, Carmen was open about her condition. She and Lupita are dicephalic conjoined twins, which means they share a pelvis and lower body, with each having control over one leg and one arm. They share certain organs like a liver and reproductive system, but each has their own heart, stomach, lungs, and spine. It's a medically and emotionally complex situation, but Carmen didn't shy away from the truth on her dating profile. And instead of being scared off or fetishizing her, Daniel responded with respect and genuine curiosity. That's what set him apart. Over time, their connection deepened, and Daniel became a consistent presence in Carmen's life, forming a relationship that was equal parts romance, friendship, and partnership. By the time they decided to get married in October 2024, they had already been together for 5 years, the years spent growing, learning, and overcoming both physical and social challenges as a couple. The wedding itself was small, quiet, and intentionally low profile. Carmen wore an emerald green sequined gown, not white, because as she put it bluntly, "I don't like white." Daniel matched in a classic dark suit and an emerald green bow tie, with a single bright sunflower as his boutonniere to match the flowers Carmen held. The couple exchanged vows surrounded by family on the scenic bridge, commemorating not only their love but the exact day they had first met. It was a wedding with no pomp or flashy headlines, until now. And Lupita? She was there, right beside her sister as always, sharing the moment, but very clear that she had no romantic involvement. Lupita identifies as asexual and aromantic, and she's never had an interest in dating. She's happy for her sister, but she doesn't want that kind of life for herself. Her support, though, was unwavering. During the video, she joked about people asking whether she was married too and brushed it off with a laugh, saying, "I'm a wife to no one." What's striking is how Carmen and Lupita continue to challenge every assumption thrown their way. They've been asked everything from how they go to the bathroom to how relationships work when you share a body but not a brain or sexual identity, and they've never backed down from answering. They've said clearly they are two people, two brains, two hearts, They feel things separately. They have different emotions, preferences, orientations, and personalities. Carmen's relationship with Daniel is hers alone, and Lupita has nothing to do with it romantically or emotionally beyond being a supportive sister. The couple's decision to get married also opened up discussions about the complexity of consent, autonomy, and shared life in a body that's physically intertwined but still split in consciousness. Carmen has explained that she and Daniel are not sexually active, something that works for them both and respects Lupita's boundaries. And even though there are people who constantly question the validity or practicality of such a relationship, Carmen is crystal clear: it's real, it's grounded in respect, and it's theirs. Since sharing the news, Carmen and Lupita have received an overwhelming wave of support online. Fans and followers have flooded their social media with love, congratulations, and admiration. People are praising the sisters' transparency, humor, and the powerful example they continue to set, not just for people with disabilities, but for anyone navigating love outside of the narrow mold society tries to enforce. Carmen also shared that she's put her veterinary technician studies on hold to focus full-time on their YouTube channel, which has grown into a platform for advocacy, awareness, and lighthearted sketches written mostly by Lupita. They're building something together, and Carmen's marriage is simply one more layer to the life they've chosen to live on their own terms. And while the internet is ablaze with questions, memes, love, and the occasional inappropriate curiosity, the sisters continue to handle it all with grace, wit, and a stunning level of emotional maturity. Carmen married the man she loves. Lupita cheered her on, and together, they're rewriting what society thinks is possible. So now the world knows, Carmen Andrade is married. And it's not a sideshow, it's not a stunt. It's just a love story. A real one, built on respect, resilience, and truth. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Julian Ryan, a 27-year-old father from Ingram, Texas, died a hero on July 4th after a desperate act to save his family from a deadly flash flood cost him his life. Around 4 a.m., Julian woke his fiancée, Christinia Wilson, their 2 children, just 6 years old and 13 months, and his mother when he noticed floodwaters rapidly rising outside their trailer home near the Guadalupe River. Within minutes, water was inside, gushing through the bedroom door, creeping up their legs and triggering chaos. The family fought to keep the door shut, but the pressure of the water was overwhelming. They knew they were running out of time. As the trailer started to flood, Julian's instincts kicked in. With the exit blocked and the windows sealed shut, he punched through a window with his bare hand to create an escape route, but in doing so, he severed a major artery, nearly cutting his arm clean off. The blood loss was instant and severe. Despite the trauma, he ushered his fiancée, kids and mother to the roof of the trailer one by one, using the broken window he'd made for them. Christinia called 911 in a panic, but help was nowhere nearby. First responders were overwhelmed by the scale of the flooding across Kerr County, and access roads were underwater. Trapped on the roof for hours, Julian's condition worsened. He lost so much blood that he became pale and weak, unable to move. In his final moments, he looked at his family and whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm not going to make it. I love y'all." Then he closed his eyes for the last time. His body was found after the water receded, and news of his heroic final moments shook the community. His mother-in-law, Pamela Baker, called him the ultimate sacrifice. His sister, Connie Salas, said he died as a hero, with his mother by his side as he passed. Christinia said he was always helping people. That's who he was. And now she's left to raise their 2 children without the man who gave his life to save them. A GoFundMe started for the family has already raised over $90 and zero, with people across the country touched by Julian's bravery. His story comes in the wake of one of the deadliest floods Texas has seen in decades. The flash floods that struck on July 4th brought more than 6 inches of rain in just a few hours, sending the Guadalupe River surging over 22 feet in some areas. The National Weather Service had issued life-threatening flood warnings starting July 20, but residents in affected areas like Ingram and Kerrville say they never received evacuation alerts in time. Many, like the Ryan family, were caught completely off guard. As of today, the death toll has surpassed 120 in central Texas, with dozens still missing. One of the hardest hit areas was Camp Mystic, where floodwaters tore through dorms filled with sleeping children. At least 40 campers are still unaccounted for. Helicopters, boats, and more than 700 volunteers have joined in the search, with support from groups like the U.S. Coast Guard, Samaritan's Purse, and World Central Kitchen. The community is banding together, but the grief is raw. Residents are now demanding answers. Why weren't there sirens? Why did the county's coded system fail to alert people in time? Why were some families told to shelter in place instead of evacuating? County officials say an investigation is underway, but for the families who lost everything, it's too little, too late. Julian's story stands out as a gut-wrenching symbol of love and sacrifice. He wasn't famous, but his final act echoes louder than any headline. A father, a partner, a son-in-law, he gave everything to make sure his family lived. And in doing so, he became a legend in his own right. His name will be remembered not just by those he saved, but by thousands of strangers who now know what real heroism looks like. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Justin Bieber is officially set to pay Scooter Braun a staggering $31.5 million, bringing an explosive financial chapter between the former superstar and his ex-manager to a dramatic close. This settlement, confirmed by multiple reliable sources on July 11, 2025, is the result of years of behind-the-scenes tension, cancelled commitments, and one of the most talked-about business fallouts in pop music history. It all traces back to 2022 when Justin Bieber was forced to cancel his highly anticipated Justice World Tour due to severe health issues, including his public battle with Ramsay Hunt syndrome, a condition that caused facial paralysis and left him unable to perform. The cancellation triggered a massive financial domino effect. Bieber had already received a $40 million advance from AEG Presents, the tour's promoter. When the tour was scrapped, AEG demanded Bieber return $26 million of that advance. Behind the scenes, Scooter Braun's company, Hybe, stepped in and covered the $26 million on Justin's behalf, but Bieber had reportedly only made a single installment toward repaying it. Over time, the debt ballooned. To make matters worse, an internal audit by PricewaterhouseCoopers revealed that Justin also owed Scooter more than $8 million in unpaid management commissions, much of it tied to previous deals and the cancelled tour. Sources say Braun initially waived a portion of the commission to maintain goodwill, but with repayments stalled and communication breaking down, Braun decided enough was enough. The fallout escalated, and the once inseparable duo, who had worked together since Justin was 12, was officially broken. Their professional relationship had ended in 2023, but now, in 2025, the financial strains were finally being cut. The settlement terms are clear: $26 million to repay the advance Hybe fronted, and $5 million to cover part of the owed commissions. This brings the total to a jaw-dropping $31.5 million that Justin Bieber must now pay Scooter Braun. This deal doesn't just represent money changing hands, it's the symbolic end of a 15-year relationship that helped turn a Canadian YouTube teen into a global pop icon. Scooter Braun, who retired from music management in June 2024, had recently opened up on the Diary of a CEO podcast, saying, "You get to a point as a man where you want to show the world you can do it on your own. Myself and everyone from the old team is rooting for him." Despite his calm tone, it was clear Braun was emotionally invested in Bieber's future, even after their business ties ended. Bieber, on the other hand, has remained tight-lipped. No public statements, no clarifications. But the digital breadcrumbs tell a different story. Earlier this year, fans noticed Justin quietly unfollowed Braun on Instagram, sparking speculation that their split was far more personal than professional. While Bieber's camp has dismissed previous debt, rumors as clickbait stupidity, the scale of this settlement tells a very different story. Adding fuel to the fire, insiders hinted that the $200 million sale of Justin's music catalog in late 2022 might have been a strategic move to ease growing financial pressure. Meanwhile, Hailey Bieber's skincare brand, Rhode, which was valued at $1 billion, has also become a key source of financial support for the couple. Online reactions have been fierce and divided. Social media exploded with comments like, "Scooter robbed Justin, disgusting," and "That man should change his name to Scooter Robber." Others questioned whether Justin was ever in control of his own finances. "That road money is gonna vanish at this point," one ex-user posted, while another speculated, was Justin really broke this whole time? But amid the scandal and backlash, Bieber seems focused on turning the page. His 7th studio album, Swag, dropped on July 11, 2025, the same day the settlement was finalized, a symbolic reset. And if that wasn't enough, he just unveiled his new fashion label, Skylework, signaling a full-blown rebrand and relaunch of the Bieber empire. Despite the baggage, Bieber's not looking back. The $31.5 million settlement may sting now, but it clears the path for a fresh start, one free from Scooter Braun's shadow. The boy who once sang Baby is now a 31-year-old man rebuilding his brand, one move at a time. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Justin Bieber just brought his 10-month-old son, Jack Blues, into the recording studio, and the internet can't stop talking about it. On July 7, 2025, Justin posted a heartwarming carousel of images on Instagram, showing baby Jack standing next to a coffee table, surrounded by guitars, instruments, and a group of musicians mid-session. Fairy lights glowed in the background, casting a golden hue over the scene as Justin looked lovingly at his son. The post, with nothing but heart emojis in the caption, instantly went viral, racking up millions of likes and comments from fans who couldn't get enough of the intimate, emotional moment. This studio session wasn't just a casual drop-in, it felt like a passing of the torch. The setting wasn't a staged photo op. It was raw, honest, and soaked in symbolism, a father creating music with his child at his feet, literally growing up beside the melodies. It marked a new chapter in Justin's life, a quieter, more grounded version of the once wild pop icon, now embracing the role of father with the same intensity he once poured into his performances. Fans first caught a glimpse of this side of Justin earlier the same day, when he uploaded a black and white video of himself giggling and playing with Jack outdoors. The video was filled with tenderness, tiny laughs, chubby hands, Justin tickling his son's belly, the kind of simple joy that reminds you what matters. The reactions flooded in. "He's growing up so fast," one fan commented. Another said, "Never thought we would actually reach the moment of seeing you in the daddy era." Many fans admitted they watched the video on loop, calling it the most heart-melting thing Justin's posted in years. Jack Blues Bieber was born on August 23, 2024, following a very private pregnancy. Justin and Hailey Bieber managed to keep their journey under wraps for 6 months before announcing it to the world with stunning maternity photos from their vow renewal ceremony in Hawaii. Since Jack's birth, both parents have been extremely selective about what they share, but when they do, it's powerful. Hailey recently revealed that Jack is now eating full meals with her. His favorites include cottage cheese, chicken meatballs, eggs, and avocado. She called it a monumental update, a peek into the realness of mom life. But while the Bieber family seems to be thriving in their private bubble, fans have voiced growing concern over Justin's well-being. Over the past few months, his social media activity has raised eyebrows, cryptic messages, erratic posts, and a few photos of him smoking have stirred anxiety among followers. Some wonder if the pressures of fame and fatherhood are taking a toll on his mental health. Others urge compassion, noting that healing and growth aren't always linear. His fanbase, ever loyal, has rallied with messages of love and support, encouraging him to stay strong and continue embracing this new chapter. Behind the scenes, however, Justin has been working. Really working. He recently spent time in Iceland, at the ultra-private Floki Studios, where insiders say he's recording a deeply personal comeback album. Described as turning pain into art, the new music reportedly taps into the emotional highs and lows of the past few years, his health scare with Ramsay Hunt syndrome, the cancelled Justice World Tour, and now, the roller coaster of new fatherhood. Sources close to him say this is the most honest and vulnerable Justin has ever been in the studio. Public reaction to his latest posts has been a mixture of awe and emotional whiplash. While some fans are overwhelmed by the sheer cuteness of baby Jack, especially the moments where Jack is seen smiling in his dad's arms, others are holding their breath, hoping Justin's behind-the-scenes struggles don't overshadow the joy. Comments like, "Cutest little baby ever, I'm crying real tears," and "Protect this family at all costs," fill the thread of every new post. Meanwhile, celebrity friends and collaborators continue to show quiet support, often liking posts or dropping subtle emoji replies that say more than words could. One standout moment? Jack wearing a Toronto Maple Leafs jersey during a family vacation, earning a like and comment from none other than Leafs captain Austin Matthews. It was a playful nod to Justin's Canadian roots, and fans absolutely loved it. What we're witnessing is not just the evolution of Justin Bieber as an artist, but as a human, a husband, a father, a man finding meaning in small, tender moments. Bringing Jack to the studio wasn't just cute, it was symbolic. It reminded the world that Justin's story is still being written, and it's no longer just about chart-topping singles or paparazzi shots. It's about legacy, family, balance, and the power of showing up for the people you love, even when the world is watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Travis Barker just gave fans an unexpectedly touching glimpse into his relationship with stepdaughter Penelope Disick, and it's melting hearts across social media. On July 9th, just one day after Penelope's 13th birthday, the Blink-182 drummer took to Instagram stories to post a candid, black-and-white snapshot of a private moment that spoke volumes. In the photo, Travis is seen lifting Penelope by the legs as she sticks a sticker on a street sign that reads, "One way." It's a simple, playful moment, but the caption said it all: "Happy birthday, P. No frills, no fuss, just pure affection." And for a family that's lived most of their lives in the spotlight, this understated gesture from Travis feels especially meaningful. Penelope, the daughter of Kourtney Kardashian and Scott Disick, officially became a teenager on July 8th, and the entire Kardashian-Jenner clan came out in full force to celebrate her. Kourtney, who married Travis in 2022, posted a heartfelt tribute. Filled with emotion and nostalgia, on her Instagram story she shared a photo of pink and white balloons covering a luxurious hotel suite and wrote, "My daughter is 13 today. My heart is exploding with gratitude and love for her." Later, she added a dreamy photo of Penelope sitting peacefully on a cliffside overlooking Lake Como, Italy, and reflected, Their choice of location wasn't random. Lake Como was the honeymoon spot for Kourtney's parents nearly 5 decades ago, making this getaway both a birthday celebration and a sentimental full-circle moment. Scott Disick, Penelope's father, also took to Instagram to mark the occasion. He posted a sweet message that read, "I have no words to explain my love for the greatest gift in life, and that's my pee-pee leap." His affectionate nickname for her, Peepa Leap, was a reminder that no matter how big she gets, she'll always be his little girl. Meanwhile, Kris Jenner, the proud grandmother, went full Kris mode with a throwback-filled Instagram carousel, celebrating everything from Penelope's sense of style to her kind, sweet soul and her artistic creativity. Kris wrote, "You already have the most amazing sense of style and such a creative spirit. I love you so much, my precious girl." Even Kim Kardashian chimed in with her own story, sharing a snapshot of Penelope with the words, "The sweetest girl in the world. The sweetest girl in the world." But it was Travis Barker's subtle tribute that really caught people's attention. Unlike the more elaborate posts from the Kardashians, his image was raw, unfiltered, and quiet. It wasn't staged or overly polished, it was just a real stepdad being present in a teenager's life. And for fans who have watched this family evolve through reality television, the evolution of Travis and Penelope's relationship has been a quiet highlight. From the early days of The Kardashians on Hulu, where Penelope was still warming up to her mom's new husband, to now, when she's comfortably spending quality time with him, there's been a real transformation. This isn't the first time Travis has shown love for Penelope. In a previous episode of The Kardashians, he was seen surprising her with a giant squishmallow he won at Luna Park in Australia, saying, "For you, P." That moment may have seemed small, but it meant everything to Penelope, who lit up with joy. Kourtney later described the scene as so special, noting how much Travis tries to make her children feel safe and loved. That kind of support doesn't go unnoticed, and it's become clear that Travis takes his role as stepfather seriously. Currently, Travis and Kourtney are raising their son Rocky 13 Barker, who was born in November 2023, along with Kourtney's 3 children, Mason, Penelope, and Rain, and Travis's own kids, Landon and Alabama Barker. as well as stepdaughter, Atiana de la Hoya. It's a big, blended family. And like any family, it comes with its own dynamics. But from what fans have seen, Travis has integrated himself not just as a husband to Courtney, but as a consistent, positive force in the lives of her children. Public reaction to Travis's post has been overwhelmingly warm. Social media flooded with comments praising his bond with Penelope. One fan wrote, "Travis is the stepdad every child deserves." Another commented, "It's the little things that matter. This picture says more than words ever could." And that sentiment seems to echo throughout the fandom. In a world full of curated moments and reality TV drama, sometimes it's the quiet, unscripted love that stands out the most. As Penelope officially steps into her teenage years, she's surrounded by a tribe that's got her back, from her stylish mom and supportive dad to a stepfather who lifts her up in more ways than one. Literally, this birthday wasn't just a celebration of another year, it was a snapshot of a young girl growing into herself, with a family that's growing right alongside her. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Ask Chat Pete.
Justin Bieber just dropped a bombshell with his brand new, unexpected album Swag, a raw, deeply personal, and emotional 21-track project that instantly ignited headlines, sparked fan theories, and silenced months of speculation about his marriage, his mental health, and his new life as a father. Released on July 11, 2025, the album marks Bieber's first full-length release in 4 years, and it couldn't have come at a more dramatic moment. From cryptic social media posts to viral paparazzi meltdowns, the past few months have fueled intense rumors, but now, Justin's using his music to respond directly. Let's start with what everyone's talking about, his relationship with Hailey Bieber. For weeks, fans have speculated that the couple was heading for divorce, especially after Justin's emotional appearance at a church event and his visible absence from Hailey's high-profile outings. But the track, Walking Away, makes it crystal clear, Justin isn't leaving. He sings, "I know you're tired, I know you cry, but baby I ain't walking away," silencing critics and reaffirming his love for Hailey in one of the most vulnerable ballads of his career. It's an anthem of resilience, about sticking it out when the cameras are gone and the real work of love begins. But the relationship revelations don't end there. Throughout the album, Justin drops multiple lyrical love notes to Hailey. In the song Go Baby, he gushes over her beauty, confidence, and unwavering support. "My baby, she's iconic, iPhone case, lip gloss on it," he sings, with a swaggering charm that feels like early 2010s Bieber fused with the emotional maturity of a husband and new father. It's playful, flirty, and deeply affectionate, an ode to the woman who stood beside him through chaos and calm. Now, about that baby, yes, Swag finally confirms what fans have long suspected. Justin and Hailey's son, Jack Blues Bieber, who was born in August 2024, is front and center on the album, literally. The cover features a shirtless Justin cradling his son in a raw, black and white portrait. It's symbolic of a new chapter, fatherhood, maturity, legacy. And in songs like Dad's Love and Jack's Interlude, Bieber lets his emotions flow freely. He speaks about the weight of being a father, the pressure to set an example, and the overwhelming joy Jack has brought into his life. One line that stands out, "You made me real, made me whole, now I got a reason I never had before." And if fans thought Justin was done being honest, think again. The track, Therapy Sessions, takes listeners straight into the dark corners of his mind. He opens up about anxiety, fame, and the long journey to mental wellness. The lyrics are raw, "I gave the world my smile, but inside I was fading, screaming in silence, praying for saving." It's a gut punch that reflects years of internal battles and the toll celebrity has taken on his spirit. Then there's Standing on Business, which directly addresses the now infamous Father's Day video where Justin lashed out at paparazzi while out with Hailey. The track even features snippets from that viral moment. It's angry, it's unapologetic, but it's also self-aware. Justin uses the song to call out the public's obsession with tearing celebrities down and highlights how deeply personal moments are often exploited for clicks and headlines. One of the most talked about songs so far is Yukon, where fans thought they were hearing SZA on the chorus, but plot twist, it's just Justin's own vocals, pitched and layered to mimic a female voice. It's experimental, nostalgic, and dripping with early 2010s energy. Yukon recounts memories of driving through Canada with Hailey during their early days, calling her at 3 a.m., talking about the future. It's intimate, cinematic, and completely unexpected. But not everyone's impressed. Critics have been divided. Some praise Bieber's vulnerability and growth, calling Swag a necessary evolution. Others say it feels like an emotional dump, messy, rushed, and overly self-indulgent. The final track, Forgiveness, featuring gospel legend Marvin Winans, was particularly polarizing. Some loved its spiritual tone. Others felt it was preachy and disconnected from the rest of the album's vibe. Still, Swag is undeniably Bieber's most revealing work yet. Behind the scenes, this album also marks a professional reboot. Justin has reportedly parted ways with longtime manager Scooter Braun, settled debts totaling $26 million, and trimmed down his inner circle to focus on music, family, and healing. He's back in the studio with collaborators like Carter Lang, Dijon, Eddie Benjamin, and DJ Tay James, crafting a sound that's soulful, experimental, and very much his own. Halle, for her part, has stood by him through every lyric. She promoted the album proudly, posting the cover and writing that Justin poured his whole heart into this, reminding fans that what they see online isn't the whole story. And recently, the couple was spotted vacationing in Ibiza, looking closer than ever, smiling, laughing, and, for once, living beyond the lens. This album isn't just a collection of songs, it's a documentary in music form. A journey from the dizzying highs of fame to the quiet strength of family. From cancelling a world tour due to Ramsay Hunt syndrome, to becoming a father, to doubling down on faith and love, Swag is Justin Bieber taking control of his narrative, and letting the world know, he's still here, still fighting, and more honest than ever. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Superman's legacy just soared higher than ever, and the moment has the world talking. Will Reeve, son of the late Christopher Reeve, the man who defined the role of Superman for generations, has officially stepped into his father's iconic universe with a surprise cameo in the brand new James Gunn-directed Superman film, and his reaction to the heartfelt tribute is nothing short of emotional. The buzz began when eagle-eyed fans spotted Will Reeve in a Blink-Annual cameo during an early screening of Superman, which premiered on 7 July, 2025, at the iconic TCL Chinese Theatre in Hollywood, the same venue where his father first graced the world as Clark Kent back in 1978. The full-circle symbolism wasn't lost on anyone, least of all Will himself, who later revealed he wore his father's cuff links to the premiere. A private touch he didn't make public until he spoke to Good Morning America, sharing that this quiet gesture felt like a personal way to honor the man who once wore the cape. In the film, Will plays a journalist, a nod not only to Clark Kent's day job but to his own real-life career as an ABC News correspondent. He said yes to the cameo immediately when James Gunn reached out. In his words, it was an automatic yes. But despite his broadcast experience, Will admitted that saying a single line for the movie made him far more nervous than going live on television. He joked that acting is way harder than journalism, and unlike his day job, there were multiple takes, and he needed every one of them. Will filmed the cameo back in July 2024 in Cleveland, and while the appearance is brief, the emotional weight behind it is massive. Before filming began, the cast and crew took a moment to watch Superman, the Christopher Reeve story, the critically acclaimed documentary about Christopher Reeve's life and legacy. That moment of reflection helped the cast connect to the soul of the Superman legacy, something Will says deeply moved him. According to him, the atmosphere on set was reverent, respectful, and even spiritual, something rare for a big-budget superhero film. When asked about David Corenswet's performance as the new Superman, Will had only praise. He noted that the cast doesn't need his or his family's approval. "We are not gatekeepers," he said, but he couldn't help feeling touched when he heard cast members say Corenswet reminded them of his dad. That level of authenticity, that mixture of strength and warmth, is something Christopher Reeve once embodied effortlessly. Seeing someone else channel that energy with such sincerity clearly meant a lot to Will. And the fans? They've responded with overwhelming love. Social media erupted with tributes, quotes, and freeze frames of Will's cameo. Many viewers admitted they cried when they recognized him. It was a silent passing of the torch, a subtle reminder that the legacy of Superman isn't just fiction, it's family, memory, and resilience. Fans called it the most beautiful Easter egg ever, with one tweet reading, "Seeing Will Reeve in Superman made me believe in heroes again." This isn't the first time Will has honored his father's legacy. After Christopher Reeve's tragic horseback riding accident in 1995 left him paralyzed from the neck down, he became a powerful advocate for spinal cord injury research until his passing in 2004. Will was only 11 years old at the time. Since then, he has grown into a confident and compassionate journalist, as well as an ambassador for the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation. His life has been a constant thread of honoring his parents, his father, the ultimate Superman, and his mother, Dana Reeve, a talented actress and fierce caregiver who died just 17 months after Christopher. But stepping into the Superman cinematic universe, however briefly, was something new. It was personal. It was cinematic poetry. Will Reeve didn't just visit his father's world, he lived in it for a moment. And in doing so, he allowed millions of fans to feel like Christopher Reeve was back on screen, even if just in spirit. Will described the Superman premiere as the blockbusteriest event he's ever experienced. Hollywood Boulevard was lined with fans in Superman costumes, some of whom weren't even born when Christopher Reeve first flew across the big screen. It was a generational celebration, and Will was right in the center of it. James Gunn, the film's director, even gave Will a shout-out during the premiere, saying, "You're gonna see someone special in this movie." Will said he wanted to shrink into his seat at that moment. After all, he only had one line, but the gesture clearly meant the world to him. This wasn't about screen time. It was about legacy, healing, and acknowledgement. With Superman now in theaters as of July 11, 2025, the excitement continues to grow. David Corenswet is already earning praise for his layered portrayal of the Man of Steel, but it's Will Reeve's cameo that many fans are calling the heart of the film. A quiet moment that says so much. A reminder that heroes aren't just found in comic books, they live in memories, in family, in the people who keep telling the story. And that's exactly what Will Reeve has done. He's told his father's story through action, through advocacy, and now, through cinema. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Kanye West's wife, Bianca Censori, just shocked the internet with a dramatic new hair transformation that has everyone talking. On July 9, 2025, Bianca debuted a striking new look on her Instagram story, swapping out her signature slick-back blonde bob for long, jet-black locks with sharp, face-framing bangs. The transformation was instantly viral. Fans were stunned, critics were intrigued, and the internet went into full-blown speculation mode over what this bold move really means in the ever-evolving saga of Kanye and Bianca. This isn't just a hairstyle change, it's a full aesthetic shift. Known for pushing the boundaries of fashion and public perception, Bianca has turned herself into a living, breathing art piece, much like her husband's controversial career. But with this new hair, people are starting to ask, is Bianca stepping into her own power, or is this just the next phase in Kanye's carefully curated image of her? Let's rewind for a moment. Bianca Censori, born January 5, 1995, in Melbourne, Australia, studied architecture at the University of Melbourne and joined Kanye West's Yeezy brand as the head of architecture. Fast forward to December 2022, the pair held a private, non-legally binding ceremony, and ever since, Bianca has been by Ye's side, at fashion weeks, in music studios, and across global headlines. But it's her fashion choices, and now this hair transformation, that are setting off alarms across pop culture circles. Just a few days before the debut of her dark bangs, Bianca shocked fans by sharing a series of sultry, vintage-style Polaroids, shot by Kanye himself, where she wore a sheer, skin-tight nightgown and a platinum blonde wig. The resemblance to Sabrina Carpenter in those pics? Uncanny. In fact, social media erupted with side-by-side comparisons, with one viral tweet reading, "Wait, is that Bianca or Sabrina?" It didn't stop there. Others claimed she looked eerily similar to a young Kim Kardashian, adding fuel to the fire that Kanye might be trying to recreate his ex through Bianca's evolving appearance. But while those Polaroids were sexy, mysterious, and provocative, her latest hair transformation feels more grounded, more commanding. The long black locks with bangs frame her face with confidence. It's giving power. It's giving agency. And it has everyone asking, is this the beginning of Bianca's true self finally emerging? Of course, not everyone is convinced this. Evolution is entirely her own. According to page 6, Kanye has allegedly spent over $400,000 on custom, avant-garde looks for Bianca over the past year alone. These include everything from the candy bikini that made headlines, to the sheer bodysuit that drew gasps at the Grammys. Sources close to the couple claim Kanye is obsessed with curating her image and views Bianca as his living muse, a walking, talking extension of his creative genius. Fans are divided. Some admire the artistry. Others worry it borders on control. Still, Bianca has never appeared uncomfortable. In fact, she seems to embrace the chaos. She walks through crowds unfazed in see-through fabrics, skin-tight latex, and now, this powerful new hairstyle that seems to whisper, "I know exactly what I'm doing." Her latest posts show a confident woman staring straight into the camera, unbothered by the noise. There's no caption, no explanation. Just her, a brand new look, and millions of eyes watching. As the photos made their rounds online, public reactions poured in. One fan tweeted, "She looks amazing with black hair, this is her best look yet." Another wrote, "Kanye's definitely behind this. It's giving Kim 2016." But some came to her defense, saying, maybe she's just figuring herself out. Let her live. And it's true, since marrying Kanye, Bianca has undergone multiple transformations. From her edgy Tokyo streetwear phase, to the Barbie pink curls during Paris Fashion Week, to the almost nude net dresses she wore across Italy. Each look draws attention. Each moment sparks a conversation. But this hair, this change, feels more personal. Less like performance art and more like a statement. A shift. Could this be Bianca reclaiming her identity in the midst of constant public speculation? Or is it just another chapter in Kanye's ongoing campaign to shock the world through style, spectacle, and scandal? Whatever the truth is, one thing is undeniable: Bianca Censori has become one of the most talked about figures in celebrity culture today. She's no longer just Kanye's wife or Yeezy's architect. She's a fashion renegade, an internet mystery, and now, with those piercing dark bangs, a woman rewriting her own story, one transformation at a time. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Michael Douglas has just confirmed what many in Hollywood had long suspected: he has no real intentions of returning to acting anytime soon. Speaking candidly at the Karlovy Vary International Film Festival in the Czech Republic on July 5, 2025, the 80-year-old Oscar-winning legend revealed that he hasn't taken on a new acting role since 2022, and he's perfectly fine with that. In his own words, "I had to stop. I'd been working pretty hard for almost 60 years, and I did not want to be one of those people who dropped dead on the set." That stark but sobering admission has shocked fans, especially those who grew up watching Douglas dominate the screen across decades and genres. Now, to be clear, Michael Douglas didn't say the word retirement. In fact, he left a little crack in the door, saying if something really special came along, he might consider it. But from the way he framed his decision, deliberately stepping away, turning down roles, and prioritizing his health and personal life, it's evident that any return would be rare, if not unlikely. Douglas's last on-screen roles were as Benjamin Franklin in the miniseries Franklin, which was filmed in 2022 and released in 2024, and as Hank Pym in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania back in 2023. And while Marvel fans may still be clinging to hope, Douglas himself suggested during press rounds for Quantumania that he was ready for Hank Pym to be killed off. That, more than anything, signaled that his days in the MCU were coming to an end. So why now? Why walk away from a career that's not only legendary but still viable? Douglas explained it best himself. He talked about longevity, about pacing, and about perspective. After a terrifying stage 4 throat cancer diagnosis in 2010, he opted for chemotherapy and radiation rather than surgery, which would have damaged his ability to speak, and by extension, act. He's been in remission ever since, but he hasn't forgotten that wake-up call. At 80, he says, he wants to focus on living well, being present for his family, and, in his words, not working just to die on a set. Douglas also joked that he's enjoying his role now as the supportive husband to his wife of nearly 25 years, Catherine Zeta-Jones, saying, "I am happy to play the wife, in the spirit of maintaining a good marriage." The crowd laughed, but the message was clear: he's shifted into a new chapter of life, one where he's no longer chasing the next big role. And this wasn't just a random announcement. Douglas was honored at Karlovy Vary with a surprise Crystal Globe Award during a special 50th anniversary screening of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, the groundbreaking 1975 film that Douglas produced and which went on to win the Oscar for Best Picture. It was a full-circle moment, from young producer to living legend, being celebrated for a lifetime of achievement while announcing that he's ready to step away. Still, Douglas isn't stepping out of the entertainment world entirely. He continues to run his production company, Further Films, and he hinted at developing a little independent movie, though no further details have been released. There's also Looking Through Water, an upcoming film in post-production, which features Douglas alongside his son Cameron. That project is expected to be released later in 2025, and while it may be one of his final on-screen appearances, it also marks a symbolic passing of the torch. Social media has exploded with reactions since Douglas made his announcement. Fans and fellow celebrities have flooded comment sections with words like legend, icon, and thank you. Clips of his classic performances, Wall Street, Fatal Attraction, Basic Instinct, Romancing the Stone, are circulating widely, as fans relive the most electrifying moments of his career. Some are hopeful this is just a break, others are already mourning the end of an era. Beyond Hollywood, Douglas also used his time at the festival to reflect on broader issues. He voiced concern about the direction of American politics, specifically the growing threat of autocracy and the dangerous influence of money in political discourse. It's not the first time Douglas has used his platform to speak out. He's long been an advocate for gun control, education, and democracy, but the timing of these remarks made it feel like he's looking to leave more than just cinematic legacy behind. He's thinking about the world his grandchildren will inherit. So, what does this all mean? It means that as of now, July 2025, Michael Douglas has pressed pause, maybe permanently, on his acting career. He's not chasing scripts, he's not angling for a comeback, and he's definitely not trying to be the guy who burns out at the finish line. Instead, he's choosing to spend his 80s in peace, in health, and with family. And if the right project knocks on his door? Sure, maybe. But until then, Douglas is stepping away from the spotlight, not because he has to, but because he's earned the right to. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Hailey Bieber just sent the internet into a frenzy with a bold, strongly worded message tied directly to the explosive hype around Justin Bieber's brand new album, Swag. Just hours ahead of its official release at midnight on July 11, 2025, Hailey took to Instagram stories to post what fans are calling a public takedown of critics, trolls, and anyone questioning the strength of her marriage or Justin's comeback. With just a single line, "Is it finally clocking to you fucking losers?" Hailey delivered what may be the most direct and emotionally charged clapback we've seen from her in years. And it couldn't have come at a more strategic moment. The post wasn't just a standalone rant. It was layered. Hailey shared Justin's album trailer billboard, an image showing a shirtless, tattooed Justin looking defiant and fully in his element, alongside a rare personal snap of the two of them in matching white tank tops. This wasn't just album promo. This was a clear and defiant show of unity, one that sent a crystal clear message to the world. Hailey's not going anywhere, and she's not letting anyone tear her family down. The album, Swag, marks Justin's first major project since 2021's Justice. And this time, he's coming back with a vengeance: 20 tracks, raw vulnerability, edgy swagger, and headline-making collabs with Ghana, Sexy Red, and Cash Cobain. The promo for the project has been on another level. From massive billboard takeovers in Los Angeles and Reykjavik, to a full tracklist display in the middle of Times Square, Justin has signaled that this isn't just a return, it's a rebirth. He's been quiet for years, mostly under the radar, except for public concern over his health and cryptic Instagram posts. But now, with this new era, he's taking full control of the narrative. And so is Hailey. Behind the glitz of the album release lies months of internet-fueled drama. Social media has been buzzing with rumors of divorce, of strain in their relationship, of Justin's struggles behind the scenes. Every detail of their lives has been dissected and judged. Hailey, especially, has faced waves of hate online. But in recent months, she's hit back harder than ever. Just weeks ago, she reposted multiple Instagram quotes aimed directly at her critics, including one that read, "Did all that hating and gossiping about me and still couldn't stop nothing. I'll be mad too," and another that declared, "Cry me a river, build me a bridge and get over it." It's been clear she's fed up, and now, with Swag, she's using her platform to defend her husband and their love in the most public way possible. The message hits even deeper when you consider their recent life changes. In May 2024, Hailey and Justin announced they were expecting. Just months later, in September, they quietly welcomed their son, Jack Blues Bieber. Since then, they've kept much of their private life under wraps. But that changed this week when Justin released never-before-seen intimate family portraits as part of the Swag promotional campaign. In both black and white and full-color images, Justin, Hailey, and baby Jack are seen posing in serene barn settings, laughing together, holding hands, and just being a family. The photos ooze authenticity and intentional vulnerability. It's clear Justin wants the world to see not just his evolution as an artist, but as a husband and father. And for Hailey, this moment feels deeply personal. She's spoken openly about the challenges of postpartum life, the overwhelming scrutiny of being a celebrity mom, and the emotional toll of being constantly judged. In one interview, she admitted that Justin's support has been everything, saying he taught her to block out the noise. "You're not going to win, you're just not going to win." Those words, paired with her recent posts, show a woman fiercely protective of her peace, her husband, and her family. As for Justin, he hasn't directly addressed the controversy. Instead, he's let the art do the talking. Early album reviews describe Swag as his most personal, emotional, and creatively experimental work yet. One track reportedly references the chaos of online hate. Another nods to the couple's decision to step away from the limelight for their son. And while fans wait eagerly for the full release, one thing is already clear: this album is about way more than music. It's about legacy, reinvention, and redemption. The public response? It's been massive. Fans are rallying behind Hailey, flooding her comments with praise for standing up for her husband. One fan wrote, "You don't mess with a mama bear." Another added, "That's how you support your man, loud and proud." Of course, not everyone is cheering. Some critics have accused the couple of using drama to promote the album. But Hailey's not here for approval. She's here for truth. And this time, the truth is louder than ever. So, to sum it all up, Hailey Bieber just made it crystal clear that she's standing tall beside Justin as he reclaims his musical throne. With one unapologetic message, she shut down months of speculation, silenced her haters, and reminded the world that love, real, raw, and loyal, doesn't need permission to shine. The album Swag drops tonight. And the Biebers? They're just getting started. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this. Khloe Kardashian has finally addressed one of the most bizarre and persistent rumors in Kardashian lore: whether she was ever a surrogate for her sister Kim Kardashian. And her answer? A loud, clear, and slightly stunned absolutely not. In a candid and slightly exasperated moment, Khloe shut down the speculation, saying, "I was a surrogate for Kim?" Where would that even start from? That's right, she's calling out the internet's strangest theory with both disbelief and frustration, putting an end to yet another wild Kardashian conspiracy. Now, let's get the facts straight. Kim Kardashian, as many fans already know, used surrogacy for her third and fourth children, Chicago and Psalm. She made this choice after experiencing serious pregnancy complications with her first two children, North and Saint. Kim suffered from preeclampsia and placenta accreta, life-threatening conditions that made carrying additional pregnancies dangerous. After her doctors advised against another natural birth, she opted for gestational surrogacy, where another woman carries the embryo created from Kim and Kanye's DNA. Kim's journey through surrogacy was public, calculated, and medically necessary, and at no point did Khloe's name ever come up in that process. But what about Khloe? Well, her own experience with surrogacy has been anything but smooth sailing. In 2022, Khloe welcomed her second child, Tatum Thompson, via surrogate. This decision came after a stormy relationship with Tristan Thompson, one riddled with betrayal and very public cheating scandals. What many fans may not know is that Khloe had already started the surrogacy process before the world found out about Tristan fathering another child with fitness model Marilee Nichols. The drama was intense, the timing was awful, and the emotional toll on Khloe was enormous. Khloe has since been open about how emotionally disconnected she felt during the surrogate pregnancy. In an episode of The Kardashians, she revealed how unnatural the process felt to her. She admitted to feeling a strange sense of detachment, saying, "I felt really guilty that this woman just had my baby and I take the baby and go to another room. It felt so transactional." She even confessed that she was in denial throughout the pregnancy, barely acknowledging it until her son was born. That's a far cry from the polished, stress-free version that some people assume surrogacy to be, and it was certainly nothing like Kim's situation. So when people started floating the idea that Khloe had been Kim's surrogate, it wasn't just wrong, it was offensive. Khloe's journey into surrogacy was deeply personal and emotionally raw. To have that twisted into some secret sister favor is not only absurd but deeply disrespectful to the real challenges she faced. And Khloe wasn't having it. By asking, where would that even start from, she's not just questioning the rumor, she's calling out the kind of gossip that reduces real-life experiences into clickbait. Social media exploded after Khloe's comment. Fans flooded the comments sections with support, defending her right to shut down harmful speculation. Some called the rumor insane, while others applauded her for standing up and speaking the truth. One user wrote, "People need to stop trying to create drama where there is none. Khloe's been through enough," while another added, "She's always the one taking the hits." Glad she clapped back. And honestly, Khloe has every right to be tired of the narrative. She's spent years being the subject of tabloid scrutiny, from cruel paternity rumors about her own father, to invasive commentary about her appearance, to relentless judgment over her personal life and parenting decisions. This latest rumor, that she was somehow carrying Kim's child in secret, is just another example of how celebrity culture can blur the line between fantasy and reality in ways that are downright damaging. It's also worth pointing out that this isn't just some casual gossip, it plays into larger issues. There's already so much misunderstanding and stigma around surrogacy, especially when it comes to emotional experience, maternal bonding, and female autonomy. By speaking openly, Khloe is helping dismantle some of those myths, showing that surrogacy isn't easy, glamorous, or free of emotional consequences. It's complex, it's deeply personal, and it's definitely not something to be twisted into a fan theory or internet joke. This moment is also another example of the Kardashian family's strange role in shaping public understanding of fertility, motherhood, and female health. Whether intentionally or not, Kim and Khloe's respective surrogacy journeys have made the topic part of mainstream conversation. And now, with Khloe firmly drawing a line, she's taking control of that narrative again, saying loud and clear, "I wasn't Kim's surrogate. I was just a woman trying to build her family through the best path available to her." At the end of the day, this rumor might have seemed harmless to some, but to Khloe, it was a line that shouldn't have been crossed. Her experience as a mother deserves to be understood on her own terms, not someone else's. And by putting this speculation to rest, she's reclaiming her story once again. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner were spotted together on July 11, 2025, enjoying a rare family outing that had everyone talking, not just because of the baseball game, but because of the undeniable chemistry they still share as co-parents. The former couple, who finalized their divorce in 2018, sat front row at Boston's iconic Fenway Park alongside their two youngest kids, 16-year-old Serafina and 13-year-old Samuel, during a high-energy Red Sox vs Tampa Bay Rays matchup. And yes, Ben was repping his hometown team in full force, baseball cap, grin, and all. In a moment that quickly went viral, cameras captured Affleck gently nudging Garner, prompting the two to smile at each other with a comfort and familiarity that sparked immediate reactions online. NESN broadcasters even commented on the pair, with one saying, "Great Red Sox family right there." And just like that, social media exploded with speculation. Some fans wondered aloud if this was a reconciliation in progress, with one tweet reading, "Did Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner reconcile?" While another added, "They are such a cute couple, they should totally date again." But insiders were quick to clarify, there's no romantic reunion on the horizon. This was about family, and family only. Still, that didn't stop the internet from diving deep into nostalgia mode. After all, Affleck and Garner's love story began in the early 2000s, culminating in a marriage in 2005 that lasted over a decade. They share 3 kids together, Violet, now 19, Serafina, and Samuel. Even after their split, both have remained fully committed to co-parenting in the healthiest, most grounded way possible. And this Red Sox appearance? It was yet another chapter in their ongoing story of unity and mutual respect. This latest outing comes on the heels of some major changes in both of their personal lives. Earlier this year, in January 2025, Affleck finalized his highly publicized divorce from Jennifer Lopez, just 2 years after rekindling their relationship and tying the knot in a lavish multi-ceremony affair. While the end of Bennifer 2.0 made global headlines, Affleck remained notably private, shifting focus to his kids and career. Meanwhile, Garner has been quietly going strong with businessman John Miller, whom she's been dating on and off since 2018. Just last month, she was seen kissing Miller at a charity event in Santa Monica, reaffirming that she's fully moved on romantically. But that hasn't stopped her from continuing to show up for her ex-husband and their children in a way that's rare in Hollywood, and frankly, inspiring. And this isn't the first time they've been seen looking genuinely happy in each other's company post-divorce. In March 2025, Affleck and Garner were photographed at Samuel's paintball-themed birthday party, where they were seen embracing and chatting warmly. Eyewitnesses described the atmosphere as lighthearted and full of love, and photos of the moment quickly made the rounds on fan pages and gossip sites alike. Affleck himself has praised Garner publicly for her parenting. In a March interview, he called her an amazing mother and said he was lucky to have her as a co-parent. Garner, in turn, has often spoken about putting their kids first, telling Vanity Fair years ago that their shared mission is making sure the children are happy, healthy, and loved. And it shows. Every rare public appearance they make together feels less like two exes being civil and more like two people committed to a lifelong family unit, no matter how that unit evolves. Adding to the full-circle vibes of the night, the Red Sox defeated the Rays 5-4, clinching their 8th consecutive win, a thrilling game that made this family outing all the more memorable. Fans in the stadium recognized Affleck instantly, and many were surprised to see Garner beside him, smiling and clapping like any other mom cheering on a good game. And for longtime fans of the couple, this wasn't just any baseball game. It was poetic. Their first public outing as a couple was also at a Red Sox game during the 2004 World Series. Talk about symmetry. In another nostalgic twist, it was reported this week that the Brentwood home Affleck and Garner once shared has just sold for a whopping $10.8 million, nearly $1 million more than its asking price. That house, once a symbol of their married life, now becomes a footnote in their separate futures. But what they've built together, a legacy of kindness, collaboration, and unconditional love for their kids, continues to shine. Fans can't help but admire how Affleck and Garner have handled the turbulence of fame, divorce, and new relationships with such grace. Where others crumble under the weight of tabloid drama, these two have stayed focused on what matters, their children. Their recent Fenway Park appearance is just the latest reminder that not all Hollywood endings end in flames. Sometimes, they evolve into something stronger. So whether you're Team Benifer, Team Garner Miller, or just a Red Sox fan loving the energy at the game, one thing's for sure, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner just gave us a masterclass in co-parenting, maturity, and showing up for your family, no matter where life takes you. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
LiAngelo Ball's life has officially spiraled into chaos, and this time, there's no hiding behind basketball stats or rap beats. On July 3rd, just days after his wife Rashida Nicole announced to the world that she was pregnant with their first child together, LiAngelo filed for divorce. You heard that right. A pregnancy reveal on June 26th, a divorce petition filed the following week. This isn't just messy, it's community-level scandal. Their marriage, which began on March 24th, lasted barely 3 months. By mid-June, they were already separated. Rashida took to Instagram with a gushing, emotional pregnancy announcement, calling herself grateful, terrified, anxious, nauseous, hangry, and talking about the blessings and beauty of impending motherhood. But behind the scenes, LiAngelo was walking straight into court to end it all. And if that wasn't wild enough, let's rewind a little, because this isn't his first domestic disaster in 2025. LiAngelo already shares 2 kids with his ex, Nicki Mudaris, the reality TV star known for love and hip-hop, and their situation is far from settled. Their second child, a daughter, was born in December 2024. But barely weeks after the birth, Nicki went public with some of the ugliest claims yet. On The Jason Lee Show, she exposed Gallo for ghosting her, cheating with Rashida, and flat out walking away from their family. Even worse, she revealed he confessed via text that he had gotten another woman, Rashida, pregnant just weeks after their daughter was born. In a messy clapback, Rashida didn't hold back either. On Instagram, she accused Nicki of being obsessed, saying, "She's been harassing me for 2 years, pressuring me to terminate the pregnancy, wishing death on my unborn child." She added, "I'm so tired of this bish. Our baby is due in December and I'm not going anywhere." It's a full-blown war between the two women, and guess who's at the center of it all? LiAngelo. As fans dig into this toxic timeline, it's clear something bigger is happening here, because Gallo's not just making headlines for drama. He's also blowing up the charts. Back in January, he dropped Tweaker, a single that went viral and later gold certified. It climbed the Billboard Hot 100 to peak at number 29. That success landed him a massive deal with Def Jam/Universal, reportedly worth up to $13 million, with his own label, Born 2 Ball Music Group. He even took the stage at the BET Awards alongside his brother Lonzo Ball in June, performing with swagger and energy that had the crowd on their feet. But no amount of record deals or stage lights can outshine the mess at home. Gallo's personal life is a parade of broken homes and broken promises. 2 baby mamas, 2 custody battles, a divorce filed during a pregnancy, public harassment claims, Instagram beefs so raw, they read like reality TV scripts. And Gallo? He's saying almost nothing. In his only real response, he told Billboard that the backlash doesn't faze him. "When people conversate about my personal life, it don't bother me," he said. "Nobody really go through what I go through every day. You not me. I don't live for the public. I live for my family and my close circle." But that close circle seems to be falling apart. Now, fans are asking the hard questions. How does someone go from being the nice ball brother to the poster boy for baby mama drama? How do you go from dropping bangers to dodging court papers? How do you start 2 families and abandon both within the span of a year? On social media, the backlash is loud. One user called him a fake celebrity with real children and zero accountability. Another wrote, "This is what happens when men chase clout over commitment." And yet another tweet, now viral, says, "LiAngelo Ball went from hoop dreams to home-wrecking records." Let's not forget, Rashida is due this December. Nicki is raising 2 kids, one of them a newborn, largely without him. And LiAngelo Ball is right in the middle, filing for divorce while expecting a baby, all while ducking questions about why his name is trending for all the wrong reasons. What's next? Will there be more music? More drama? More damage? One thing's for sure, LiAngelo Ball's career may be rising, but his reputation is hanging on by a thread, and the internet never forgets. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more celebrity updates just like this.
Jennifer Aniston is dating hypnotist and transformational coach Jim Curtis, and it's not just a rumor anymore. After weeks of speculation, subtle clues, and private sightings, sources close to the couple have now confirmed that the former Friends star is indeed in a blossoming relationship with Curtis. The news broke after photos surfaced of the two looking extremely cozy during a star-studded 4th of July vacation in Mallorca, Spain. But this isn't just another summer fling. According to insiders, the connection between Aniston and Curtis runs deeper, spiritually, emotionally, and intellectually. It all began when Jennifer, now 55, publicly endorsed Curtis's self-help book The Stimulati Experience and later shared content from his Instagram page, which focuses on personal growth, emotional healing, and manifestation. Curtis, 49, is a respected figure in the wellness world, known for his work as a hypnotherapist and coach. He's also the Chief Experience Officer at the Institute for Integrative Nutrition and a passionate advocate for self-transformation, having overcome a debilitating spinal disease in his 20s. For someone like Aniston, who's been open about her personal wellness journey, including how hypnotherapy helped her conquer her fear of flying, Curtis seemed like more than just a casual acquaintance from the very beginning. Their connection strengthened behind the scenes, but it wasn't until June that things became more public. They were first spotted at Ventana Big Sur in California, where eyewitnesses described their interaction as sweetly intimate, noting how comfortable and natural they seemed together. And then came the game changer. Jennifer flew to Spain with her close friends Jason Bateman, Courtney Cox, Amanda Anka, Olivia Wilde, and Amy Schumer, with Curtis joining the group for a lavish yacht getaway. Paparazzi photos captured Jennifer and Jim in multiple affectionate moments, smiling, leaning into one another, even what appeared to be a kiss. According to reports, they shared a suite and spent most of their time side by side during the Mediterranean escape. Sources say that while the relationship is still relatively new, it's grounded in mutual respect and a shared outlook on life. Jennifer's inner circle is reportedly thrilled. One source close to Aniston shared that she's happy and centered with Curtis, adding that the relationship feels different from past ones and that he brings a peaceful energy into her life. They're not rushing anything, but they are seeing where it goes, and right now, it's going somewhere meaningful. Public response to the news has been overwhelmingly supportive. Social media users are cheering for Jennifer's new chapter, with one fan writing, "Finally, a man who's on her wavelength," and another adding, "Healing girl meets healing guy, this is the vibe." Curtis himself, although tight-lipped about his personal life, released a newsletter just days after the Spain trip reflecting on abundance, joy, and love that he's currently experiencing. The timing wasn't lost on fans, who took it as a clear nod to Jennifer and their blossoming connection. Curtis also recently listed his Manhattan apartment for rent at $11,500 a month, sparking speculation that he might be considering a bicoastal arrangement to spend more time in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, Jennifer continues to live in her stunning Bel Air estate, where she's been hosting small gatherings with close friends, and Curtis has reportedly become a regular guest. While they've both remained private about their romantic lives in the past, this time feels different. Aniston has always been known for her poise and grace, choosing to lead with authenticity rather than spectacle, and her relationship with Curtis seems to reflect that same grounded energy. This marks Jennifer's first public romance since her split from Justin Theroux in 2018. Prior to that, her marriage to Brad Pitt ended in 2005, leaving a lasting media frenzy that she's done her best to move beyond. In interviews over the years, Jennifer has expressed a desire for a relationship rooted in friendship, trust, and emotional safety, qualities that those close to her believe she's finally found in Jim Curtis. What makes this pairing especially captivating is how aligned their lives are right now. Both are in a place of emotional clarity, both have prioritized healing over chaos, and both understand the unique pressures of public attention. Curtis, with his background in helping people uncover and release emotional blockages, might just be the safe space Jennifer has been looking for, not a Hollywood prince, but a partner who listens, sees her, and helps her continue growing. So while it's early days, it looks like Jennifer Aniston is stepping into a new era, one filled with calm energy, emotional maturity, and perhaps, lasting love.